Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do appreciate you as ever for tuning on in here on a lovely, crispy, cold, just about to snow on my side of the mountains over here. To you Western Siders who like to complain about the weather on your end, it's crispy and cold here, but we're going to be red hot here in the Hawks Nest today because I'm going to take you into my mind. Oh, yeah. It's a scary place. I'm not going to deny that, but we're going to go to some of the better parts, some of the better passageways. We're going to go into my dream world. So step with me here, Mr. Sandman. Let's go through it because I'm about to give you my dream offseason, my hopeful offseason. And before I start with this breakdown and going through a little bit of a diatribe I'm going to go through, because this is going to be a little bit of a long opening here, so bear with me if I can't quite get to the chat quickly out the jump. But this is an offseason that's certainly going to be informed by what the team is doing. I'm going to do as much as I can in putting this together ahead of time and not having my heads well above the clouds, but firmly with my feet planted on the ground. And that means to try to fit within a sense of realism, I guess. I'm not going to try to operate like Schneider will operate. I don't know how he'll move exactly this offseason, how aggressive the Seahawks will be. We don't know if there's other outside factors that maybe impact their potential aggressiveness. We'll have to kind of just see how that a little bit all plays out. But I'm going to try to have that built in, or I have planned this out. So I've built as much of that in to what I'm going to attempt to kind of unleash here with my off-season, just kind of ideal. And this is with the thought process of, first and foremost, the Geno deal instructs us of one thing, and that is that we may be in somewhat still a mode of rebuilding, I guess, but you don't go and sign quarterbacks to big money, even though the contract's looking better and better, unless you are looking to try to contend, unless you are looking to just say, hey, we can take the NFC. And that means making at times some aggressive moves. And the team has not necessarily had, if you look over the last 10 years, hesitancy to necessarily make aggressive moves. You can argue about whether those moves are right or wrong, or which ones would have been better, or how this money should have been spent. But at the end of the day, they certainly are aggressive. And so with that in mind, so my cat acrobatically jumps up here. With that in mind, I'm going to operate with a sense of aggressiveness because of the fact that indeed, you signed Geno, you're going to go for it. You have a good roster. You went to the playoffs last year. If you're not doing that, then what was the point of signing Geno? Why not just go get your young quarterback? And they still may get their young quarterback in this draft. We'll see how that breaks out. But again, this is my ideal offseason. I say go for it. If you're going to sign Geno, then let's go. Let's push it. That should be an indication to us. Again, otherwise you're just trying to build a team that's just good enough to get to the playoffs, just good enough to, it's not what we're looking to do here. We want to push beyond that. So I'm not going hyper aggressive as well with the money. I'm going to keep things within, again, realism. And let's get the breakdown here on how I'm going to kind of make this unfold. I'll have some overlays as well that I'll show you guys here if you're just listening in. So you might need to watch a little bit on some of this stuff to kind of get this across, because there's going to be some creativity involved here. And if you do like what you're listening to, folks, do me a favor today as we start out, hit the like button as you walk on in. Now, this starts with Geno's deal first and foremost. Many people are, I think, having a hard time at this point kind of nailing down the numbers, and that's rightfully so, because we don't know what the numbers are. People are getting stuck on this. He gets $28 million in the first year of the deal. Now, yes, he may be getting $28 million in that first calendar year of the deal, but we have yet to hear the bonus money number. We have yet to hear what the first year really true cost is going to be here for Geno. I've tried to look a couple different times now. I'm expecting the numbers to get released any day. These could absolutely change things in the way that this framework could work in this deal. But I do not think that just because he's getting $28 million in the calendar year, that means then it's all base salary, right? Or incentively laden. It would be money that would have some kind of bonus structure in there. And I would estimate that the fact that he gave the team such a good market deal would be indicative of the fact that there is going to be a little bit of more bonus money, more money in hand to Geno in order to help the team out in this deal. So let's flex that money down a little bit and put it down around first year cap hit, let's say around $18 million. I know that people are going to disagree with some of this stuff. Give me some room, give me some rope. You'll see that I've let in a little bit at the end of this with some room there on one end of the scale or the other end of the scale with this. I'm not completely locked in. So you have $24 million of cap space, according to Sports Track, before Geno's deal. Geno deal comes in the first year of the cap hit. I'm not talking about the average per year cost. I'm talking about the first year of the cap hit. The Seahawks get down to 18 or somewhere in that neighborhood. All right, so now we have $6 million. Every single year, teams want to have what's called the reserve fund for during the season. That's just money set aside for if you have injuries, to sign guys off the street and whatnot. So you're going to want to have that $6 million set aside. So now I take that $6 million, I put it over here aside now after the Geno deal, and we're completely done. There's really, nothing else left to, no, I'm of course joking here a little bit. So we've got the $6 million set aside. The next part of this deal would be now about clearing out some of the cap space that sort of sits there as a de facto cap space, which is going to be, if you look at Sports Track, there's guys that are listed on right now on the free agent marker that are not free, but on the roster that are not actually going to be on the roster. They'll actually go to the practice squad potentially, or not even be on the roster probably when it's all said and done. So I'm going to, for the moment right now, remove these guys, though they're on the roster, because they're just technically on there because it's a futures contract or something like that. That doesn't mean that they're necessarily guaranteed a roster spot there. But if you look at Sports Track, they're counting against the roster right now. So you remove off what I would call the roster fodder, and let me go through those names. Connor Weddington, Chris Steele, Joshua Unga-Jungo, Jalen McKenzie, Jared Hewitt, Greg Island, Aesop Winston, Tyler Maybury, Vi Jones, Cade Johnson, Chris Garrett, Isaiah Dunn, and Joey Hunt. So and none of those guys are making any money, but when you're talking about the minimum of those guys being anywhere from $750,000 to $950,000, it ends up kind of adding up quickly. And it adds up to the tune actually of a $11,570,000. So fairly significant amount of money there. So we've got the $6 million reserve potentially there. We've got the now $11,570,000 in roster, what I would call roster fodder. I'm not trying to be negative towards these guys. Now let's come up to the cap cuts and the places that we can actually save money, because again, here I'm going to be having a little bit of a go for it kind of approach. So within this, we've got Gabe Jackson right off the top. Makes a ton of sense here. I don't think I've got to explain this one as to why you're going to release him at this point. Bingo, bango, boom. You move on from Gabe, $6.5 million is saved. Quentin Jefferson being the next guy up, about $4.5 million saved by moving off of him. I don't really see a need to hold on to him at this point. So let's go ahead and move off from Mr. Jefferson and take this alternate route. Brian Monet, another guy that they gave a lot of money to last year on a 2-year, didn't make a lot of sense at the time. Doesn't make any more sense now. This might be a funky release with him having the torn ACL, but I would still look to do it if I was the Seahawks somehow, some way. That's $2.67 million saved. Shelby Harris, I would not be cap cutting. I know I put this as cap cuts. I should have put cap cuts and or trades or restructures. Didn't have enough font room here. I was trying to scramble to get the show up today. So I have a couple of things we got to kind of fix post on this a little bit. With Shelby Harris, and not going to necessarily be cap cutting him, not going to be putting him on a contract extension either. What I'm going to be doing is converting his base to bonus. And by doing that, I'm going to save $3.25 million on this year's cap. So base to bonus on Harris, he still remains a free agent at the end of the year, but I saved $3.25 million. I look to move Noah Fant in a trade to get, hopefully, I would love to get a 3rd round pick, probably not getting more than like a 4th, maybe 5th round pick for him at this point, but I look to move him at that point, save $6.85 million. And then I also do look to move Darrell Taylor. You guys will see with my draft how this kind of maybe comes together a little bit more. But with Darrell Taylor, I have a guy that really can't play the run all too well. He may develop in that aspect of things, but he hasn't shown it up until this point. And he is showing himself to being a ever-increasing pass rusher, and that's very good to see. And he may still have some more upside to him as a pass rusher. Nonetheless, though, I believe he's got about one more year here before we've got to decide on what we're going to do with this guy as far as pay or not pay at that point. And I really don't want to be paying a guy long-term that really only can rush the passer, especially being he'll be a young guy that will be probably worthy of commanding a little bit of money if he goes out there and has a 12, 13 sack type year again this year. And so I would look to see if I can get a team to give me some prime asset for him, actually. And I'm going to make the argument here that you could get maybe a late 2nd round pick for Taylor coming off the year he did, because pass rush is, of course, a premium position in the league. And this would be a way to get out ahead of his value a little bit, as opposed to having to get down to next year where you're caught down to have to make a bit of a decision. I'm kind of applying the same thing with Taylor and Fant here, where it's guys that I just don't know if they're in the long-term plans of the team at this point. You have Boye Mafe, you have Uchenna Nwosu, who are just overall better players at this point probably than Taylor, especially if Mafe can step forward as a pass rusher. But I'm also going to not just leave that position as it is by making these moves. So I pick up anywhere from a second to a 4th to 5th round pick for Fant and Taylor in the trade, save the money of those guys. It's $1.5 million in regards to Taylor at that point. So let's move on to the next spot, which would be savings gained. Through releases, restructures, trades, we're at $23.77 million. With roster fodder off the books, that's $10.62 million. That now puts us at $34.39 million. Okay? So let's move on to the free agent signings here. And I will acknowledge there's one part that is the only other part I'm going to have to change here and kind of in post, which was the allocation for the rookie pool, which of course we've got to count that in a little bit here. So I will kind of have to factor this in a little bit post and getting creative with these numbers a little bit more so than where I was trying to plan to do this with. But nonetheless, we're now sitting at, we've now got Geno locked down. I've got $6 million aside from this total savings that's also sitting aside. And then we're at $34.39 million, in approximate money from both of those two that we can now go out into free agency and be theoretically aggressive. I've not put any voidable year deals out there yet. I've not thrown anything out there as well with that. So those are only the moves that we've made here so far. So we'll be coming again, going to do a little bit of a change. The one thing I want you guys just remember the $16 million pool that we've got to hold out for specifically just the draft picks, that's the part I'm gonna have to show in post that I meant to kind of put on the front end, but we'll put that in. I'll get them in the end. I've got a way for us to kind of create that. So let's go to the next part here, which would be free agency. Seahawks for the first time in many years, and this is probably the wildest swing in my process here and probably the least likely to happen, quite frankly. Some team like the Bears or somebody else is likely to jump for this guy. But nonetheless, I can't help but just wonder if Seattle at some point here might try to make a little bit more of a bigger swing, understanding where the position is at as far as their defensive line. And at the forefront of this offseason, you're going to see my dream offseason is about dealing with the trenches. I've been harping on it, so I'm not about to turn hypocrite on you now. And so the first main move I try to do is go out there in free agency with a 4-year, $52 million deal with Javon Hargrave. Now, again, he may be offered more. This may be where they're looking to just a wave 3 type tier free agents and stuff. If you look at really where I think the rest of their free agents are going to be at here between the other 4 signings I had on the books, I have no wave 1 guys. Those guys would all be, I think, wave 2, wave 3 kind of guys. With Bobby, it's kind of he's not really a true free agent. It's he was cut. So it's a little bit different in his case. But the Seahawks would have the money here with the money that the room they had created to make this move with Hargrave. Many people would be wondering maybe why I wouldn't want to go with Daron Payne. Well, it's because if I can go Jadeveon Clowney and Hargrave in free agency versus going for Daron Payne, who I not only have to pay just exactly about the same kind of money, just about equivalency, but then have to also give up a first and maybe second round pick in addition to that, it doesn't make as much sense to me. So you get Hargrave as just a street free agent who only costs you what you're paying him at that point. I don't think I've got to explain to you guys why I want Bobby in here. We're going to need to address the linebacker position, I think, 2-time buy. That means getting a guy in free agency and also looking towards the draft. So I would like to get Bobby. A 3-year, 24 might be a little bit much for him, but at the end of the day, you could do this as a 2 and 16, 2 and 17. Don't get too caught up on the exact numbers here if you could. Just we're staying in the ballpark. Because I think it doesn't make a lot of sense to go too far into that. As long as I'm in the territory, I think we're fine here with that. And I think I'd be in about the right territory, about $8 million a year. Bobby had basically that Rams deal boiled down to a 1-year, $10 million deal with him last year. So I don't think he's making more money now this offseason after the deal he was offered last year. Maybe he took a discount to go to the Rams versus going other places. Maybe now he wants to go just be paid top of the mark, but indications are now he is coming back. The other guy I do look to get now is Jadeveon Clowney. So I'm essentially flipping out Darrell Taylor, getting a late second round pick, signing Clowney for $7 million. And then in Clowney, I feel I have a rotational guy. And what I'm trying to do with my defensive line is set up a rotational depth with good talent on the front, good talent on the back, bit of both. And so with Jadeveon Clowney, I bring him in, 1-year deal, prove it deal. I don't think he's going to have a lot of big money deals out there offered to him now at his age. coming off of Cleveland as the things kind of boiled down to out there. You've got Quandre Diggs already on Twitter putting up the bat signal for both Bobby and Jadeveon. So let's see if we can get the band back together here a little bit. He was our best defensive player in a year where we didn't have very much of a very good defensive performance that season all around. And it would be nice to be able to, I think, add him in, and not only have to add him in. Now, you're not looking at him as cornerstone guy anymore, like old school you would with Clowney. Now you're looking at him again as can he be that kind of Michael Bennett type of guy, where you're just bringing him in, you're keeping him fresh, rotated. 1-year deal, $7 million for him. You bring back Penny on a 1-year, $3 million deal here. Again, I will be addressing the running back position in the draft as well, but I like bringing him in now to keep the talent stocked up well, along with having the bodies. I know there's talent, there's injury worries and concerns there, but you're not going to go out on the open market in this free agent period and find a running back who's more talented than Penny at this low a price. And I like that opportunity. You have Kenneth Walker set now to be a starter. You're not putting out Penny out there, rolling him out there as your de facto guy. I like that. I like that process here. So I would go with the 1-year, $3 million deal. Again, a prove it deal, which I like. Robert Woods is a guy recently cut from the Tennessee Titans. He did not have a good season with the Tennessee Titans last year. He is getting up to be around 30 years of age, but I still would look to make this deal if he is healthy and all as well. I think he was in a different system with Tennessee than he was with the Rams. I think he was in just a great fit with that Rams offense and what it asked him to do. He's a great blocker at the position. He's got great hands. He can run really good routes. He's now another year removed from that torn ACL he had about 1.5 years ago or something, approximately. So maybe another year back, closer to getting his legs back under him. And then you're not having him come in here having to be the number 1, number 2, but he can play all of the wide receiver positions. And he knows this offense really fluidly. Again, 1 year, prove a deal. Let's see what you got. He's not 32, 33, still 30 years old. So not tremendously old. Maybe there's still a year left there in that tank. And it wouldn't cost you, a tremendous amount at that point. So I make these signings, and I would be trying at the head of this to try to keep the first year cap hit of Javon Hargrave low. And that would be maybe the tough thing to do here on the 452, but that's where you try to give him, if you can, the bonus money to try to make that deal work a little bit higher, which then lets you fluctuate things through a little bit. Maybe better to make that deal work and then make him sign because he's getting more money in hand, even if you're not a matter of matching exact dollar numbers with other teams out there and what they're offering. So I try to get him down to somewhere in the mark of about $7 million on the first year of a hit. That would be on a $13 million on average per year deal with that. So that would leave us out the gate now. So with the numbers I posted over, with that $34 million savings, you minus off the free agent signings, you're sitting at about $7.5 million or so, give or take, as far as remaining money that's left to be done. So then what I would look to do with that remaining 7.5 is I would look to the one other conversion I didn't have down here that I needed to add as well, would be the conversion of Quandre Diggs' base to bonus this year. And so if I convert his base to bonus this season, which is sitting at $13 million, that means you're going to save about $6.5 million. So with all of that, I take that 6.5 that I would then convert. And again, on none of these deals am I sacrificing future space at this point, really. With Quandre, if you're intending to cut him next year, I mean, maybe then that would be an indicator of that there. But I haven't done a lot of these deals. I've only done a couple, and I haven't put any stacked void years yet or done any really crazy Ram situations with burying guaranteed money and stuff, right? And I've also not given up any draft capital to do this. It's all just in raw, money and cost at this point on the forefront of this. But essentially then, with the money that I have left over, so from taking that $34.5 million, essentially taking off those free agent contracts I just mentioned, that pulls you down to about $7.5 million left over. I convert Quandre Diggs base to bonus. Boom. I now have the money to pay all of the rookie deals of all of the picks that we're set up to have to draft at in this upcoming draft. And it's going to actually be a little lower than the $16 million. I think when you look at some of the moves that I'm looking to make in this particular draft, maybe be about flush, I guess. But now we can have some fun in the draft. So we've got our free agent signings, not a lot of them, but I think I made some key ones in key spaces. We've already addressed now the defensive line on a couple of fronts. So now let's really address it. Okay. Now let's really go after it here. We're going to go to the draft. And again, thank you for the donations in here. Bear with me just a sec, folks, on this. I want to kind of go blow by blow on this with the draft and what's going on. And let me get this a little bit bigger so you can see. Okay, so right out the gate, the Seahawks come up to pick at number 5 overall, and I look to make a trade. I go to the Panthers. I say, Panthers, you want to get up and get this quarterback I got available to you? Come get him. They say, okay, we're going to come get him. So they move up to 5. I move back to 9. I get their future first-round pick, and I bedazzle them into giving me their second-round pick as well. I may have to throw them back something in the future. So if I have to throw them back, as I did in this trade, a future 4th-round pick or a future 3rd-round pick, I'm willing to do so because I'm picking up the extra future 1st-round pick, and I'm getting that extra 2nd-round pick in this draft. I think you guys are going to notice I have a certain strategy on this draft and trying to attack a certain spot with this and a particular place in this draft specifically. So we get the 1st, the 2nd. We give up a future, or I give up a 4th this year, I think, in my draft on this one, and we get the number. They get the number 5 overall. So we drop down to 9, but I'm not done there. I'm not done there because then John calls up his old Packer buddies and he says, man, you guys need some help now. You're going to move on from here and you got to restack back up this roster, okay? So you need to get some prime guys. I got a receiver here. You need some receiving help. So why don't you come back up here and get this receiver that you want? It's going to help you out. They say, okay, let's do it, John. So they go from 9 to 15. We pick up a pure 2nd-round pick for dropping 6 places in the 1st round at that point. Then at 15, we finally select after stacking 2 extra 2nd-round picks in this draft. I take Kalijah Kancey out of Pittsburgh. I feel like we're not hearing a lot of smoke with him between the Seahawks and Kancey yet. I understand that, but at the end of the day, I just come back to the fact that Schneider and Carroll have watched a guy who is as close to, well, I guess who's kind of like the amped up version of what Kancey is, wrecking them and wrecking shop in the NFC West for 10 long years. I think that's going to bear him back over towards Kancey and go, let's try to have one of those guys on our side now for a while. How about that? And I love Kancey. Set the fastest time for a defensive tackle with his 40 this past week. Super explosive, super aggressive, great hand fighter. Maybe not the longest arms, but here where you're picking him at 15, the value is true. The value is right. Now, we make a trade at 20 as well. I'm not done, folks. I'm not done. I'm going full whole hog on this draft. This is going to go crazy town in this one. Strap in. So at 20, I moved back. I moved back into 26, as you can see here. The Cowboys wanted to come up and get themselves one of the last prime receivers on the board. They were willing to give me their late 2nd-round pick in order for me to drop back 6 places in the 1st round here, which again, if that's not the right value and I've got to throw them back a 5th rounder to make this happen, then I do it, or find some creative fashion to do this. I want to stay in the 2nd, 3rd round range here in this particular draft by what I was trying to accomplish. So boom, 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 boom. We move back and forth a little bit here. We get 3 2nd-round picks now that we've got returned. We're at 26 now, still picking in the 1st round, right? Still picking in the 1st round. So I didn't leave the 1st round completely. I still have 2 draft picks, one at 15, one at 26. I take Brian Braze out of Clemson at 26, which is great value. Had a little bit of a down year this year, but he had a crazy year the year before where he looked like a top 5 pick. The kid's got a lot of upside to his game. We stack on that defensive line with 2 dogs right from the jump. Get this handled, get this settled, get this dealt with. No questions asked. And I have done so while still stacking 3 2nd-round picks. Maybe dreaming on this, but I don't think so. I think I'm staying pretty close to reality on this one. First pick in the 2nd round is what I would consider the best tight end in this draft. And I was saying this, folks, before he went to the combine and blew it up and did his little Odell Beckham 2-finger catch. Darnell Washington is the real deal. He is the best tight end in this draft. Make no mistake about it. You can have your Dalton Kincaid guys. You can have your Michael Mayer guys. You can have your weird Luke Musgrave guys. But for my bottom dollar, you give me a guy like Darnell Washington on my offensive line, and I'm going to start winning and whooping and controlling that line of scrimmage more importantly than anything else. He is an intimidator. He's got a huge catch radius. He is a complete tight end. He is old school style and more. He is the new model. You could line up a defensive end if you want. This guy is so big. Darnell Washington, 37. I've moved Noah Fant. I've got to address the tight end position, so let's go with him there. 32, number at round 2nd, 39. I come back with Maze Smith. I'm not done on the defensive line, folks. I'm tired. I'm so damn tired. of watching year after year, our defensive line, too light, not enough. Wish we had more bodies. This guy got injured. Now we're toast. Not today. Not anymore. Not on my watch. I come back at 39, all these second round picks I've stacked, and I go with Maze Smith, the best zero tech in this draft. And I stack Cansey on one side, and I stack Breezy on the other, and I put Maze down there in the center, and I go, good luck. Good luck. But we continue on, and I'm not done here. John Michael Schmidt, second round pick. 45, he's going to drop a little bit. No longer now as much a certain first rounder with this combine performance, but a guy that is one of those guys you say, turn on the tape. Put the tape on and tell me he's not the best center in this draft. And the tape don't lie. The eye in this guy don't lie. And John Michael Schmitz is the real deal. So now I've got my center. I got my center, and my lines of scrimmage are looking way more meatier, aren't they? Way more meatier, but we got so many second round picks, don't we? One guy who has already met with the Seahawks, much like I've heard John Michael Schmitz has, is one Dan Henley. And you're going to have to take him after his recent combine performance in the second round, no doubt about it, and perhaps even early in the second round. Well, I get him here at number 51 in the second round, and Henley matches up there with B-Wags, and boy, they look so nice. So nice there with those two now, man in the middle linebacker position, looking way better than it did last year, and we still have Jordan Brooks coming on deck with some depth next year when he does get back from ACL, and now you're not rushing him back from his ACL. And with my final... Well, no, the second to last final. I've got a couple second round picks here. With my another second round pick here, I take Steve Avila out of TCU. So I put John Michael Schmitz with Steve Avila. Bingo bango. Not bad now. The offensive line is set. Avila is, I think, one of the safer guards in this draft. You go Osiris Torrance, and then you probably go Steve Avila as your 1-2 best guards. If you're not considering Skoronski a guard, he'd be maybe your number one. So you go maybe one in Skoronski, 2 Torrance, 3 Avila. But Avila is solid. He's kind of boringly good as a prospect and what he's going to be able to bring. But again, a guy's going to be better than what you get with it with Phil Haynes there. A guy that can play both left and right guard. And now you have your offensive line. The base is set. It's set and it's cheap as we go forward. Now, I traded back a little bit here with this last little second round pick I had. Flipping back with well, actually, this was just the trade I guess I got for the Darrell Taylor trade. So this was this is the fruits of the Darrell Taylor trade, essentially. And I took Hendon Hooker at the end of the second round. This is a late second round pick, not an early one. I've been very willing to take Hendon Hooker even in the third round. But him being there in the second for me at this point, I looked at the board, looked at the value at that point, already saw that we addressed a lot of what we needed to address in this draft at the front end of things. So I just went with a guy that I could give me a real solid prospect going forward and a great backup for Geno Smith. And a guy who we could provide an environment where he can have some time if it does take him to come back off that torn ACL that he suffered. But one of the guys who I think would have been a fringe first-round quarterback in this, probably a legit first-round quarterback in this draft, if he didn't have the torn ACL. Next, I come back in round 3 with another guy the Seahawks have met with and another guy that I've long had a fondness for as far as the player he is, and that's Mike Morris. He's a power edge. He's going to stop the run. He's got some pass rush potential, a good hand fighter, real rugged kind of defender out there from Michigan. Just the kind of cat that you think John Harbaugh would kind of churn out, theoretically in my mind, I guess. But Morris is a real fine prospect. He gives you a plus run defender right from the jump, a little bit like a Boye Mafe last year in initial value and then growing into be a pass rusher. And he's got some size to where maybe you can kick him a little bit inside from time to time to defensive end as well. This was another value pick for me. I did this as a mock draft. I didn't force this board for the most part, outside of a couple trades. But he was sitting there for me on the board with where I want to do. And again, I want to address, you guys might think I'm doing overkill here, but you got to look back if you can into the recent history of what our defensive line has looked like, what our pass rushes look like. And this is not going back 1, 2, 3, 4. This is like going back 6 years. It's been an issue where you always do what I call just enough. And when you do just enough, you end up falling far short. So I'm not falling far short this next year. I want to build a Super Bowl contender. I'm looking to replicate a little bit of like what the Eagles did and how they did it. I'm just going a little bit younger in my way. So We've got the fan trade is the one that brought us, of course, the Morris pick at that point. Let's continue on down through the board here. My last third-round pick, our native third-round pick, I took Jamie Robinson, strong safety of the future for us, a guy that can come in and be a better slot upgrade over what Kobe Bryant is right now, pushing Kobe Bryant to the outside now, rounding out that outside depth while still maintaining some slot depth as we go forward. I took Mekhi Becton in the 5th round. Get another cornerback in there in that 5th round, right? Never bad to be in that range of things. Blackman might not be a guy that, from a standpoint of a historical marker standpoint, fits exactly what they have always looked for in the position. But I liked his tape quite a bit. He was, I think he gives him a good cornerback prospect. He's got some good natural goods for them to work with. And when we get to the 5th, 6th, 7th round in these kind of picks anyway, I think they're kind of shot in the dark picks as it is, if not the top of the draft, right? So you got to kind of take it all with a little bit of a grain of salt. My last 2 picks here were, again, value picks. I went with Chris Rodriguez. I get a hammer out of Kentucky. You know, a guy that's really got the guy that he doesn't have anywhere near the same talent level of Marshawn Lynch, but the running style with that 24, I know that he definitely modeled a lot of his game after Marshawn, and he runs as hard as any running back in this draft. May not have a lot of juice, natural, burst to him, but if you're looking for your Chris Carson like back, Marshawn like back in this draft, it's probably Chris Rodriguez, or I forget who. There was one other guy that sort of has a little bit of shades of that to him. But I think Chris would round up this running back depth well. Now you have Rashad Penny. You've got, of course, Kenneth Walker starting, Chris Rodriguez, and still Travis Homer on the roster. That's not a bad foursome stack of backs to go forward next season. And being that right now I did also have us releasing Joey Hunt, we do need some center depth on top of taking John Michael Schmitz in this draft. For some reason in my PFF simulator, Ricky Stromberg fell. Who knows? Sometimes guys do fall. If he was sitting there, I would be jumping all over him at that point. But again, let's not get caught up too much on the bottom picks. Let's more get caught up on what we're trying to accomplish at the top. So we've done a lot of drafting here and looking at taking guys that are on the line, right? I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 picks. The first 7 picks I've devoted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players to the defensive and offensive lines. So heavily addressed in that fashion in this draft, in a major way. So let's look at the kind of the important parts of this on the depth chart just to get the final look at this and what I'm meaning with this. So now the defensive tackle depth looks like this. You've got Javon Hargrave, Kalijah Cansey, Brian Breezy, Maze Smith, Al Woods as your depth out people. Now, Al Woods is definitely a guy at this point that you could potentially feel strong enough or good enough about the situation to where you could release off of him and save some money. The savings weren't incredible with Al Woods for me, and I do like the thought of having a guy like Al Woods, Hargrave, Clowney, having some veteran presence in there with some of these young guys. And again, I want to make, if we've got to have the positional be a little bit having an extra guy than you normally would carry in the past, be one of those kind of positions to maintain and make sure you have the kind of talent on the field that can still get to those quarterbacks. Because remember, at the end of the day, no matter what defense you're running, whether it's the Coach Carroll old school 4-3 under defense, or it's the Coach Carroll new school 3-4 under Vic Fangio defense, he still doesn't want to blitz very often. And if you're not going to blitz very often, then you need to get the front 4 to generate pressure. You need those guys up front to handle it. And that's not going to be done unless we have talented guys and talented guys across the board. It's hard enough to do it if you're going to manufacture it. But if you're going to try to generate it on its own, then you've got to have the quality across the board to get it done. So we get some good talent there on that standpoint with that. And then from the edge, here's the depth on this, and this should get you really excited, where you've got Uchenna Nwosu, Boye Mafe, Jadeveon Clowney, and Mike Morse would be your de facto probably active roster guys. Then you've got the opportunity to take a look at Alden Robinson and Tyreek Smith and see if one of those guys can play their way onto the roster on top of it, see where they're at. Are you guys ready to pop? Like competition be king at that point. But you've got a lot of built-in depth now between these two positional groups to me that who's running on this positional group? Who's running on this? Who in the league's coming after this and running downhill on this? Maybe the young guys aren't quite ready next year. Maybe they're not quite ready next year, but I'll tell you this. Long term, that's going to be a wall of a defense. And I think even next year it's a wall of a defense. Clowney, Morse, Mafe, Uchenna, that now gives you plus run defenders off the edge now immediately across the board with your foursome. Hargrave and Cansey are really your pass rushers, but between Breezy and Maze Smith and Woods, you got some guys that can stop the run there around that. And let's not forget with my offseason plan here, folks, which has been an aggressive one, which has looked to push the ball forward. I've not really sacrificed any super amount of cap space into the future. I've not moved any real future draft capital absent if you think my deals weren't going to get done there with some of my picks on my mock, that I might have to give up some of my future draft capital to make some of these deals done to get that many second round picks. Okay. But if I, like I was saying before, if I've got to give up a little bit, I still then have in my back pocket going into next year's draft 2 first round picks. And I'll have Geno under contract. And I'll have the development of Hendon Hooker. So I can go get my quarterback if I want, or I can just stand pat and feel good about what I got and just take the quality on the board. Or flip a pick and keep flipping the picks. But I think if you put this type of team together, you have a Super Bowl contending team. And there is still some flexibility within that for them to do more if they want to do more, or get some extensions done in there if they really want to go that route with it in a couple of ways. I'm not even all, it has to be caught up on Hargrave. They go a couple other routes with that to build the quality there in different places as well. But that would be my dream offseason for you folks. This is mine. This is what I would love to see. I want to see the team go for it. I'm not asking for Jody Allen to have to open up hundreds of millions of dollars in her pocketbook to make this happen. I'm not asking the Seahawks to sacrifice all of their future out like we've seen teams like the Rams do recently and teams like the Saints. Not asking them to do that either. In fact, I'm still helping them out for the future in my proposition, aren't I? Because I still moved off 5 to 9. I still moved from 9 to 16. So I was still thinking about the future within thinking about the now. But in thinking about that future and stacking that future first round picks and building up the potential arsenal to go get yourself your quarterback of the future next year, we did that. Now let's do this. And do this means take care of the business of making this team a Super Bowl contender if you have it within your grasp. I just showed you there with the money because the narrative right now is going to be we don't have any money. The narrative right now is that, we're just stuck up against cap with Geno's deal. You're already hearing with $28 million. Let's see where the Geno numbers are lying. Let's see where the first year's cap hit's going to be on it. Let's see if the team has some impetus in it to try to move some of these numbers along. Again, not to do void years, which is the new fashionable thing to do in the NFL. I'm just talking about converting a couple of contracts from base to bonus, freeing up some more money, and giving you that ability to really, really build this team up. Super Bowl contenders aren't going to be built by just doing enough or hoping just young kids get you there. And you didn't sign Geno Smith unless you were really trying to go out there and compete, in my opinion. I could be completely in over my skis on this one, but that's how it does feel to me. Let's see how it feels to you guys. Am I crazy? Am I out of my mind? Am I brilliant? Am I somewhere in between? Who knows? We'll see what you guys think here today on the stream. If you do like what you're listening to, please do hit that like button. I appreciate all of the new subscribers here onto the channel. We've had still some great growth this off season, and even though things usually grind to a halt, we've still been just cooking along in a major way. And I thank everybody there for continue to watch, continue to support, and all of that. It's been quite amazing. So thank you so much to that. I am a little bit behind on my donos here, but I'll hit up the chat here right afterward just to make sure I get caught up here. Random McDan, we got Garth. 5 minutes. There we go. Megan Gock-Roger, my lady from Dan Enda, with the $10 donation. Thank you so much, Megan. And I hope you're having a good day and that migraine's hopefully treating you a little bit better today. Says, where's the Geno jersey with pride? Wearing the Geno jersey with pride. Makes a re-dislocated left shoulder and the after effects of a severe migraine so much better. Well, thank you for the donation. It's currently, I think, the developing story around this Geno contract is at first blush, you go through $35 million. But then you see the Derek Carr contract signed. You see the Daniel Jones contract signed, which is completely clown world. And then you start to hear a little bit about some of the whispers and how this money might be kind of being formatted around in the contract, incentives laced, $28 million in the first calendar year. There's some things being put in here a little bit that, as I say, lead me to believe a little bit on this, that the first year hit of this deal is not going to be as substantially as I think people might have thought at first blush. But wear it with pride, Megan. Wear it Wear it with pride indeed. If he took this market equitable deal as it looks like he might have, and props to Geno. Hats off to Geno. Players don't do this type of stuff. I've longed to see a quarterback willing to do this type of thing, understanding how much they're making and understanding, what the cost is when they push this envelope this hard. Geno seems to have maybe potentially looked at the situation and realized that. Even at a small degree, he's definitely realized it, but maybe to even a larger degree than small. And if that is the case, he's going to deserve a tremendous amount of praise for that, because it's just something that players don't do. And if they do, they're guys like Brady, who's made $1 kajillion, or Mahomes, who knows he's going to make $1 kajillion. Certainly not a guy who's never had his big money deal. But thank you, Megan, for the $10 donation, and it's good to hear you're feeling a little bit better. Garth, thank you for the $5 dono. Says, I saw that leap by the orange cat up to the cat tree early this stream. It was the equivalent of a 330-pound tackle jumping 42 inches at the combine. Impressive. Yeah, that's no joke. I saw that too. She came up with a force. That's if you ever wondered what it looks like when a bear's coming up a tree, climbing a tree up at you, that's just what my cat showed you there on the opening. And she's a big girl. She's a California orange bear, and just that thing was shaking, Garth, moving back and forth. By the way, I probably should have mentioned, and I hope somebody sees whoever posts. I got sent this in the mail. Ricky Waters, signed Ricky Waters deal over here. So whoever sent that, Garth, that was you or whoever was out there, thank you so much. Appreciate you sending that way. We got the backdrop filled in just a little bit more here on the stream. And Ricky Running Waters. How could you not put Ricky back there, huh? Ricky's got a space back there, doesn't he? Had to do it. So thank you to everybody, whoever put that out there. But yeah, it was funny, Garth. She came up with some speed on that one. I thought I was going to get face jumped there for a second. Randall McDaniel coming in with a $50 donation. Thank you, Randall. Says Randall's got some update on us in the news now. Randall has been expecting a stork to drop a bun in the oven here, and the oven is baked, and that, if I may say, Randall, we may have, storm came in at 5:44. Happy and healthy. Well, congratulations to Randall McDaniel. He says, go Hawks, jump on later. Everybody give a little bit of a tip of a cap to Randall McDaniel tonight. We've got a new Seattle Seahawks fan in our arms. That's right. We got a welcome a new baby out here. New, happy, healthy baby, it sounds like, which is just wonderful news. Congratulations, Randall. Thank you for the $50 donation. But most importantly, man, congratulations. That's awesome to hear. Got another Seahawk fam in the fam. You know what I mean? It's good. It's good, Randall. But you're awesome as ever, brother. Thank you for the $50 donation. And hopefully you're a very proud papa tonight, man. You got the family's just a little bit bigger. A little bit bigger. That's great to hear. You're awesome, brother. You're awesome. Rodney Pressure with a $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. Or Rodney. Sorry. Still thinking about Randall. Congratulations, Randall. That's so awesome, man. You got to be jacked. You're on probably cloud. You're either completely exhausted right now, or you're on cloud 9, just climbing the walls, just so happy. Rodney with a $5 donation. Thank you, Rodney. Says, I love my Hawks, but come on. It seems like this team just does not move on from players. Teams just roast our linebackers with tight ends. Tired of it. Yeah, that's definitely been a problem within your defense here, Rodney, in recent years. And it's I think, a bit of a combination deal, which is why you tend to see it so often, is that it is one that's attacked at times in your schematic leanings, and you're wanting to sort of sit into soft zones and to not run tighter zones. When I say soft zones, what I mean by that is not that like our defenders go to the zone and lay on the ground and show their belly. What I mean by that is that your defenders are going to have a prevalence of dropping deep with depth into their zones to take away the deeper shots. And this is then going to open up stuff underneath, and that's where tight ends are going to flourish. And so you've got to have a willingness to tighten down those zones at times, which the coaching staff defensively have not always been willing to do. But it's also been a talent problem as well. Jordan Brooks is miserable in coverage. It's not getting better anytime soon with him. I think Cody Bryant got a little bit better in coverage throughout the year, but there were times where he was almost every bit as bad as Jordan Brooks was in coverage. So it is a little bit of also the talent problem there as well. I can't speak to what they're going to do, Rodney, with doing the schematic changes, but you can improve your linebackers, and that's why you saw in my situation I did have Dan Henley up as my guy that I picked. He might be one of the best coverage linebackers in this draft. And, I'm taking steps in my proverbial situation to try to improve that from the place that I can control. If I can control schematics, I sure as hell can control the talent. So we'll go with Henley and call it a day, and Bobby certainly is going to still maybe have his moments he gets attacked, but I think he'll at least hold up relatively well with Henley there next to him. Thank you though, Rodney, for the donation. I do appreciate it. Megan with the $5 donation. And thank you for the double. No, Megan says, 1 year ago today, the trade to Denver occurred, and here we are discussing how we will use their picks. I love it. It's such a wonderful situation, Megan, and we do have to kind of pinch ourselves at times and reminding ourselves how nice it is to be sitting in this position where you come off a playoff season, you're going to have 4 picks in the first 52 selections. You have a top 5 set. You have a top 5 pick. It's a place teams just don't get to see themselves in very often, if at all, from an NFL historical standpoint. And so it's a place where you really do got to savor as you go through this. So I loved, as much as I love doing these shows in this offseason where we might be usually grinding through kind of not much to talk about, there not be much content, we got something to talk about because you have franchise-altering decisions that can be applied this offseason. And not from a negative standpoint, and that might seem that there's a little inference of negativity there, like you can mess it up. It just takes you one false step. It's more about you killed it so well last offseason, the Russell trade and avoiding the quarterback landmines and not spending any bad money really. And, having a brilliant, absolutely bloody brilliant draft. And now you're sitting into that position of ready to slingshot this thing forward. So it's where a lot of the hard work's been done, and now you just got to kind of finish it on up. But it's a beautiful place to be in, Megan. I'm so stoked for this offseason. Even if we're not super active in free agency, just with what I showed in the draft, kind of my mock there, even if John doesn't do exactly like what I was doing, he still has a lot of room here to move around a couple of times and build up that second round where, that's where really the talent of this draft sits. And if he can find his way to maximize as many picks getting into that area as he can through trades and whatnot, I would definitely, I would hope he's being advised to do so, because I think you'll come away with a really damn strong draft at that point, Megan. Thank you for another $2 donation, Megan. I appreciate it as well. It says, this is the draft I stay for, B. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. No Jalen Carter's on this one, Megan. I was in Move Back City. I was Trader John in this one. Pew, 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 trades. Pew, 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 pew. But thank you, Megan, for the $2 donation. Henry Mars with a $2 dono too. Thank you, Henry. You're awesome as ever, brother. Says, agree a lot with your approach. Great work. Oh, thank you, man. I promise I tried to really put a lot of time into this over the last day and a half here, and really, I've been thinking about it throughout the offseason, of course, but really kind of hammering in some of these details and trying to do a little bit of my own research on this to make sure I'm being around accurate on my numbers and how I'm playing this and moving this and rolling this. But I'm glad to hear you feel good about it too, that it feels like I'm on the right track with this one. I'd be interested to see where the chat kind of stands on some of this stuff, because I know some of this is going to be controversial a little bit, but I just want to see them go for it. That's as much as anything. Is like, look, you're going to compete. You got a soft NFC. Just put the pedal down. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. But thank you, Henry. Appreciate you, man. Megan, another $2 donation. Thank you, Megan. Triple donos. Says, who's on the wall, B? So I got in the mail from one of our subscribers out there, one of our kind subscribers. This is Ricky, or as Chris Berman used to say it. I can always say it like Chris Berman does. Like it's indelible to me at that point, And Chris Berman used to always come on with the highlights, Megan, when the Seahawks were on. And Ricky was on the team, or Ricky was anywhere. He was doing it throughout Ricky's career. But if Ricky Waters scored a touchdown, and go, Ricky Running Waters. And so Ricky Waters was running back for the Hawks for a couple-year period, free agent signing just before Sean Alexander. And it's a signed Ricky photo. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. A little less blank space in the wall. A little bit of Seahawks history. I like that. I like getting some of the older stuff mixed in with the new, you know? It gives it a nice little feng shui to the decor. But thank you. Appreciate you, Megan. Seahawks02 with the $2 donation says, thoughts if we draft AR-15 and let him sit behind Geno? I'm working on a video right now, Seahawks02, that's going to address just that. I got to put a little bit more of it together. But I certainly think that it is absolutely in play. Anthony Richardson is in need of time of sitting on the bench. I don't think that the best thing for his development is to thrust him onto a football field and just say, you know, find your way. I don't. I think that that's the pathway for him to potentially be shortening his career and a team to turn him into a Lamar player or a Cam Newton player, which, you know, this kid should every bit be playing in this league for the next 15 years at a high level, not playing in this league for a 5-year, 6-year period at a high level because he gets wore down and wore out. So I think we would give him a great place to come to, a great situation, a great player for him to learn behind in Geno, just the absolute ideal for him of any place else that could, because any other team that goes out there and trades for him is going to be playing him. As I'm going to say in this video coming up, you know, these teams, coaches will tell you, and they draft him, oh, we're going to let him sit, and then they don't ever let him sit. We wouldn't be as much pushed to do so. And we'd have a little bit of an opportunity at times if we wanted to run a little bit of some counter stuff with Geno, where we run him out there and have him do some read option stuff, you know, just to kind of mess with defenses a little bit. But even so, I'm okay with doing it if they do. I get it if they do that, Seahawks 02. You're not going to be picking this high in the draft anytime soon again. So, nor picking this high and have your opportunity to take a really talented quarterback. A guy who is, if he was in last year's quarterback, would be the number one guy on the off the board. He would be probably the number one pick, well, if not the number one pick, probably the number 2 pick to Detroit at that point. Yeah. So, if you got your opportunity to do that, not going to be there very often. I can understand them going, no, we're not overthinking this one. Makes sense. Empower Code with a $20 donation. Thank you, Empower Code, for the $20 donation. You're awesome, brother. I appreciate that, man. He says, cheers, Brandon. We're going for it this offseason. There's no holding back. To hell with that. I say to hell with that. Hawks Nation, let's fly. Attack the defensive line. Draft a project quarterback. Fix linebacker. We know what to do. Let's go out and do it. Hashtag Go Hawks. That's what I'm saying, Empower. And thank you for the $20 donation. Let's not muddle about here. Let's not dip our little tiny toes up into the pool and talk about how chilly it is. That's not how we do it out here in Seattle. We're used to cold waters. We're used to cold oceans. We're used to cold oceans with some depth. That's not how we do this. What we do is we stand back, take a couple feet, step back. Why? Not because we're scared of the water. We want a running start so we can dive further out into those depths. So let's go. Let's jump. What we got to lose? It's been 10 years away since we were in the Super Bowl. We've muddled about here a little bit. We've tried some different little soft half measure approaches. Let's go all the way. And I'm not even saying, and even you're advocating of it, Empower, I'm not saying all the way in the Rams approach or some of these other teams' approaches like the Saints, who yearly are $90 million over the salary cap. I'm not saying that. That's not what I'm saying. But you can be aggressive. You can go a little outside the 2-3 year plan, stretch a little bit beyond that, and still be doing some things, like I said, where you trade back and you get a future first, where you do get a little bit of the best of both worlds at that point. So I love it, Empower Code. I love your spirit. I'm with you. Let's fly. Let's go. Let's take this weak-ass NFC. Why not us? Why not us? That's all I'm saying. Thank you, though, man. You're awesome on the dono. Garth, appreciate you on the $5 donation, man. He says, gotta say, if the Hawks draft is 65% as excellent as your PFF mock, I think we'll be at least as happy as we were the last draft. Super Bowl contender? Maybe. So all I'm saying, Garth, is I think you can pull it off. And a lot of times when you have people make these trades, Garth, where they go, okay, I'm going to trade this guy back and I'll trade all the way back here and then I'll move away. And you go, that's not really realistic in pulling it off. But when you have the 5th pick in the draft and you're willing to move off that, let's say twice, and then you move off 20 once, yeah, you can stack those second rounders up at that point. And if you're sitting at a place where there is that pivot spot, where there's the player who gets really that team just salivating over them, where you're at 5, you got the last quarterback on the board, sense of urgency. You really want it, Carolina? Do you really want it, Carolina? Do you want it, Carolina? Well, then you got to pay for it. And then they give it to you. You move back once, and then Green Bay goes, hey, we want to come up to you. Hey, okay, one more. We'll take another second-round pick for 4 or 5 spaces. Now off 2 trades before you've even touched your other picks, you've already added those extra couple. I'd love to see a Garth. Regardless of them taking the players I wanted to see them, they could take any number of other iterations. But the amount of talent then you stack, and you fully at that point, to me, take full advantage of all of those Denver picks, of having that 5th overall pick in the draft at that point. But glad to hear you like it as well, man. Megan, another $10 donation from Megan Gock-Roger. Thank you, Megan. I really do appreciate it. She says, Ollie had an accident at school yesterday. Sand met eyes and ended up in the ED. And all he kept saying, according to my brother, was, want to talk to B now, Daddy? Oh, your brother probably is shaking a fist at times saying, will it never end? Will it never end? Oh, tell Ollie I said to hang in there. Tell him why I hang in there. Hopefully they got that sand met eyes. Oof, sand in the eyes is not good. That stuff is, that's painful. That can really hurt. It never feels like you get it out either. It's one of those things where you gotta just sit there and still there's still something in there. I'm telling you, there's still, I can feel the piece in my eye. No, it's there. I know what you saw. I can feel it in there. I'm telling you. Just no, wash it out again. Poor kid though, man. Hope he's okay, Megan. And that's hilarious. Tell him I said to stay strong. Stay strong. It'll pass. Appreciate you, Megan, for all the donos though. And it's good to hear you're doing better. Well, slightly better. Dislocated shoulder. Redislocated shoulder is not. It's kind of a migraine off, dislocated shoulder on. So kind of an load balance thing almost there a little bit, one to the other. So hopefully that gets through you quick on it. That's tough. Shoulders are painful too. But appreciate you, Megan. Thank you so much for the donation. Kevin Mullen, thank you for the $10 donation. Says, I would have traded Nwosu versus Darrell Taylor, saved $10 million on cap, but interior would be sick. Question, with the new pass rush specialist, do you see the defense being compartmentalized because Pete Carroll is done post 2024? And I'm okay, by the way, Kevin, thank you for the $10 donation. If you wanted to switch the other two between that, I'm okay with that. I think that you've got a decision to make between Taylor and Nwosu long-term this next offseason. And if you want to go with Taylor instead, and that's the choice that is the lab, then that's fine. I'm okay if they wanted to switch. It was just more of, I think, of those three, when I look at those 3 bodies with 2 of them and Taylor and Nwosu being due off the books in a year from now, I go, let's maybe get some assets for that into rebuilding this back through it a little bit differently. So I'm okay with that if you want to go that way with it. And like you said, you would save the $10 million with Nwosu or somewhere in that neighborhood, I think. Would it be $10 million you save with Nwosu? Yeah, it's about, it's 9, a little bit below 9, but your point still stands on that, Kevin. With new pass rush specialist, do you see the defense being compartmentalized because Pete Carroll is done post 2024? I don't think so. Carroll's not really been much of a compartmentalizer in his historical past when it comes to the way you're kind of meaning it, which I would like them to do that. I think that's the way in a lot of respects, Kevin, the NFL's kind of going. But I think he'll look at it as more rotational thing, keeping guys fresh, having, where you go, oh, okay, our first two series, the defensive linemen are out there on the field. The third series, then we're putting in the backups, right? I mean, even like the Niners do this type of stuff, where Bosa might be off on the third series, then the whole complete third series, they're just like saving him. So it's more about that rotational you get in there. But that's why I like having the depth of it, because when you go to then that third crew and you're going to them early, or that second crew and you're going to them early, now you're putting out guys that aren't just going to completely get rumple stomped down the football field by the offensive line because they're just not good enough. You've got guys that can still be very challenging and maybe every bit as good as the front line guys. So I don't think it is that. Yes, they have used at times some guys like Taylor, and they did this year, Kevin, where I guess, I kind of went around the world in this. They kind of did that with Taylor last year by the end of the year for what you were talking about. Like they took Taylor as a pass rusher only, and they removed him on early rundowns. One of the reasons that Boye Mafe didn't get as many pass rush snaps was because he'd be there early downs, and then he comes off the board, and now Taylor comes in for the pass rush points and times. So, you kind of did that a little bit even already with Taylor going forward. So I guess I got to take back a little bit of what I said with that, because with Taylor, they did apply it. But historically, Carroll's tended to just rotate guys through as you're part of the rotation. Guy gets gas, get out, or we've got you set for a certain amount of snaps. It's as much as anything, I think from my standpoint, it's, if we looked at the data would tell us that, keeping pass rushers and keeping defensive linemen under a certain percentage of the snaps gets the best of their performance out of them, which is then informing you towards the need to stack up a more depth-ridden and talented-ridden defensive line rather than just looking to the front line guys to save the day. I think that's the real key point kind of learned. And I think that's one that they do know within this organization as well, because when they had their greatest success 9 years ago, that's exactly the type of defensive line that they stacked up. The Camper Report with the $5 donation, and thank you to everybody for all the kind donos today. Appreciate you. Thank you too to Camper Report. Runs a great little 49er channel on his end of things, folks. So if you're looking for some Niner content to side eye from time to time, not the worst of ways to go. He says, what do you think about the draft Turner, DJ Turner? Do you think the Seahawks could get him? What about the Niners? I have looked at DJ Turner. So certainly he lit the combine on fire with the 4.26 40, and then he had a 1.47 10-yard split, which is electrifyingly fast. You don't see guys posting those numbers. Big vert, long broad, short arms. This is the big issue with DJ Turner, Camper, is that there's some pretty deep data in regards to this about, cornerbacks with under 32-inch long arms being able to start on the outside at the NFL level. There are only, I think, like 2 or 3 guys. I could be wrong on this, but I thought I saw the stat on this not about 3 weeks ago that posted that if you have under 33-inch long arms or 32-inch long arms, you're not going to be able to start on the outside at corner in the NFL. At 30 3/4, he's only about 1.25 inches off, but he is kind of off a little bit with that to a degree. He's really sudden. He is really fast, so he's not just track speed. It does show up, and that, when he puts his foot down and goes, it's quick. Both of the defenses that we run right now with Niners and our Seahawks tend to run a little more zone heavy. And that's definitely his thing that he was doing in a lot of the tape I saw. I think he can run some man stuff, but he definitely worked. I'm just kind of looking through my notes a little bit too. He definitely worked a little bit in zone as well there at Michigan. So he does a great job. I guess his one standout skill to me is and not a lot of cornerbacks can do this, it's the pinning the receivers to the sideline on 9 routes, Camper. So a receiver comes off the line of scrimmage, and you've got the receiver and he's trying to run by the cornerbacks, and really good cornerbacks can kind of just angle a guy to the sideline where the receiver just eventually doesn't, and the receiver's just trying to run as fast as they can. And with a guy like Turner, because he's so fast, you're not running by him, so he can be running step for step for you, and just kind of like picture cars on a road, and one car's just kind of not even hitting the other car, but just sort of forcing them off of their path as they go the 9. And you watch his tape with Turner, when you're trying to run the 9 route on him, he's going to stay on top of it, and you're not beating him deep. And that part's notable because in the zone and the concepts that the Seahawks and Niners run, one of the things those coaches look for, secondary coaches look for first and foremost, is the ability to stay on top, especially when you're playing zone. And that's what we want you to do above all else, especially if you don't have safety help. But I do think that he does get a little bit grabby. I don't think he's got the best hands, so taking away the football is not going to be something that's his thing. He's a pretty good tackler. But I feel like with the 4.26, with the combine scores he put up, it's going to elevate him in a way that probably shouldn't. He probably should have been one of those guys, Camper, that went to their original slotted point off of the film you watched. But because of his combine, that's going to be enough to elevate him another round or 2 higher than he should go. So you'll feel good about him as a player, but you'll feel like I took him about 1.5 rounds higher than I really wanted to take him. That's kind of my feeling on it with it. Very, very grabby, especially when they put him in press. Like when he gets uncomfortable, he just starts grabbing. And, he's got the athleticism and speed not to do that stuff at times. But you don't take the ball away and you got a little bit of that grabbiness on tape. I can't make you like you think 4.26 and all that's like, well, now he's a second round pick. Definitely. No, shouldn't be. Not, and especially not with the arm limitations at 30 3/4 inches. It should be more, to me, my opinion, third, fourth round guy is probably really the better spot for him. And remember, when he runs that 4.26 and the 1.47, he's doing it at 180 pounds. He ain't doing it at what you'd like to be seen at like 205 for a corner, or at least maybe 15 pounds heavier. So it's like, well, when I add the 15 pounds, is he 4'4" now? Where's he at with that? I don't know. I'm not as high on him, Camper. He's all right. He's got legit speed. He's got some fun tools to him, but it ain't all gravy, Thank you though for the donation, man. I really do appreciate it. Garth Knight, thank you for another $5 donation. And he says, congrats at Randall McDaniel. Brando, give Randall a Pauly Shore welcome to the new edition. Absolutely, buddy. Randall McDaniel, adding to the flock. I see you. Look at Randall being active. Cool. Squeezing up on the juice, getting a little baby. All right, Randall. Thank you for the $5 donation, Garth. Randall, Pauly's happy for your night. He sees you. He goes, great for you, Randall. Oh, buddy's a little active. Cat's head turns up. Thank you guys all for the donations, though. Man, it took me almost about an hour to get through all the donations. Thank you, though, for all of the donations. You guys are tremendous, as you guys always are, on the support. Pauly's thankful, too. Gar, like the donations, putting a little bit of bread in the bucket, adding some stacks. I hope everybody's having a great night, though, and thank you so much. But yes, above all that, congratulations to Randall for the new baby in the world tonight. We got a new Seahawk fan was born tonight under a bold moon. Tom Eden says no notification again. What the hell? I don't know what it is with the notification stuff. And yeah, I do have the schedule up now though, Tommy. So for me, I'm on my schedule. I'm on that 5 o'clock Wednesday, 4 o'clock, 4 to 5-ish on Sunday. We're kind of locked in on that one for sure. So even if I don't have the schedule of it up, but I got to figure out how to do the scheduling system on Streamlabs OBS. I'm bad with it. It doesn't work right. I've tested it a couple times, got frustrated and said, to hell with this. Aaron Donald, yo. How you doing? Ethan, hello. Nick, what's up? Devo Martzall, how you doing? Rob Terrell, let's go. Swedish Fish. Daily reminder, Orange Cat deserves a Hawks jersey. I'm thinking Walker jersey. Yeah, I'd put her in a jersey, but she would just look at me and with such anger in her eyes if I did it. I'd want to do it, don't get me wrong. And look, I'm going to be doing a segment here, Swedish, where I have her guessing the Hawks schedule. I'm going to put like treats on the schedule for each opponent, for Hawks and the opponent, and she's got to pick one. And, I would love to put her in a little Hawk jersey. That would no doubt get some views, but she might not ever forgive me. That's the only downside of that. But she's a good girl. She's a good girl. Seattle 808 says we're all eating at Gino's Pizza. Oh, we're having a full pizza to ourselves too, not just a couple slices, but I want the full pizza. I want it all. Tommy says Orange Cat needs a Boz jersey and a lightning bolt mullet. That Boz jersey would be the one. You're on point with that one, man. Boz jersey would be absolutely 100% the right one. And Power Coast says, did you hear Gino's new contract is a steal? His base contract is 3 years, $75 million, $25 million a year, and the rest is based heavily on incentives. We got a fantastic deal. Indeed we did. And I think it's going to look even better here as we go forward because there will be bonus money here, in Power. They didn't just give him base all the way. He's going to get some bonus involved in this, I would think. I'd be very surprised if this was all base. Cameron Robinson says, oh boy, the list of players that Pete Carroll, John Schneider talk with is impressive. We are for sure filling the needed holes to be filled. Let's get it, Hawks. Hawks for life. Ooh, people coming in pumped up today. It ain't off season. It ain't March 8th. It's prime time in people's hearts right now. I'm feeling that energy off the donos, off the chat. Let's go. I'm glad. Pedal down, right? Let's go. Let's push this. And you're right. I'm very excited by the guys that I'm hearing them talking to. There's nobody that they've talked to that I've cringed at. Usually they talk to somebody where you go, not him, not him. But every one of these guys, if we walk away from this draft of any one of them in varying places in the draft that you're going to find them, you'd feel your team is better. Your team has been improved. You know, and that's all we can ask them to do this offseason is get us better, get us more improved. Build upon what you've already put through. And yeah, it gets me excited too, Camera. It gets me thinking more and more that they changed track last year in their drafting philosophy. They moved down a different lane, and now they're going to stay in that lane, which gives you that much more confidence that they can replicate the success from last season and that draft. Love it. I love the energy in here tonight, man. I'm feeling this. I'm feeling this. Diego says, okay, take the road. Chicken God, you almost can't lose drafting Richardson because if he doesn't work out, he would still command significant draft capital in a trade before having to commit to a veteran contract. Yeah, that's why I say there's not a downside with taking him now. The only downside is that you're maybe a little less in on next year, let's say. It is certainly just a move into the now or into the future as much as anything versus having some other moves you're liking to do that would go together with that would then be for the, for the moment, the signing of free agent deals, and whatnot. So, it would be a little bit more indicative of a bit of a patient process patient approach if they took that one. But, yeah, I certainly think, that, sorry, I lost my thought on that one. I certainly think that it's a smart approach to potentially go that. I didn't in my offseason dream plan, but I certainly wouldn't admonish it or get mad at it if they did Chicken God. It's an approach based on a lot of logic and reason to take that route with it. Megan with the $5 donation says, I'm having trouble keeping up and my shoulder is very painful, so I can't sit for long. Well, no worries, Megan. If you got a call, it's okay. I definitely don't want you to be in pain doing the mod stuff here tonight if that's rolling like that, but hang in there with it. I hope it's not too bad and it doesn't linger with you on it, but I understand it completely if it's got to go that way with it, so no worries. Kyle, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you as well, Kyle. Says Pete Carroll with the receipts. He loves making people look stupid. The media and every expert last year, and now Sauce Hold'em Gardner. Hashtag go Hawks. Yeah, that was a weird one with the whole turn on that situation. Sauce bringing it up that Carroll was like and then Carroll having the video going, oh, was I really? Well, here's the video. So, but we saw it last year, didn't we, Kyle? I mean, with the whole, it started right around the start of the year where a once normal Pete who, would always take the high road, who's never going to, say anything about anyone ever and just kind of just be positive about everything. And, they said, well, Carroll, should the fans boo Russ when he comes back? I'm like, well, let them decide what they do, Well, whatever they want to do. I don't know, I mean, Carroll, you're not going to say them telling them not. I mean, if they want to boo, they should boo if that's what they're feeling like doing. That's what they feel they should do, If they feel like somebody stabbed them in the back and tried to get them fired, maybe they should boo them. You had every right on that, and sounds like you had every right on this one with Sauce too, or it wasn't anywhere near you. I think Sauce just wanted to come to Seattle, and being stuck out in crappy old New York that never wins is like he's realizing where his career is going to be at. And he's like, well, I'm in the bright lights of Losingville. I got extra reporters to talk to me about every single loss that we have to experience. Well, I guess they're getting Aaron Rodgers now, so all New York's fixed. Yeah, we'll see how that one works. We'll see how that one goes. I'm sure that one's completely set up for success in that situation. Appreciate you though, Kyle. Thank you so much. Diego, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I really do appreciate it. And thank you, Diego, as well, for the $5 donation. I appreciate you on that as well, man. He says, go Broncos, in before ban, laughing out loud. Well, thank you for the $5 donation, Diego. And, no ill will from my standpoint to Russell Wilson at this point, or to see him have anything bad happen. And, he's getting a guy in Peyton, it's a little bit obvious to say right now, but I always thought that this was the case going back even a couple of years ago, that, where Russell wanted to go in his career in his mid late 30s and how he wanted to progress. He needed a coach like Peyton that could kind of teach him some of the advanced stuff of offense, and not only teach him, but have the gravitas to be able to force him into playing in that style. And that Russ might kind of resist it at first, but come to find that that's the best thing for his game. And I think that other coaches might try to have done that, like a Hackett might have tried to have done it, or like a Schottenheimer might have tried to have done it, but they couldn't carry enough of that big enough stick, so to speak, to be able to get the player to really, listen and lock in on it. And if he does, and certainly there's no other coach I think out there that was available that could have done it at that point, Diego. So you guys got the best possible solution to the troubles at hand. And I like Sean Payton a lot as a coach. So I don't know where Russ is going in the long term in the future, but I do know that certainly Russ is in good hands with Sean Payton, and hopefully can avoid the ban. Garth, thank you for the $5 donation. Garth, I appreciate you for the triple quad dono tonight. It says, I'm a Bronco fan who followed Russ. When you get done laughing, tell me what your left-handed brain would do to fix the team with little to no draft. Yeah, I got you on that, Garth. Well, you're really in a place right now at this point of operating from two different mindsets. If you're Sean Payton looking at the Broncos going forward, one mindset is what to do about next year. And then the mindset beyond that is, okay, what steps do we now take beyond that? And one kind of informs into the other. And what I mean by that is if the Russell Wilson situation is going to be due to fail and not work, now the way you move forward and how you rebuild the team is going to look vastly different than if you were able to salvage this Russell Wilson season this year. First, it starts with philosophy with the Broncos. And as I've said for a while now with Russell, he's not a high volume passer, nor will he ever be one. That's okay. He can still be a very good player in this league. He can still lead a team very far by not being that. But then that requires the understanding of, okay, I need to have an offensive line first and foremost that can control this action in both elements. I've got to have a great running backing line that can also do some pass protection stuff for him, because he is going to be a guy that's going to hold the ball a little bit longer naturally anyway. Having an offensive line that can do that a little bit better would be beneficial to him, I think, highly so. So you're not going to be able to get that fixed really into this offseason. You don't have the draft picks to do it. Monetarily speaking, if you look at the free agents that are out there, is there a guy that jumps out that's really going to help them out as it stands right now? Well, they're kind of stuck right now. I mean, I maybe go look and see if I could find a right tackle, but Garrett Bowles is going to be there for at least the next year. That's why I say this is a bit of a 1 year thing here, Randall, where you've got to see like, okay, is Garrett Bowles come back and play okay? Does Russ able to work with Peyton and get better from that? Kind of that instructs you on anything else beyond that. So there isn't really the major big moves they make this offseason personnel wise. It's more about committing to a rushing based attack, working off the play action, a lot more under center stuff, a lot less of Russell Wilson and shotgun, balanced, if not run heavy. And that's leaning towards the defense at that point, the good defense at that. And then beyond this year, it's then going forward, getting the offensive line, even before getting him skill position players. It's like, get him an offensive line. Get a line that can move holes, open holes in the run game, move people off the line, and then can pass protect on the other side of it. And if you do that, I think Russell throwing 25, 30 times a game, he can be still very dynamic in that. I'm sure they were like, well, we aren't paying him to do that. Yeah, you got to get outside of that, like what they're paying him to do. It's like, it's not about what you're paying Russell to do. It's about what will make the team and Russell Wilson the most successful. And that's the only way you're going to salvage the value of that contract and salvage the deal. But I would go that path with it, Garth. I would really lean into that aspect of things and just doing some old school football. Get that safety up into the box to stop the run. Now let Russ hit over the top on the 9 routes. It's one of those like, don't have to overthink it kind of things on that, right? Megan, thank you for, again, another donation. Megan, thank you so much. I know you're in some pain, but I appreciate all of the donations on the channel here tonight and for hanging in there as a mod tonight. I'm sorry about you being in so much pain. She says, 12s, I'm having a very hard time keeping up due to the migraine and badly painful shoulder. Please keep things civil in the chat, and I will try harder to keep up. Oh, thank you, Megan. You're doing just fine. And we've got as many people as ever in the chat. So, folks, if things do get a little bit wild and ornery at times this off season and things, Megan does all she, of course, can. But we're going to definitely be getting our share now and into the future as stuff happens with the trolls and whatnot. That's going to be a little bit of the downside of the great growth that we're having here on this channel, is that you're going to pull them in like flies to crap. You know what I mean? But Megan, if you got to go, I understand completely. No worries on that. I wouldn't expect you to be even doing any mod stuff with your shoulder where it is right now. It's got to be hurting. You got to relax that and just keep it kind of immobile and, So I understand. No worries if you do on that. But thank you so much for the donation. I really do appreciate it. Brandon Moody says, Brandon was spot on. We're going all in. Did you hear Pete hype up Geno so much at the combine? This is Pete's grand finale. He wants to let all our fireworks off. That's right. Grandpa don't want to leave none of them in the basement. He says, that's been in there since 78. Get that sucker out there and light that up. Grandpa, isn't that going to be a little bit dangerous? Yeah. That's how we did it back in my day. We did a little bit of dangerous firework play, and you will too, boy. That's how you grew up to be a man. Look, you just spread a little chest hair right there by me saying that. So, yeah, let's go. Grand finale of Pete sounds good to me. I've had to wonder with this offseason whether you really believe that they have the stones to go all in or not. Look at it a little bit like this, Seahawks fan. If you're a little bit reticent to think that they could take the approach that I'm sort of prescribing, we don't know where this team's going to be at a year from now. A year from now, we could be on the verge of seeing this team sold. And that would mean Coach Carroll, whether he's looking at retirement or not, that could mean John Schneider, are looking at the proverbial end of the road if they have a team that is in a middling state. If they have a new owner who's taking over and he says, okay, you guys, you got to Super Bowls 10 years ago. It's great. Since 2015, what exactly is it you guys have, completely done here as far as making yourself into an elite team again? I mean, it seems like you've kind of struggled to get back to that spot. So if they've got something on they can resume that they can hit with the new owner and say, hey, look at this. Look at what we just did on the back of this rebuild. And I don't think they're going to be a necessarily bad reputation by a new owner, that means that they get fired 100%. But as I've said in the past, I also do think that owners have a predilection towards wanting to hire their people so they can take their share of the credit should there be any success. So I would love to see it. If this was a finale of a fireworks off with Coach Carroll, if this was his last ride, let's go. Let's go and let's go all in. Let's fire every gun, shoot every bullet. And then let's see where the dust settles. When all the smoke clears away, let's just see where it all falls. And let's not forget, this NFC is wide open. Wide open. Megan, another $2 donation. Thank you, Megan. I appreciate all the donos. She says, stepping away, I'm having a panic attack. Oh, my goodness. Well, hang in there. Just breathe and relax. I'm sorry, hon. Don't, just get some relaxation there. Chase Stern with a $5 dono. Thank you, Chase. Says, do you think Pete's done after this year? I think it's hard to say exactly on that, Chase. I do. I think it's a little bit of a year by year thing with him. And it probably depends on maybe the way this year goes. If the year's a complete horror fest and the team takes a step back, yeah, probably his last year. If the team goes out and wins a Super Bowl, yeah, probably his last year. If the team goes out and they, win a division and they get to the conference championship and they lose, is that his last year? No, he's probably coming back. Oh man, we got so close. Let's break through next year. I would think that he would think of it like that more than anything else. So probably the outcomes will probably vary on that. It's on the table on certain outcomes, Chase. On other ones, he would be returning, I would think. They get in the playoffs, they win the first round, still be trying to return, I would think, But Super Bowl, that'd be probably a pretty glorious sunset to ride off into. But even that's hard. This is hard for me to predict on this, Chase, because he's the kind of, again, one of those coaches I always thought was like, he'll go when you force him to go kind of thing. It's for good and bad, So he's a tough guy to predict on that because he's never really given any indication at all that he's even looking towards the end or that he thinks he's even close to the end. And he still seems to get really amped up. You haven't seen really a loss of energy, or that he seems like his spirit has, dimmed when it comes to his fervor for coaching and what he does. Jonah, Patrick Mahomes, and thank you, Chase, for the donations. Mega, thank you for all your donations too, and hang in there, sweetie. Jonah, Patrick Mahomes was taken because they couldn't pass him up, and he was supposed to sit behind Alex Smith, but then Alex Smith got hurt, and the rest is history. There you go, Jonah. There it is. I do think, Jonah, he got a full year. And I think Mahomes got hurt, I thought, the next year, or maybe it was the end of the first year, but he did sit at least, I think, a lot of that first season to kind of sit and sort of learn. But you're right. I mean, you've got a guy in Geno Smith, I think, that was very close around the age of where Mahomes was, or where Smith was. And when you guys are 32 years old, going to be 33 years old in October, there's a higher chance you could get injured. And having a really talented guy you could draw off the bench, especially for a Super Bowl contending team, is not the worst route to go. Sean Hines, Hawks Nest, did you hear Sean Kemp, the Sonic Superstar, was booked into Pierce County Jail for a drive-by shooting at the Tacoma Mall today? Holy mackerel. No, I didn't. That's sad to hear. Oh Lordy. Brian Meyer says, Sean Hines, my report says, same birthday, same name, different guy. Oh. Jeez. Okay. So hopefully it wasn't Sean out there in Tacoma. We got some Niner fans in the chat today. All right. Now I see why I see why things are stirred up a bit. Church of Sacred Cacti. I say we take Richardson at 5 unless Carter's available. Richardson is one of the kind talent you only find at the top of the draft, which Seattle never is. Use 20 and second rounders for lines. I think it's a smart approach, Church. Even though it wasn't in my dream offseason necessarily, I still say it is still a very smart approach. And I think that there's not just one pathway to slaying this dragon. The Seahawks can go down, you can go through the forest of quarterback love. You can go through the hills of defensive line talent. You can go through the mountains of offensive linemen. You can go a lot of different ways and get around to that dragon and slaying it. So it ain't just one path. And I've warmed up to Richardson. I think that the combine performance on top of what you see from him on tape is enough to pair together, along with knowing you have the situation, to give him what is really necessary in drafting Richardson, which is that time on the bench, at least one season, to learn, to mature, to just figure the position out a little bit better, and then he's going to be good to go. So I'm with it. I'm in favor of it. I'm okay with it, and be a good approach. Kurt Bernard says, I like it, but that's a lot of draft picks. Has anything like this been done before? No. I would say that it's not really been done in this respect before. Let me see. How many picks did I end up with in the second round? I had So I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 picks in the second round, I guess, total. So that's quite a few picks. So definitely nothing like that's been done before. And that is an awful lot of picks to do something like that in that round. But I think the reason that you don't see it done is not necessarily because it's not a potential smart process for teams to do it in. I think you don't see it done a lot of times because most drafts aren't somewhat, to me, in my opinion, built like this draft is, number one. But number two, what I've really built that arsenal of picks off of, Kurt, is moving out of 5 at the top of a draft. And if teams are going to move out of that 5 place, they're going to tend to move out of that 5 place or move out of that top 5 pick and move way back. It's going to be to accumulate really those future draft picks, the future firsts, the future seconds. You're not going to see as much pairing everything directly to that year's draft. And if you have a team that's committed to move back a couple of times And I would argue that, Kurt, if you have a team that's picking up at the top of that draft, they don't have sort of the built-in goodwill of Schneider to be able to have the sort of the stones to move back that many times and know that they're not going to be questioned by ownership. But I think in John, he knows he can move back those times because the talent of the draft, once I move back even to 9, the guy I'm getting at 9 is not that different than the guys we saw that I got at 16 in Cansey. Cansey and the level of player I got at 9 was not a big difference, but there might be one guy like a Quentin Johnson the Packers want to move up for or something there, right? And so that draws them to come up, or another team to come up at that point. But that's on the backbone of what allows it to happen, really, is the majority of those picks come from there, and the 2 picks we already have built in from the Broncos in our own. I mean, that right there is basically 4 of those picks in that. So you already have 2 to start things off, which kind of gave you that head start on a little bit. But that's the benefit of being able to move back in that way. But it's also such a unique position that most teams just don't have. If they move back that many times, Kurt, I feel like they'd be very highly questioned by their ownership for doing so. But then our ownership won't, because I think Schneider can go to Jody and be like, look, this is a weakened draft. Once we get outside of the first, really 5 picks or 8 picks, it's just not there. They're good guys. There's some solid guys here, but they're all in the same kind of mix of talent, talent level, potential, all that. Brian, who's in for trying to sign Jason Kelce as a free agent? He ain't going to leave the Eagles, my guy. There's no way he's leaving the Eagles. Clamp God, we ain't scared of Lance either. How did trading 3 firsts and 2 seconds work out for you? You're talking to Denver. Well, now we got some trolls in today. Was it my thumbnail? Thumbnail bringing out the trolls. I love it. Diego donated, though. You're not a troll, Diego. If you donate, you're not a troll at that point. Maybe troll in the chat. Garth, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate you. Says, at Megan is like a defensive back in the chat. She says she's leaving, which baits the trolls and then steps in for the pick 6. I love that. That's a great metaphor. I love it. These Aussies are slick. I love it, Megan. Let's go. She's got that footwork, Garth. She can swivel with the footwork. I love it. You got to be reactive when you're a cornerback, She gets in that drop and then puts that foot down, plants it, and goes. So we got a lively one with some folks in here today, Megan. I don't know what it was. I think my thumbnail was something about my thumbnail. Must have caught some folks. Oh, Lordy. That's hilarious, Garth. Megan's setting up those quarterbacks, setting up those trolls like that. Get them think there's a space open. Nope, shut. Gotcha. Chase, another $10 donation on top of the $5, man. Thank you for the double dono, brother. You're very kind. Very, very kind. Says, if Pete retires next year, is there any candidates that catch your eye? It's a good question. Admittedly, I've never really done the deep dive of who's out there as far as a really, great coaching prospect that's out on that market that is a younger guy maybe that I need to be more aware of, that's on the rise, and people are really like, this is the next guy. I do gravitate, now that Peyton's off the board, to kind of the second guy I've always sort of looked at that's going to eventually come back to the NFL at some point, and that's Harbaugh with Michigan. I think that he would be a guy that certainly to me would be interesting to add him here, and I'd be in favor of that. I'd like to see how Lincoln Riley continues to progress as a USC coach. I think that he has a lot of upside and potential. I don't think that he's necessarily quite there to be ready to be an NFL coach yet, but he definitely is, I think, in the, he's in the lane on his way. Beyond that, it does get a little bit lean for me as far as having good options. If Mike Tomlin was ever to head out of Pittsburgh, that, if that becomes a situation that doesn't last, that'd be somebody that I would take a look at. But aside from those guys, I don't have a lot of great other options. There isn't just a, ton of guys sitting on the open market that just make a lot of sense as sort of no-brainer kind of options out there. I'd have to do more of probably a real look into who is the hot assistant coaching commodities on the rise, like your Desai type was, last year. Who's that guy coming up? And I don't know yet right now on that one, Chase. I don't. But I think Harbaugh would be great if you have a Super Bowl ready team already. You're not just building something, and he's ready to come in and get the most out of that team. I think he could. And this might be an attractive spot for him at that point if you could kind of offer that, especially if he had his quarterback already in place here. You know? So it wouldn't be the most popular among Seahawks fans. There's a lot of people who hate Harbaugh, and I get that. But from my standpoint, I think he is a quality head coach. And I think he did some really good things with the Niners at the pro level. You know, I thought as much as he's done good work for at the college level, I do think he's kind of a good. I like the areas he brings as a pro coach. You know what I mean? But I'll try to keep my eye a little more, Chase, on guys that might be a little bit more jumping out to me that I hear about. They're like, how about maybe this guy over here? You know, maybe that guy over there. You know. Garth with another $5 dono. Thank you, Garth, for all the donations. It says, if and when Pete retires, he'll sit alongside Ryan Seacrest on Dick Clark's Rockin' New Year's Eve, being excited to see the newest boy bands perform. Yeah, maybe. He's earned his retirement at that point, Garth. He can do whatever he wants at that point, you know. I don't know if he leaves you think he goes back to California? I don't know. I think he stays Pacific Northwest. I think he probably just kind of hangs out. I think he's going to want to still, even when he's retired, Garth, he's going to want to like be around the facility and still come check things out, you know. There's no way you're keeping Carroll, I would think not, you know, away for long periods of time with that. But, yeah, hey, Dick Clark, Pete Carroll, forever young, Garth, right? The ageless ones, they who do not age. Get them, chat. Get them Niner fans. For those listening in, we're having some lively discussion down there on the chat with some of these Niner fans. Goodness gracious. Yeah, we got trolls in the chat, and I'm sure you're making my mods spin in circles trying to keep up with your stuff. Like, yeah, I understand that trolling's fun and all that. You're free to do it, but we're definitely, as far as the Seahawks channel and me here in particular, and most folks who come into this chat, we're really not in that lane of football fanship. I mean, you can provoke people and push people out with it if you want, and it's whatever it is with it, but it's certainly not something we're trying to roll with here, really. You know, we're trying to have good, honest football discussion. I'll talk to a Bronco fan about your team, and no shade thrown. Just let's talk personnel. Let's talk the team. You know, it doesn't accomplish much with the just throwing stuff at each other kind of thing. You know, but I understand that's a little bit of the way on the normal online mode of some channels with that. Red Ace says, how high would you take Mazi Smith? I know last Davis went in the first. Not sure where Travis Jones was drafted. Travis Jones was a third rounder, Red Ace. I think that Mazi's not got the upside offered of Jordan Davis, who went last year in the mid-first. And he's closer aligned to Travis Jones to me. I think he's probably a mid to late second rounder to maybe even early third. He doesn't give you a lot as a pass rusher. So, you know, I love him as a run stuffer. I drafted him in my mock. I think he's the best zero tech run stuffer maybe in this draft, and that's going to provide value. He does give you a little bit as far as a pass rusher, just doesn't give you much. And I don't think he offers a whole lot of upside with that either, but he is a wall in the middle of a defense. And we do have to, at the forefront of this offseason, look at, you know, not only improving our trenches, but getting better at stopping the run. Megan says, Pete is the same age as my dad when he passed away 6 years ago. So please wrap Pete in a bubble, wrap and keep him safe. Exactly. Well, it's hard to keep Pete in the bubble, Megan. He keeps kicking, you know? Devo Marcel says they're saying it is Kemp. Oh, wow. Megan says Pete's like ollie on scooters. That's for sure. He's got that youthful energy. White Wise says Seattle many times trades down in the first, but if Seattle's stuck for Cross at 9, you wouldn't think they would stick for Carter or Anderson at 5. If they do trade down, I think it's for a big haul. No, I do definitely think it's a possibility. They just stand pat and take who they take there. Why do I? I do. I mean, it's, I certainly would probably present maybe a little bit more presentation to do on this would be to say, well, here's what I think John Schneider's likely to do, to make this happen. And you might be right that would be what they do, but do remember with that picking of Carter last year and that really great article that we saw that's still available online that was written by, I think it was Boiling, that got us a chance wide to wide to be able to see what was going on in the draft room. And at the time in the draft room, when they were still having picks before them at 9, they were putting some feelers out there about trading up, or trading down. Both of those were options that were on the board. They just didn't get what they wanted. And so I think that they're going to be open for business with this, but you're also right in that I think it's going to take quite a big haul in order for them to, make that move at that point, especially if they have an elite talent on the board like a Carter or like an Anderson. But I do like the thought process of collecting a lot of second round picks and just building that core up out of this draft from that more than any one guy at the top of the draft, really absent Carter. But then even with Carter, there's those character question marks that, now have risen a bit more and provide a little bit of pause potentially. But if they want to go that route, I wouldn't be against it. Kurt Bernard says 71 is the new 55. There we go. Megan says, I wanted to meet Pete and John, but my anxiety would have had me burst into tears in front of them, which would have had me crawling into a hole. That's right. David says, we need the linebacker position addressed, but I haven't heard you or Brendan talk about Trenton Simpson much. Is he just not that good? No. No, he's good. I think it's a timing thing. I can't speak for Brendan on this one, David, but for me, it's a timing thing in the draft for where Trent Simpson will go. And so if I do like I did in my proverbial scenario where I moved back a couple of times and ended up picking around 14, 15, 16, that would be the theoretical place that you would take a Trenton Simpson. But if I have Kalijah Cansey sitting there on the board in front or a Brian Breezy, I'm probably going to go for the defensive lineman over the middle linebacker at that point. It's big. It's more of a need, and they're maybe even if not better, they're at the very least equivalent players as far as talent level to Simpson at the middle linebacker position. There's a big question with Trent Simpson when it stands on this that's very important, and that's you go back to the 2021 tape, and he looks great, but he's really running out. He's really doing what he's doing from the outside. It's a lot of edge rush stuff. It's a lot of him basically kind of flowing all over the defense a little bit. And when they moved him now, David, more to the middle linebacker role this year, it was a bit more of a mixed bag. He wasn't quite as impactful. He was kind of still learning the position there a little bit. He's got the physical tool set that's elite and that we'll see him drafted in the first round. But if I've got a little bit of those questions and then I've got the Cansey there or Breezy there instead, I think you go with the defensive tackle and rather in that realm of it. Even if we talk about 20, David, and we're sitting there and it's a Breezy or a Simpson, I think that there's a draw to take Simpson there, but you really got to hammer the defensive line, I think, first and foremost, and you can come back and get a middle linebacker talent in the second or third round, David. You're not really going to be able to come back into the second or third round, and at least in the late second round and third round, and probably get that kind of talent of a defensive tackle. Is there a big difference, David, in Dan Henley, who I get in the mid-second round, to Trenton Simpson at the end of the day? Not really. Pretty close from a player standpoint there. And in certain respects, Henley might have some better attributes to him at times. It's just that with Simpson, he provides the pass rush ability off the edge. So I'm not anti him, but I do think that it's just the way the draft kind of unfolds a little bit. Dream Forge Contractors says, live stream every other night. You're a legend, B. Hey, my pleasure, man. That's the hope here, is that we eventually are able to do this just about every day. So that's the goal. That's the vision, and I'm marching towards it. Brian says, how could we do a fan round one mock during a stream? Sounds fun, eh? Yeah, I think the way we've got to do it is I'd have to open up the Discord channel first and foremost, because if we're going to run a poll, I got to run a poll with like all of the potential names that we can pick in those spots. So I'm going to try to set something up like that, but that's the way we're going to have to do it, is that people are going to have to operate off of that. Because if with the YouTube polls, you can only run 4 options, which makes it a little bit tough when we're talking about a pick of, okay, here's our pick, I'll take these 4 options, and you're just not getting much. We can kind of maybe do some creative ways around it, but I think I'd have to do something like that. I'll try to set something up with that, Brian, that's a little before the draft, something we can put in place with that. I wish YouTube would just give you more options, Kurt says, I think they take their first 4 picks, but might trade the first, but that's it. Could be. And again, this is an off season for my Kurt. This is just my dream off season. Might not be the way they go, but they could absolutely go the way I went if they wanted to. But I get what you're saying. That might be likely. Megan says, can I have some Howard for my nerves, B? Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, strap yourself into your seat, because this Seattle Seahawks team is about to launch like a rocket into the stratosphere, into this off-season of promulgation, exacerbation, and delineation. They will come to find themselves at the top of the heap, best of the pops, the best and most elite team within this NFC structure after this offseason, due to the cantankerous, indubitable spirit of John Schneider and his ability to work like a warlock from the Renaissance era, the magic that was once castigated as dark and would see men burned on the stake. John throws caution to the wind, money to the fire, draft picks to the future, to round out the Seattle Seahawks team into a Super Bowl contending squad for the 2023 NFL football season. There we go, Megan. That was not bad today. He's feeling good. He's got his team ready to hit the NOS button. Let's go, Mr. Diesel. Appreciate you, Megan, though. Hopefully Howard's all right today. Trung Du, thank you for the $2 donation, Trung. I appreciate you. Very kind of you. Garth Knight with another $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. Says, Niner fans, I sent Brando the autographed Ricky Waters 8x10. Both our fan bases enjoyed his talents. We're all in this together. Sounds like the Niners are firing some shots at us today. Don't make no mistake about it right now. You know what happened is last night, some of the Niner content creators, they gassed up all the Niner fans with some Lamar Jackson top. We all know right now what they're going through right now, right? Where you have basically a nightmare scenario if you're a 49er team, where you have a Super Bowl ready squad, but you have a complete, I'm talking, they talk about that garbage pit that's swirling around in the Pacific that's the size of Texas. And that's kind of like what the 49er quarterback situation is right now. And so, that's going to cause you to get emotional and be drawn in a lot of different ways, and you're going to, and then they start inwarding themselves. They're attacking each other. And so somebody brought up Lamar last night, and we're going to trade Lamar for Nick Bosa. What are you, crazy? And they were going at it. So now there's been all that fighting between them. And now they go to their second place now. They go to their second attacking spot, which is of course us, I mean, they're coming at us next. It's just what they do. They try to kick the dog. We always duck up out the way, but it doesn't stop them from trying to still kick, So they're going some intense emotions right now, Garth, they definitely are. But yeah, we both had Ricky Waters. I'm going to say that he was more ours though, just because I would like to flame the Niner fans a little bit more today. So he's ours more than he's yours, As far as I'm concerned, if he goes into the Hall of Fame eventually on the Veterans Committee, then, Seahawk helmet. Sorry, Niners. Shouldn't have given him up. How about that? You valued him so much, don't let him go. Justin Rockstar, and thank you, Garth, for all the donos, brother. But thank you as well for the autographed Ricky Waters deal. Man, that was awesome of you, bro. Justin Rockstar with a $2 donation says, what free agent linebacker would you take? No Bobby. Okay, so I can't bring back Bobby, Justin. You're saying who would be the guy that I would look to jump on top of? I think I would go one of three different routes. I think I would look to lean back to Levante David as option one. If not Levante David, then I'm going to look to spend probably the big money at that point and going after Tremaine Edmonds from Buffalo. And if Tremaine Edmonds proves too costly, then my third option would be to go back to Pratt, the Cincinnati linebacker, is a little bit of a less costly, not quite as good option at that point as a third. So I would go 1, 2, 3 like that. And if not those three guys, Justin, we're SOL. Because it's not, I mean, at that point, it's like Denzel Perryman, if you're going for some just kind of mid, very, very, very mid kind of linebacker on a cheap deal, just trying to basically tread across the water until Jordan Brooks eventually comes back at that point. But those would be my three I would go with, if not Bobby. Thank you for the donation, though. Trung Du, thank you for another $2 donation. I appreciate the double donation. Trung says, top three scenarios at 5. Carter, Wilson, or Anthony Richardson as the third. So we've got Jalen Carter, Wilson, top 3 scenarios. Yeah. Trung, I think you're right on the button. That's right with it, man. If we're not saying that there's an option there to move back, you got to pick who's there, who's likely to be there at that point. Being realistic, and I think in your proverbial scenario, you're being realistic. Those are the 3 guys that I would be looking at mainly at that spot. That's who you jump on there. Depending on which one we value more. And so any of those 3 guys we walk away from at 5, very happy with that. You're not reaching for a player. You're not grabbing for somebody who doesn't deserve to go there. You're not getting a guy who doesn't have crazy high upside. You're not going for some high floor, safe player there at the position then. You're going for the big swing. You're trying to put it up in the second deck. And that's what I'd love to see. And if you're going to pick high, if you're going to make that selection, if you're not going to move back, then swing from your heels as far as I'm concerned. And certainly those 3 guys would be swing for your heels kind of draft pick selections. Trung. Thank you, though, for all the donations. I really do appreciate it. Why do I says, what's more likely, a tight end or wide receiver round 1 or 2? JSN is my ideal pick at 20 and can be a big impact game 1. And that's, of course, Jackson Smith-Njigba that he's talking about. I think why it absolutely is more likely that it's a wide receiver / I would even tell you why that wide receiver is probably the pick, absent the Hawks making some move at tight end some other place. They're not going to roll with 4 tight ends on the active roster, and that's why I had Noah Fant being moved for saving the $6.8 million is because of the fact that you have to make that move to then go pick a tight end. I don't think you can take one and roll with 4 on the roster at that point, unless you're committing to making Noah Fant a wide receiver, So I think wide receiver certainly is probably the more likely one. And that also is one that why when you're running the mock simulators and you're running through the different potentialities here, you arrive at the pick 20, for instance, and you're likely looking at maybe the second best wide receiver in this entire draft when you're sitting and looking at that selection, which, would only then draw you that much more likely if you're operating from a BPA, best player available, to then taking the receiver. That could be the most highest rated guy you have on the board. And there is a need here with Jackson because of the fact that he's a slot only guy and you have a need at slot right now. But of course, the last part of this is that you're making that pick, acknowledging at that point that Eskridge is done and that you're kind of out on him because Eskridge is also only a slot guy. So that's the one thing that pick would inform you of if you do make that selection is neither of those two guys are playing on the outside at the NFL level. I could see it. I could definitely see it. John Catalano says, I want to trade down and take Kalijah Kancey. Well, John, you and I are of like mind. That's exactly what I did in my trade down scenario. I moved down twice, grabbed myself Kancey with that pick right off the top of the stack. I went, give me my Kancey. Give me my Kancey. Greg Kemp says, why are people still trying to hype Michael Mayer to the Hawks when every tight end on the Hawks roster has 33 or 34-inch long arms and Mayer has only 31-inch long arms? People have been really high on Mayer, oddly to me, for a while now, Greg. I do see him as a late second-round guy because he's got a very good, well-rounded skill set. But I've when you look at especially how he ran at the combine and whatnot, you kind of go, what did he put up? It was pretty, like a really slow time, wasn't it? 4.740 at 6'4". So, yeah, and 32.5-inch vert, 118 broad. So explosive numbers weren't there with the 166 10-yard split. He just doesn't give you any kind of burst or speed that you would like ideally from the position. But a lot of people do love him. I don't know why though. I think people just kind of fell in love with him early in the process on that, Greg. Megan says, love Coach Riley. He smiled and waved at me at the Trojans games. I went to in LA. I've been big on him, Megan, and I'm going to track that guy. That's one of those young coaches I do kind of monitor on seeing his progress and what he continues to do. But he's definitely on my radar as we go into the future. Ethan Urban Meyer, I'd probably stay away from Urban. Mr. Isaac, good evening, Brando, in Hawaii right now. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks. I got to get over to my mom out there in Hawaii. It's about time. Megan says, Coach Riley said he loved my accent, but he's second in my heart to the silver-headed God. Fallen Delta, what about Shane Waldron as the next head coach? I guess I need to see a little bit more from him, Fallen. He's laying some groundwork. He's shown some things, but I need to see a little bit more. John Catalano says, Kalijah Kancey is potentially almost as good a prospect as Carter at defensive tackle, maybe better. What do you think? I don't put him as better, John, but you have to understand with me and Kancey, I'm extremely high on Carter. That's my number one prospect in this draft from how I see it. Absent the character stuff on pure raw talent, that's just where I see Carter. I don't think that you're wrong in the first part of what you said with this, is that he's almost as good a prospect as Carter for different kind of reasons and how he wins. The echoes of him to Donald are not lazy comparisons. They're very apropos, and those guys have more in common than they have discommon. But I don't think he's quite to that. He doesn't have the power and the length that Donald has. That's the two missing quotients within Kancey's game. He might have everything else, but those are the two parts that aren't quite there as much. All that being said, I have Kancey John as my number 2 defensive tackle on my board. So, when we talk about, whenever we get to the point, John, of trying to pull apart the prospects that are at this close of a level, at this high in the draft, we're really at that point, not nitpicking, but we're splitting hairs a little bit. He deserves to be right there with Carter in many respects. I just like Carter a little bit more, but as I did in my mock here, John, and as you can see in this mock over here on my shoulder, I traded down twice. Kancey was the first guy I went with. So, there's no doubt about it that is, when it comes to this draft, that was certainly a guy that I looked to target. And when I was sitting there at 15, that was the value on the board. And I think, John, if you traded down twice, he would be there, because here's where you get the upshot of his slight arms. If Kancey has 33-inch long arms, he's guaranteed to be a top 10 pick. At 30.5-inch arms, now I can get him at 15. And that's, I think that's the rub. Caleb Yost says top options for Seattle at pick 5 are take Carter or trade back for a future first if you can. Well, that's what I did, man. Carter wasn't there on my board when I was picking, so I moved my tail back a little bit. Nate, Dan Quinn. I'm not as high on Dan Quinn as kind of others are, Nate. I mean, he had a solid first run with Atlanta, but I'm not quite there. And I would really probably prefer bringing in an offensive-minded coach moving into the future. I think it's the easier way to win in the NFL is having an offensive-minded guy. And he'd fit in, Nate. I mean, Dan Quinn would be a fit here. He knows the area and stuff. But if you look at the NFL teams that are winning right now predominantly, you know, the defensive-minded head coaches are not doing as well as the offensive-minded head coaches. And, you know, I don't know. I'm just not quite there with Dan on that. I'd want to go for, I think, a bit bigger swing if we moved on. Seahawks Blue and Green says, anyone else think Lamar Jackson should sit out the season until week 10 and screw the Ravens season unless they trade him or give him a long-term deal? I know Megan probably does. Yeah, I can't really fault Lamar at this point if he's got to play some dirty tactics in this situation. I'm not really sure what the Ravens are kind of doing, to be honest with you. And maybe it's just a matter of the fact that the Ravens can't get any really true value for him as far as they see it, because whatever team trades for him knows they got to pay him that contract and nobody wants to pay the guaranteed money he wants. And so it just doesn't allow for a deal to be able to happen at that point. But, you know, the guy won an MVP for you. He's won the games. You should have already paid him by this point. You waited kind of a year longer. I sort of feel like Lamar last year was sitting out at the end when he could have played. Like if Lamar has a contract last year in the Ravens at the end of the year, you know, if he's in year one of a new deal, do you guys think he sits out the end of that season? Or do you think he goes out there and plays in that playoffs? You know, and if it's come to that point where the Ravens are hurting their own self in that by insisting on that value back that they get in some kind of deal, that's where you got to kind of the S or get off the pot, you know? And they're not really choosing to do one or the other here a little bit. This was a bit echoes of the game Dallas was playing with Dak, where it's just like, well, we really like him. We don't like him so much we want to pay him, but we really like him. And I get the whole guaranteed money throws this stuff askew, but you come down to it, you have a year, 2 years, 3 years to decide on this. Like, make your decision. Go and pick a direction with this. I think he eventually gets moved here, and he's not going to get as much draft capital back for the Ravens as they would like. But all that being said, you know, we're hearing more about a lot of these teams just being out on Lamar, that they just don't want to pay that kind of money, which I get. You could be looking at Lamar right now going, his best days are done, and he wants $250 million guaranteed. You know? People are saying like, oh no, I'm hearing a lot of talk about it being like, especially a lot of these former players are tweeting this out, that it's collusion. Oh, the NFL owners are colluding. It's like, no, they're not. No, they're not. Yeah. Deshaun Watson got paid a stupid contract by Jimmy Haslam with the Cleveland Browns owner. And, you know, this is the fallout of that. You know, he made a dumb decision. So all the rest of the owners, by their measure, should make a dumb decision because he's now created he's created as a regularity now, rather than something that's completely looked at and viewed as silly and stupid and dumb. And in retrospect, after the year of Deshaun Watson there, looks even more dumber. Dumb at the time and dumb in retrospect. And it's something that Lamar's chosen to insist on getting as an equivalent. So I get Ravens saying they don't want to pay him, but at the end of the day, you're going to have to come off your first and second round pick and just understand you stretch this out already a year too long. You probably, if you wanted to maximize the returns, you should have done it last year. You got to know at the right time to move the guys. And they've kind of lost that thread a little bit in this situation. And it's going to come to a head real fast. John Catalano says, I'm determined to get my Kalijah Kancey question answered. How do you feel about trading down from 5 and taking him? And John, I'm really sorry about, I'm behind on the chat a lot. I usually have well over 300 people in here. And so it does put me well behind the chat sometimes as we get a lot of questions and stuff. But yeah, no, as you can see here, this was my mock draft today. You can see it in my thumbnail for this video. I had our Hawks trading down twice and taking Kancey at 15. That's my move. I think you and I are in complete alignment as far as how much we value this guy and think of him. Love him. I would be highly in favor of doing it. I don't want to take him at 5, John, but I'll definitely trade back a couple times and do it from there. You know what I mean? Trung Du, thank you for another $2 donation. Says best player available at 20. Give me Bijan. I want Anthony Richardson, DK, K9, Anthony Richardson equals wow. Hey, he does equal wow. It would be hard, Trung, if you go 5 Anthony Richardson, if you go AR there, and then you were to go Bijan at 20 because you got to deal with the defensive line at some point, and going offense twice like that might be a little bit hard. I don't think Bijan lasts till 20 either. I think he's probably a top 15 player where he's picked in this draft coming up. But if you get him at 20, that'd be great value if you could pull off there at that. And I love both of those two guys. So I love your picks as far as the two players for sure. I do think they're going to try Trung though to make 3 of the first 4 picks minimum be applicable to the defensive side of the ball. And I can see him taking 1 offensive guy. I don't know if I could see him taking 2 though, with how much they've got to kind of take care of unless they just completely address it in free agency, the defense. But that'd be a tough crew to defend if you had Anthony Richardson, DK Metcalf, Kenneth Walker, Tyler Lockett, tight ends you got across the board. Good luck on that one, huh? Good luck. Thank you though, Trung, the $2 donation. Garth, appreciate the $5 donation, man. Thank you for all the donos, bro, on the chat, man. He says, Brando, where is Jalen Carter going on these PFF mocks? Are the mocks adjusted to the current news? No, not yet, Garth. I think PFF's not really sure of where the adjustment lies, and I'm not sure either. You know, does he drop to the 20s? Does he just have a couple drop spot from potentially being a 1, 2, 3 guy to now being a 7, 8, 9 guy? Which kind of feels about right to me, Garth. Like that feels like maybe around where he'll now fall to a bit. But my feeling on this feels a little bit like if he got to the Lions at 6, I just don't see the Lions passing on Jalen Carter. So I feel like that's his minimum floor point of going there. I could be wrong on that, but no, he was up in a lot of my mocks. That I ran a couple of different little mocks, Garth, and he still goes in the top 5 on mine on that. So they haven't built in the racing devaluement yet for Jalen. But like I said, I understand why they haven't too. So I don't know if you can exactly accurately pinpoint where's that spot that he's going to fall to. How far is that fall going to happen? Is it going to happen? I mean, do some NFL teams look at Garth and they go, well, it's 2 misdemeanor tickets. You know, young kid, blah, 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 most talented player in the draft. Let's call it a day. And that's where I think kind of teams end up going to with it, Garth. I mean, that's where I think they end up just going, boom. Yeah. Let's take it this way with it. Garth, thank you for all the donations. I appreciate you. Soon says, I think John Schneider says no to Carter at 5. Remember his character comments? I do. And I think that you're valid in applying him here. It depends on what I think how they view Carter. I mean, we all have a viewpoint on him at this point with what we've had reported to us, but where does the team sit with that at this point is a big question here. And I don't know that part is certain yet, but that could be something that certainly he drops him down their boards or takes him off their boards by some of what he said in the past, and certainly with the history of Malik McDowell and his sordid past. Jeffrey Nicholson says, who do I think pays the big bag for Lamar? Oh, boy, hard to say. I mean, I'd love to be able to make a better prediction on this, Jeffrey, because of the fact that you'd start to hear teams out there rumoring around saying, hey, this team's interested in him. That team's interested in him. Instead, what you're hearing is the opposite. This team is unwilling to pay all this money for him. That team is unwilling to pay all that money for him. Teams are getting hung up on this bag situation being, Lamar wants the Deshaun Watson contract. The league views the Deshaun Watson contract as absolutely dumb. Dumb on so many levels. And especially if you're going to apply the Deshaun Watson contract to a quarterback of the type of Lamar, who has a very high risk of injury. You give a guy that money guaranteed and they have an injury that destroys their career. You've sunk your team for not a year. We're talking years. So who's the team that does decide to eventually come and jump on that grenade a little bit? I don't really know. It's going to have to be a team that's going to have first an owner with the purse strings. So you're not going to get one of these cheaper franchises out there that doesn't want to spend money. I've long thought Atlanta is the team that makes kind of the most sense when it's all said and done. Or Miami if the Ravens can come down off their asking price. But remember with Miami, they don't have a first round pick. Do they even have a second round pick right now? I know they don't have a first round pick. I think they have a second round pick, but you might be in a position of having to accept 2 second round picks for Lamar, 2 seconds in a future one or something. But that'd be my two teams that I think would be the likely ones. Brian says, scenario, Carter there at 5, but then we trade down to a team really high on him and add some draft picks this year and next. I could see it, Brian. Both that and a quarterback, causing the team to want to come up and do it at that point. So I could. I think John's looking at that 5th pick with a very stark eye towards wanting to see a trade happen and move back and to get the future first round pick in the next year's draft and to keep this Russell Wilson trade ball rolling on into the future. The trade return ball rolling. Risen says inside linebackers haven't been going that high in recent drafts. I feel a top inside linebacker would be taken not before pick 20. It's possible. And there's only going to be, even if there is one that goes that high, there will only be probably one middle linebacker taken in the first round, Risen. I would be surprised to see there more than that. There will be taken one, but it could be, it's hard to say where Trent Simpson goes exactly. You go anywhere 15 to 28. Wouldn't shock me. Megan says, I won't be able to join the mock as I can't use Discord. I might try to find a different way if I can, Megan, to potentially apply it. Maybe I'll see if I can maybe post some polls through the community post. YouTube just needs to give you more options on that one, Gar says, by the way, I saw Kemp is allegedly involved in that Tacoma situation. Crazy. That is crazy. I hope it's not true. I hope it's not him. Seahawks blue and green. If I were the Jets, I would lean towards Lamar over Rodgers. I guess you could make an argument for that. I could be probably talked into that. Yeah, my issue really doesn't come down if we just got to make this judgment on Lamar the player, that'd be one thing. But it's Lamar coming with that. I want $250 million of guaranteed money in my contract. Jackson, that's the part of that's the hurt. That's the part that hurts. You might be giving up almost equivalent. You'll be at this point, according to what we're hearing for the Ravens, Seahawks blue and green. You've got to give up more draft capital than you're going to have to give up for Rodgers, and then you're going to have to pay more money than you have to pay for Rodgers. And more commitment into the future and more risk into the future. like I said, you could talk me into it, but I can understand it. I can understand the Jets leaning in the other direction versus some of that blowback in on the front side of that one. John says, I know you don't like Madden, but you got to do a Hawks realistic bit rebuild. I'll track what they do this year, John. If they've got a, it's so not even in the vicinity of realistic. So it's like I'd be running trades where I'm like, well, it says we have here $60 million of cap space, but we actually have 10, But I don't know, maybe I'll do something like that. I didn't even buy last year's game, John. So I didn't even play last year's game. I just haven't enjoyed it the last couple of iterations I bought of it even. I got to enjoy the game to buy it. Red A says, I believe that this draft will be fundamental for any potential Super Bowl run. Give the new pass rush coach the Seahawks hired a bunch of rookies to develop. That's just what I did to my mock draft, Red Ace. I stacked up the defensive line, brought in an edge. Just what I'm looking to do. Ethan says, Brandon, my guy, in your dream offseason mock draft, you traded with the one and only Jerry Jones. What was that conversation like? Must have been intense. Oh, it was. It was. Jerry called me up. He said, hey there now. Johnny boy, what you doing now? Hey, Jerry, I'm busy right now. What do you need? We're trying to make some trades. We've already made 2 of them in the first round. What's going on? Yeah. Well, you're still picking at 20 now, right? Well, I mean, I am for now. I've got some calls here on the line. I understand you got some calls here now. Okay. Well, right now you're talking to the Cowboys. You can put them calls on hold. All right. Everybody waits for Jerry. Okay, John? Okay, Jerry. What do you need from me, man? I won't trade on up now. Okay? I won't trade up, but I want you raking me over the coals now on this price. All right? I want you tear my ass open like an armadillo on the Texas concrete. Okay? I want something nice and tasty as far as a deal for 2026. I just want 6 measly little spots. Come on, Johnny. What you say, Johnny? Give me that pick, Johnny. You're going to have to pay for it. Like I said, I'll give you, I want a second rounder for 6. Second rounder for 6? Come on now. 6 spots for a second rounder? What do you think I am? You think you're talking Bush over here? I'm Jerry Jones, okay? Come on now. Remember which Texan you're talking to here now, okay? This is Dallas Cowboys, America's team. You're going to fleece America's team? Why would you do that to us? Come on, Johnny. Why'd you do that? It's not a fleece. If you want up here, you want that receiver, which I know you're trying to pick. How'd you know I wanted a receiver? You're very easy to predict, Jerry. I'm not that easy to predict. You take a receiver in the first round like once every 3 years for the last 20 years. You're pretty easy to predict. Shut up, Johnny. Shut up. You go give us that pick or not now? Yeah, I'll give it to you if you pay the price. Okay, here's the price. First round pick this year, 26th overall in the first round, 6 spots back. And then a 3rd round pick this year. How about that, John? How about a first and a second? Damn it, Johnny. This is negotiations. This ain't negotiations. You're holding me over a barrel here. Well, you need a receiver, don't you? Yes, we need a receiver. What does that have to do with anything? Just give me the trade. So he was flushed and flummoxed and hung up at that point on him. And John was just sitting there giggling, just laughing after the call. In fact, John lit up a cigar in the draft room at that point. Pretty incredible. Greg Kemp says, Kalijah Cansey has 30-inch arms like Lockett and is a 3-tech and a 4-3, so you're not only projecting he can succeed with limited arm length, but also that he can play in a 3-4. Where would he play in a 3-4 to you? Yeah, my thought process on this is, Greg, he's got about 1.5 inches shorter arms than Aaron Donald, approximately, right? When it all boils down to, it's about 1.5 inches shorter arms, 32.5 versus 30.5, maybe 2 inches, I guess. So is 2 inches arm of difference for a skill set that's very equivalent off the board enough for me to negate a guy in a scheme of another guy of that size with that quickness skill set at the very least, who also is able to play not only within a 3-4 scheme, but within exactly the same 3-4 scheme that you currently employ. So that's what that boils down to, Greg. If we're talking about Cansey not being any kind of fit into this defense, and that 2 inches less that he has than Donald, because Donald's shorter than 33 by like 32 3/4 or something, 32.5, whatever it is, but just barely shorter than the 33-inch long arm mark. So, is that 2-inch arm enough for me to be negated by that, to distrust that, to distrust that ability of him to be able to do the same thing that Donald's been able to do as a 3-4 defensive end in this defense? No, it's not. I think he can. I could be proven wrong like that, but I think that there are certain players who might have those short arms that have such a specialized, such a highly talented other end of a skill set. And in Cansey's case, Greg, it's his explosiveness. It's his suddenness. It's not just merely him being a little bit quicker and a little bit faster than the opposition across from him. It's him being 2-3 steps faster than that opposition across from him. And that he can negate that arm length by that quickness. And very much, I think, at times the way that Donald is at times when he's been matched up against guys that might have 34, 35-inch long arms, and he's down a couple inches and he's still able to not have that stuff necessarily impede him all the way. So it's a concern. At the end of the day, Greg, I'd like to most transition just back to a 4-3 defense. But I just couldn't come down to the bottom line for me, Greg, being 2 inches less in arm length than Donald means that that's now a guy that can't do it for a guy that did it. And again, did it in the exact same 3-4 defense that we currently run. That was just my lookout on it. Yeah, soon, I think you touch on the bottom line here with it, is perhaps there's a valid debate on both ways. I think there's a valid debate both ways with this. I think, soon, your initial point on this is right, is that if we're talking about not what each of us personally think here, but if we talk about what we think is in John's head and where he's looking at the situation, having the recent Malik McDowell history happen here would definitely be a part of the process. Is going to be a little bit of a hesitancy applied. How much is applied? We don't know exactly, but certainly to some degree, some hesitancy to Jalen Carter's applied because of the recent Malik McDowell situation. And there's no way that John's not having that in the back of his head somewhere, because when John Schneider hangs him up, when he takes off the guns and puts him up on the wall, sits back, unwinds and retires, he's going to look at the Malik McDowell pick as one of his greatest misses. Because he could have avoided it, because he could have seen it coming. There are misses you have in the draft you can't see coming. The guys that just have a huge injury when they first walk in, or you just weren't aware of this or that aspect of him. You had no way of finding it out. And then you do, and then, oh man, he ain't it. But when it comes to certain other guys, you can see it coming. So I think you're right. There's a point to be applied here on both sides of it. And that's why I say that no matter what your opinion is on Carter, whether you're completely out on him or whether you're completely in favor of him, I say let's trust in the groundwork being done by our front office and their private investigators and their scouts and their connections and their contacts with the Georgia program and at the local Georgia scene. And let's let them do all of that groundwork and let them come out of it and make that decision. And if they should pass on him at that point, we'll understand that they've done that and there was a reason to do so. And if they don't pass on him at that point, then we'll know that they went and they looked at it and they said, look, this stuff is the stuff with the racing or the stuff with the work ethic stuff is not a good look. But that is not who this kid is. We came to find out he is this is in actuality. And I'm going to trust in that. I'm going to trust in whatever decision they come to find out with that, knowing that this is not one that they're going to get hit on their heels. Because of the Malik situation, that's going to put them up on their toes here and have them doing every last bit of due diligence that they could be doing on the Jalen Carter situation. Sparing no expense, if you will. Garth says, oh man, if Ricky goes to the Hall of Fame with a Hawk helmet, that'd be sick. That would be sick. Wilbert says, y'all know we need to help our corner position because Woolen was the only one showing up. Well, I do technically in my mock draft help our corner situation out a little bit. I do take Mekhi Blackman in the 5th round in my mock draft, Wilbert. And then I took Jamie Robinson, who's actually, he's listed as a safety, but he's also a really good slot corner as well. That would then move Kobe Bryant to the outside. So I've increased the outside corner by a couple of margins, and I've upgraded my slot corner position. John Ruiz says, if Wagner returns, we need linebacker. Even if Wagner returns, we need linebacker help. Yeah, I'm on it. See, you guys can see how I was on it with my draft with this. So we bring back Bobby, as I proverbially say. And then in the 2nd round, I took Deion Henley. So took care of the linebacker core within it. Boom, 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 boom. Joka, Leonard Floyd, linebacker from the Rams. Would I go after him? Asked Joka. not unless it was really a depressed cost thing, where you're getting him for a real lightened price. I think he's probably going to be potentially moved by them at the end of the day. I think they may have to cut him, but I think that they might find a trade suitor with him, like they're going to probably find one for Ramsey as well. Sanchez franchise tag lock. What's up, Sanchez? Good to see you in the house, man. Jeffrey says, think of Anderson and Uchenna on each side. Hey, sign me up. Sign me up. Mr. Grub 90. I celebrated my 51st birthday yesterday, and I was 5 years old when the Seahawks began playing. All 7 of my kids gave me gifts related to the Seahawks, which tells me I raised them right. You did. You were I don't need to know anything else about you as a father to know you were a good father, but that detail. Okay? So right there, I know. You did not only your communal service as a father and having the kids right and ready to be a contributing member of society, but you also indoctrinated them properly in the understanding of what they are as a Pacific Northwest child, what that entails, what that means. It's a burden. Make no mistake about it, being a Seahawks fan. You wear a burden. Some fans get to go into a stadium and they just get to sit there and watch and just enjoy the action. They don't partake. They don't participate. They just stare, mouths agape, watching quietly as their defense struggles to wave their arms and get them louder. Not you. You've got to walk into a stadium and you got to work. Your kids got to go in there and work. Their dad's birthday comes, they got to find creative Seahawks gifts to give because he's already got a lot of Seahawks swag. That's the reality of life. That's the reality of life of a 12, of a Seahawks fan. It's a little bit more different out here up in the north. A little more different than you folks down there in the south. Just a little different. Ryan Ball. Brandon, can you do Chris Kattan, A Night at the Roxbury? Oh, goodness. I have to watch the bit again, but I could probably do it after I watch the bit again. It's been a while on that one. But let me watch. I'll watch the YouTube on that one and see if I can do that one. I used to do that one. I used to be able to do that one a little bit. Everybody used to do that one when it came out, Do that? You want that? Okay. I can do that part of it, The little head bob. Brian says Leonard Floyd might be a nice for gold price. Yeah, I mean, if you get for a good price, you meant not gold, but good. Yeah, for a good price. But I am paying him, market rate. It's got to be something, that's got to be a little bit of we call it depressed value. Ethan said, screw it. If we trade Fant, I'd take Darnell at 20, especially since John Michael Schmitz had an underwhelming combine and we could more than likely get him at 37. Boy, I tell you what, like I often say about my chat, it's sometimes like we're on a little bit of a psychic front with things here. You know what I mean? Because Ethan, look at my mock, So my mock has me taking Darnell Washington at 37. My mock has me moving one Mr. Noah Fant here in a trade with the Lions. So that's exactly what I do. And hell, even my mock even got John Michael Schmitz. You're mentioned in there as well. So I covered it all, Ethan. I got it all covered in my mock. Michael YT says, Brandon, which 3 teams we should and shouldn't trade picks with if we don't trade? Which 3 teams we should and shouldn't trade picks with if we do trade? Sorry, I'm reading wrong tonight. God, I'm turning dyslexic tonight. Which 3 teams should we trade with and which 3 teams shouldn't we? Well, that's a great question. So if we're talking about really a trade, I guess, in the way you're meaning it, I suppose you mean by like the first round pick, I guess, is what you're kind of asking that by. As far as like the team trading behind. So Brand, 3 teams we should trade picks with. So yeah, I guess you're meaning like who's the team we trade back with, and for a future first round pick that we're hoping that future first round pick is going to be tasty, and you're going to land yourself a high selection in next year's draft. And if I'm looking at us picking from 5, I think if you're targeting the Raiders, the Panthers, potentially the Falcons if they were in play for doing it, And if the Texans hadn't taken a quarterback early, then the Texans, and then even the Titans and the Jets. I know that's a long list of guys, but I mean, everywhere from 13, absent the Eagles, from 7 to 13, any of those teams I feel good about making the trade back with, because I'm going to take my chances with any of those teams going into next year. I don't think the pathway is set for either the Falcons or the Panthers to be necessarily the front runners in that division next year. The Titans are moving off from a variety of players. Sounds like they're trading Henry. If they were to make the trade, I certainly would trust in their first round pick the next upcoming year. If the Texans don't take a quarterback early on and we trade back with them, I'll trust in them not being good next year and that pick to be good. And the same thing with the Jets in that division they find themselves with, where Bills are tough. Miami's going to be tough. Looks like you never know if the Patriots are going to start to try to rise up a little bit, and I know the Jets have been doing a pretty good job of filling out that roster overall, but again, if I'm trading with any of these teams for them to end up with a rookie quarterback starting, and that's the key here with it, is not only do you have teams, Ethan, that are likely not to be good next year that you trade with to get that future first round pick, you're trading with these teams who also are then going to be starting a rookie quarterback the next upcoming season, which to me doesn't exactly set them up for success, which then again opens everything up that much wider to the possibility of us having a really, really, really high pick in the draft. So I don't have a lot of teams that I'm hesitant to want to move back in that fashion. You'd have to be moving a lot further back in this draft if you're talking about Eagles or the Chargers or the Ravens, Jaguars. I mean, like, these are the kind of teams, like, you're going way back in the first round if you're talking about moving back that far. So I just wouldn't want to go with them, but everybody back in the near distance to us, let's go. I'll do it. John Ruiz says, if Seattle doesn't fix the interior defensive line, it won't matter who is on the end. No, it won't. And I definitely dealt with that, John, in a big time fashion in my free agent period and my mock in this scenario. Henry Locke wants to play now. Could we sign the Commanders quarterback as a backup to Geno? We could, but I don't think that's likely to happen, Henry. With the money you're spending at quarterback already, you're going to want to go cheap with your secondary option. Cheap meaning probably a rookie more than anything else, or a guy that's on a vet minimum kind of contract. Sanchez says, grab Stenson in the 6th, cheap and massive upside. I'd do that in the 6th, Sanchez. I'd do that in the 6th. I'd do it probably even with one of the 5th round picks we have if they want, Sanchez. John Catalano, I wish I could donate to this channel. I have literally $0 in my bank account. John, it's all good, brother. No worries. As I always say, if you can donate, you can donate. I certainly ain't. You watching, hitting the like button, being subscribed, you're doing God's good work for me in that respect. And that is all I ask for. If you can do that, then you're doing right by me, man. So I appreciate you watching. No worries. We're in a like quasi recession with insane interest rates and depressed salaries. Like, I get it. I get it. So no worries, man. Always remember, John, I love what I do on this. So it ain't work for me. Seahawks blue and green, drafting Hendon Hooker would make a lot of sense. Just what I did. I had a lot of second round picks in my situation, but that's just what I did, is grabbed Hendon in the late second rounder. Blue and green says Snyder will draft Hooker, calling it now. See, like I said, you guys, chat's like, what, a lot of these folks comment, haven't seen my stream yet on this, and I posted my mock, so they're just reacting to it, but we're on point. We're right there with it, I'm telling you. Save the Geese says Hooker is basically Geno light. Yeah, I like that. I like that comp. That's right. Might have a little more that he gives as a scrambler, maybe a little bit, and then Geno a bit more as an arm talent guy. Something like that. Brian Myers, DTR, no better than a 5th. Tyrod Taylor light. I'd go 4th for him, Brian, but you're in the neighborhood. Garth with another $5 donation. Thank you so much, Garth, for all the donations, man. It says, Brando, in a cat football draft, would you trade up to take Pumpkin at number 1, being a right tackle protecting a left-handed quarterback, or hope she slides? When you have this kind of special lovey cat, You can't, you got to grab that. You got to recognize the value of that. You know, there's definitely an inclination here to, you know, just try to stack up, you know, draft capital and think you're going to still get it. But then you're going to find yourself missing out on this little bundle of orange love and joy. And if that happens, Garth, it's a tragedy. You know, there's certain people you got to come out of with the draft. There's certain players you got to come out of with the draft. And I'm like Kevin Costner in draft day. I've written them down on my hand just so I keep me reminded. And my hand's a little pumpkin. That's what's written, Garth. Us lefties need those kind of orange cats for that protection, man. We need it. Appreciate you though, Garth. You're awesome, brother. And I love that Ricky Waters deal you sent, by the way. It looks perfect on that back wall. Perfect. Spectre7 has been a member of the channel for 16 long months. Thank you for that long-time support, Spectre7. I really do appreciate it. He says, I'm glad I kept my membership progress. Thought I lost it. Oh, man, I'm glad you did too. Sometimes YouTube can be a little bit weird with that. If like card expires or they have you try to accept new terms. And if you don't, then they'll just kind of shut it off. But I appreciate you being a member for so long, man. I really do. I'm going to continue to try to keep adding on to these membership benefits. And to all the members of the channel, I am just wrapping up about the next week or so. I'm going to draft Draft Guide 1.0, which is the draft guide with about the first 160, 70 names or so in there that'll be in there, the guys I've scouted the draft so far. And then I'll also be redrafting it with an update probably about a week before the draft. So look for your community post if you're a member of the channel, as that will be dropped in. It's going to be a pretty thick draft guide. So strap in. I've tried to really work on this one pretty good and provide some expansive thoughts on this class. Mark Sanchez has been a member of the channel for 4 months and some big time support of the channel at that as well. Thank you so much for that, Mark. Says, hey, Brando, are you going to team up with Brendan for the draft? Maybe. I'm kind of, yes. Well, I mean, we will be doing it like this. So I think we'll be doing a post-draft coverage thing each day. I'm going to do my daily draft coverage, go through it, and then we'll do, then after I've done my stream, we'll probably be bouncing over to his or him bouncing over to mine. So we'll be definitely doing some in the moment draft coverage of the stuff on it. But when I'm on my draft day, like for me, Mark, you know, I'm locked in on draft day for just like what I'm doing. You know what I mean? Like I'm in my mode a little bit. So it's kind of hard where I'll set this up. I'm going to be trying to have some graphics and I got my little sounds I want to play and stuff. So like, I'm kind of setting up with that where I'll have my specialized stuff, but yes, I think the way we'll do it is each day we'll have a wrap up. Day one will be on one of mine and then day two on his and then day three on the other. So kind of roll it like that a little bit. So yeah, it won't be live, Mark, in the moment when it's going, but it'll be definitely on the day of. But thank you, man, for all your support to the channel. I appreciate you. What's up, Mike Glennon? Good to see you in the chat. Jonathan Magana says Chandler Zavala. Chandler Zavala. It's a great name. Chandler Zavala. Jonathan, I've written down that name. I'll track him, man. I'll take a look at him. I haven't had a chance to scout him yet. Big Country says I can sense Lamar's career ending soon at this pace. I don't know. He's got to come down off that amount eventually and understand nobody's paying $250 million guaranteed. In utero, this draft isn't just about next season. John Schneider, Pete Carroll, always thinking long-term success. We're drafting AR at 5 if he's there. Makes sense. Makes a ton of sense. Greg Kemp says, I'm taking Darnell Washington at 20 over every wide receiver considered to be a number one first-round pick in this draft. All the wide receivers in this draft are Lockett size, have under 32-inch arms, and aren't fast enough to make up for it. Beautiful take, Greg. Wonderful take. And I would agree with all that. If you took Darnell Washington in the first round, I'd be okay with it. He's one of my kind of top guys in this draft at the end of the day. And I would definitely put a first round talent point on him. Jonathan Magana says, if Brian Breezy is available at 20, should we take him even if we get Carter or Wilson? Yes. You can see in my mock that I ran, I had us taking Cansey at 15, and then I did trade back off 20, but at 26, I was still able to get Brian Breesy. So even though it's different from your scenario a little bit, I still did kind of what you're saying, would I be willing to do, which is go back to back on that defensive line with the first 2 picks. And the answer on that one is you better bet your bottom dollar I would. So yeah, I would certainly go that route. Even if it wasn't 26, if it was 20, I would still do that. I thought with my mock, I could drop back a couple picks and still get Breezy, which I was able to do. Betty Slugs, what do you think about Anthony Richardson? What do you think Seattle will go for at number 5? I think Anthony Richardson's in play at number 5, Benny. No doubt about it. I don't think that the team is simply blowing smoke right now. A lot of people would say, well, hey, they just had this meeting with him and they're feigning interest in order to get teams to trade up and give more for them who might be in love with Anthony Richardson. There's really an outside chance right now. You're starting to even hear some scuttlebutt about the potential of Anthony even going higher than 5, that he might be even a guy to go. Potentially, I know this, hold your horses. He might actually be going number 1 in this draft. It's an outside chance, but there is some talk. There might be some team willing to move up to do that and make that move. If he's there at 5 and Seattle can pick him, Benny, I'm okay with it. I believe he's overall the most talented player in this draft at the end of the day. He has the highest upside. So getting the highest upside quarterback at number 5 in a draft is great value, especially considering Geno's a little bit older, and you do need to look towards the future of your quarterback position to some degree. You don't just wait 2 years and be caught blindsided with no real options at play. So he's an option there. What do I think they'll do at that point, Benny? I feel like they're going to probably trade back at the end of the day. They're going to find a team that loves Richardson, that will move up for him, and they will move back. But if there isn't that team that gives them the assets to move back and really give it, that they will be absolutely willing. I don't think it's smoke. They will absolutely be willing to make that pick of Richardson at that point. In Utero says, Hawks in a perfect position to sit AR and develop him. They are indeed. Joka says, do we take Bijan at 20 if he's still there? I'd be open to doing it, Joka, if I was running things, but I don't think that the team would be willing to do that. I think they're going to be addressing some other positions at that point. I also don't think, Joka, he's going to last to 20. I think he's top 15 in this draft, minimum, potentially top 10. Ethan says, yeah, notice how the franchises that are folding and giving the big quarterback contracts to the players have something in common. They are dumb franchises. They are indeed. They are indeed. It's not proving to be the smart decisions throwing this money around like it is. And as I always say, desperation is oftentimes a big driver of this, which is not intelligence, but desperation. And that doesn't lead you to smart decisions. And it doesn't with a lot of these teams because of that. Daniel Jones' money is just, I can't believe he got that money. I'm flabbergasted why New York wouldn't. They wanted to get the franchise on Saquon, but the franchise tag on Saquon, but that's a lot of money. Brian says, how can a team looking to advance in the playoffs waste a number 5 pick on someone who isn't expected to see the field for 2 years? Ridiculous. I mean, I don't know if it's ridiculous, Brian. I certainly say if you're looking to try to get your ultimate maximum compete point this year, it makes a lot of sense not to do it. And I'm not saying I'm advocating for wanting to do this, Brian. As you saw with my mock and the way that I do it, if I was running things, I wouldn't go this route. But if the team does go the route, you can understand them doing so, being that it may take them 2 years to get there. I think that if you have, Brian, a situation where after this year you wanted to go to him and you thought he was ready, and even if at that point you looked at it and you said, all right, we're going to run a lot of the Baltimore Ravens, Eagles concepts early on until he's ready as a quarterback to do the full gamut of things, you could do that too in addition to this. So it's the thought process comes back to, Brian, is that if you look at that, there's going to be something that needs to be done at the quarterback situation into the future. You could have a team that is a perennial playoff team at that point, with Geno Smith basically either at a point of being near retirement or eroding skill set to where now you need another quarterback. And you don't have a clear pathway to getting that one at that time. And now you're in that same boat of a team like Minnesota was, right? Where they had to go out there and get a Kirk Cousins, where you're stretching to go get a guy who's not very good and talking yourselves into him because you don't have any other better options. And so I think that that's a little bit of what would inform that. Again, saying, no, Brian, I'm in the same boat as you, is that I wouldn't want to necessarily do this, but I can see where there's a logic behind it. Benny Slug says Anthony Richardson will get snagged before Seattle touches. He might. Greg says, Brando, who would you pick to back up Geno? DRT, Jameis Winston, or someone else? I'd prefer to go young. I think Dorian Thompson-Robinson would be an ideal guy. I think, who was somebody else I was thinking of? Maybe Max Dugan if you want to wait later, or Stenson Bennett in this class would be an option too. I don't think, Greg, you're going to want to go for a veteran option that's going to cost you $4 or $5 million on a 1-year deal, which I think Winston probably gets something like that as a backup, or somebody in that equivalent point gets something like that as a backup. I wouldn't want to go that route with it. But DRT, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Seahawks Blue and Green, I think the second round is big in this draft. Would we be all right trading back a little bit to pick up an extra second round pick? Have a lot of holes to fill and depth. We do. And I would do that, or would be willing to do that. Megan says, as long as we don't take him B, as you all know, I'm good. Joka says, or go Tyree Wilson and maybe Bijan pick at 20 if he's still there. I'd be down to do it, Joka. I'm a big Bijan guy, so don't get me wrong. I love Bijan. I just don't, in trying to predict Schneider and how he'd approach this draft, if I think he's at 20, I don't think even if Bijan's there, he's necessarily going that route with it. Sam the Great has been preaching to fix that defensive line. You got to do it, Sam. We got to get it done this offseason in a major way, not in just a soft stroke. You've got to just take that paintbrush, dab it into the bucket, splash it on the page, dab it back into the bucket, splash it on the page. We got to just hammer this thing. Jonathan Magana, hey, Brandon, what are my thoughts on J.L. Skinner and where could he go? I think J.L. Skinner is probably one of the biggest hitter, if not the biggest hitter at safety in this draft. He's legitimately big. He can run. You love that part of him. He's not very good in coverage, and the further he gets away from the line of scrimmage, the worse it gets. So he really, to me, is your traditional in the box safety kind of player. So, he wouldn't really fit to our defense anymore, Jonathan. Of course, what we used to run when Cam was here, he'd be a perfect fit. But to what we run right now and to what we ask from our safeties right now, it doesn't quite work in that realm of things. He tore his pec. If he didn't tear his pec, he probably would have been a late second rounder. With the torn pec, he's probably a late third rounder, mid to late third rounder. Where he goes is going to have to be to a team that has a defense that runs their safety up around the box 80% of the time. There's not a lot of defenses that really do that. So who would be the one where he'd go to? I could see going to something like maybe a Carolina, or not Carolina, but a Washington football team, Jonathan. Feels like kind of a fit for JL. Maybe. Something like that. John says, I heard nobody was interested in giving up 2 first-rounders and paying Lamar. Maybe he's asking for an unreasonable contract. He is. It's where some of these players are bristling about collusion between the owners. And it's like these former players sometimes have this big blind spot that's just so silly. It's like, I get that you're being pro player, and it's like you're like getting to signal how pro player virtuous you are, which is great for you. But just think about it from an ownership team building standpoint. Like, I got to give up 2 first-round picks for this guy, Lamar, and then I'm going to pay him a fully guaranteed deal where I'm going to basically reset the quarterback. No, I get it. There's so many other smarter ways to go at with it. Like, that's just a double dip of stupid decision making. So I get that Lamar's asking for it. It ain't that Lamar doesn't have a right to ask for the money he's asking for, but your market is what people are willing to pay. And if no one's willing to pay it, and look, you could take the 2 first-round picks off the board. I still don't buy that there's a team that wants to pay $250 million guaranteed contract to Lamar, or more than that, because I'm sure he wants to beat Deshaun Watson's deal. I don't think there's going to be a team out there willing to go that far with it, even absent that. But yeah, I mean, John, it makes complete sense. Ravens are going to have to come down, far off that cost, and understanding whoever he goes to has to pay this huge deal to him on the other side of it. Megan says, trying hard not to doze off, B, so may fall behind the chat. No worries. I think the trolls have kind of shaken out at this point. They got bored finally, so they moved on. You beat him down. You got him beat down too much, Megan. Your sword and shield was too strong. John, if Carter's available at 5, Seattle will take him. I'm not against it, man. I'm not against it. Deadly Content says, what do I think of Van Ness? I'm a guy that's a low on Lucas Van Ness out of Iowa. My comp for him has been Ryan Kerrigan. There's a lot of people in love with that guy. He had a pretty good combine overall and helped his stock out and showed things with the explosive scores that weren't really there as much on tape. He's a high motor guy to me. There's not a lot of pass rush moves there with him. There's not a lot of dip. There's not a lot of bend. There's no first step quickness. He's a power guy, and he wants to stack and shed guys, and that's the way he's going to get off blocks, which works at the college level. I don't know if it's going to work as much at the pro level. And maybe he's just freakishly powerful enough to pull that off against grown men, but I remain skeptical about that. Now, he probably has a high floor to him, Deadly Content, and he's a guy who could probably come in and out the gate be a really good edge run stuffer for you who gives you 4 or 5 sacks a year. He may just only ever end up being there at his top end. So probably a high floor, low ceiling guy. Maybe that's the way I want to describe him. Yeah, that sounds right. Seahawks Blue and Green says Lamar must be a smart guy to represent himself, or he doesn't want to give away that extra 10% to an agent or whatever it is. Yeah, it's something like that. Yeah, we've seen these players trying to do this now. Some have had some varying levels of success with it. But when you want to get a deal done that's a unique deal that's not been seen in the NFL absent one time in the course of its history in the salary cap era, you probably are going to have to get an agent to get one of those kind of special deals done. And you can see why this thing has been tripped up on a couple of different levels. Where were we? I wouldn't think too much about character concerns when it comes to Carter. They just gave Geno a contract like 14 months after he got arrested for a DUI and reckless driving. It's a great point, my man. Great point. It doesn't for me. So I'm, some of what I'm trying to do is predict a little bit ahead of time, but you're right. They may look at it in that way. That's why I say it's hard for us to kind of exactly pin down where this one's at with them and their assessment of Carter and if they would or if they wouldn't. Nate says, can Seattle get defensive line and free agents? If so, who's some cheap options to help out and can still grab Anthony Richardson and perhaps a third wide receiver? There's a little bit you can do in free agency on the defensive line, Nate. In my scenario, I had them swinging at Hargrave and bringing him in. I'd say, quite honestly, there's really not what you would want where you're saying, let's get a couple of bodies. There's a lot of kind of older guys or underperforming guys. So, you Akeem Hicks, older guy, underperforming last year. Greg Gaines, young guy out of Washington, but not coming off his best season, hasn't been playing his best ball as of recent when you do some research on him. The defensive line depth in free agency is pretty light, Nate. It is. The place to attack defensive line is in the draft. That's where would be the strength of it if the team really wanted to go there instead. If you're going in free agency this year with the NFL, with the defensive line talent, defensive tackles in particular, you're really then at that point going for guys that you're paying max prices on for lesser production, is what I would say to that. But I did have him taking Hargrave, Nate, so I think you can do a little bit of both, where some draft, some of it's free agency. John says that if I were the Patriots, I would be clamoring for Lamar with that defense and no receiving playmakers except a tight end and a power O-line. That team was built for Lamar. I think it would make a lot of sense, John. I think Bill would definitely do that. I think that the cost to pull in Lamar, though, for the picks is beyond anything that he's ever shown in his past that he's willing to do. He might give up 1 first-round pick, but he's not, I don't think, wanting to give up 2. And then the thought that they got to pay him that contract. I think if we weren't talking about that guaranteed money here, there'd be way more heat onto it. There would be way more heat with Lamar. But the fact that the fully guaranteed stuff, it's just going to get a lot of teams out because it has them then to sign that contract would have them leaving their team philosophy in such a major way that just teams would just dig their heels in not to do it. That's why you're hearing the lack of interest coming out so publicly. Joka says, from what I've heard, Tua is taking jiu-jitsu lessons to help fix his falls, so I don't know if that will help, but he looked like an MVP before his head injuries. Yeah. I mean, Joka, this is a little bit of one of those issues where it's like, it is what it is. And he's a slight quarterback. He's an undersized quarterback. He's going to get thrown around. It doesn't matter how many ninja sessions he wants to try to do. When a defensive lineman that's 350 pounds gets their hands on a guy that's sub 200 pounds and throws him around, it's going to look like a car crash. And, there's not a lot that you can really do about it when you're that size. This is one of the reasons, Joka, I'm really anti Bryce Young as well, is it's those smaller guys have to move around because they can't see behind the pocket, but in moving it around, they then expose themselves that much more to the likelihood of having hits and getting ragdolled and getting broken. He got broken college often. He's gotten broken pros often, Joka. This wasn't his first injury in the pros, right? With the head injuries, there's been other stuff already here. He's not exactly played a long career. The injuries aren't going away with Tua. It's a part and parcel of who he is and what you deal with if you're going to have him as your quarterback. Which is unfortunate for the kid, but it's just the reality of the road with him a little bit. Nate says, why haven't the Hawks made moves to get more cap space, like cut Gabe Jackson and et cetera? I don't think that there's any rush to do it necessarily, Nate. They can create the space when they need it, and they don't need it at this point because we've not gotten to free agency yet where you're signing deals. The other thing is, if you create the space in advance, Nate, you're signaling to agents how much space you actually have. So let's say I have Gabe Jackson on my roster and I have a player that I'm competing with another team in free agency for. And that agent comes to me and he says, we want this contract. And I say, look, this is the cap space that I have. And then I have to do this to that and that to that, And then that agent goes, okay, well, you're right. That's all the space you have. And that's where you can go. But that's the best offer we're getting right now. So we'll just take it. Now you sign that player. Now the next move you make the next day is you cut Gabe Jackson. So you always, there's a thought process, if I'm a general manager, that I'm always wanting to sort of stay theoretically kind of around where my top end cap is, but with the flexibility to always be able to create more around as I need to, so that agents can't be like, we know you got more money. Come on, you've got $3 million more of extra space there. So anytime it can happen. Joka says Madden's 24 is make or break for EA. They said earlier this month, but I think Madden has been a steady decline the past 6 years. I think that's pretty accurate, Joka. And I've heard the same thing, that they've said that this is a make or break year. We'll see if that's the truth for them or not. But, the bottom line with it is that the game's been in crap shape for years, and they can decide to address it or not. They need to go back and, reinvest in Dynasty and understand that there's a big segment of the fan base that plays just that. And once they do that, they'll see the game get some growth back again. But it's going to continue to die the longer they continue to sit there and hope the whales can carry them through on that product. John Wee says, I like Anthony Richardson, but the interior D-line is on life support and sinking fast, so we must address it and must be the best talent available. John, this is the approach that I took as well. As I said, I can understand going for Anthony Richardson. I didn't go that route with my dream off-season scenario because I'm thinking like you're thinking. The defensive line needs to be attacked, and attacked in a major way. Jonathan Magana, Keanu Benton's a fourth-round steal. I don't think Keanu Benton's last into the fourth round, Jonathan. Not after what he did, I think, at the Senior Bowl. I think he's a late second, probably early third is his ceiling on where he's going. Nate says, don't Hawks still have Al Woods and get a DT at 20 and still rock Anthony Richardson? They do still have him on the roster. Keep in mind with Al Woods, he only is going to play about 20% of your snaps when he's playing. He gives you a good 20% snaps, but he's not going to eat up as much of the snap count as he could when he was 27, 28 years old. He's 35 years old. So you're definitely going to limit him a little bit with that. But yeah, he is still on there. Megan says, armadillo on Texas cement. Love it. Save the geese. I can see the Cowboys wanting to take a receiver at 20. See, I was trying to be realistic with it. Save the geese. I was trying to keep this proverbial situation in realism. Seahawks blue and green, watching the games. Our weakest area was defensive line. That should be the focus early. Are we getting rid of any of the guys there from last year? Yeah, I had us bleeding out all the way from that. Look at my depth. Here's where my depth ended out with the defensive line. And you can kind of see the full expansive Seahawks blue and green. You can see my full expansive thoughts on this at the start of the show, of course. But I ended up with my defensive line rotation, my defensive tackle rotation when this was all said and done through my offseason was Javon Hardgrave, Kalijah Cansey, Brian Breesy, Maze Smith, and Al Woods. So that means I'm getting rid of everybody else. Poona Ford's a free agent. I'm cutting Quentin Jefferson. I'm cutting Brian Monet. And I'm calling it a day on all that. So yeah, I'm snipping. Lots of snipping. No, we shouldn't re-sign Poona Ford. Jonathan, he's a 4-3-1 tech, not a 3-4 defensive end. Shade Apex, how come the Seahawks haven't had to cut anyone? How come they haven't cut anyone? Because yeah, they just don't have to. As I just kind of explained on their Shade Apex above, they just didn't have to right yet. They haven't reached the point where you're driven to need to do so or need to create the space, but they have the flexibility to do so whenever they want. Dayatel, 90% of my mock Sims end with number 5, Tyree Wilson, number 20, Breezy or Cansey, number 37, Darnell Washington, number 51, Deion Henley, number 83, JL Skinner, Moro Ojo at 153, Jacorian Bennett at 56, Yasir Abdullah at 197, and then Alex Forsythe. We're pretty close. I mean, oh man, we're not far off with what we both did. I came out with Cansey, Breeze, which you had an option at 20. I came out with both those in my first 2 picks. Obviously, I didn't take Tyree Wilson, but I did go back and take Darnell Washington. I also got Deion Henley on my mock here. So pretty closely in alignment there, Dayatel, as far as what I was looking to do as well. Jonathan Bengana says we got to re-sign Ryan Neal. I think he's a restricted free agent. So you bring him back on a 1-year restricted deal. You don't have the money to sign him to a multi-year deal. Greg says if you land at 11, you can trade back again and get an extra second-round pick. Pretty much what you did with your mock. Exactly. That's how people were asking me, how has anybody ever done this before? And I just feel like, Greg, nobody ever has the goodwill to be able to do it. Like they could do it. There would have been the teams willing to make the moves to get the trade capital to get all of those second round picks. But what the problem is that then you got to come back to your owner and be like, yeah, we didn't go for some of the prime talent in the draft because we just want to stack up a bunch of these second round picks. And not a lot of owners, I think, are necessarily going to sign off on that. Say nothing if you've got a general manager who might be on a little bit of a hot seat, which pretty much that's what half of the general managers in the league are always on a constant hot seat. So it's a little bit of the benefit of what you're getting here, having a general manager who's really embedded in this position to be able to make those kind of moves. DJ says these Jerry Jones impersonations are fire. Jonathan Magana, did JL Skinner at 83 or Jamie Robinson. And I went with Jamie on mine. JL's a good player. John Reese says Al Woods was alive when dinosaurs roamed. We need some blue chip talent at the position. Don't forget 300 yards allowed by one running back and 40 plus points from opposition. Can't skimp on talent. No, we can't. You're talking to Cowboys, now you hang up on the phone? Nobody ignores the Cowboys. We're America's team. Seahawks blue and green will be interesting if they draft a player like Skinner. That to me means they don't trust Adams and got his replacement. Me too. Me too. Oh, shoot. Sorry, a little over on some donos here. I'm staring at over here. Dwyer, thank you for the $10 donation. I'm really sorry, a little late acknowledging. I was getting into the chat, man. I sometimes get like a little narrow-sided there on that one a little bit. But thank you for the $10 donation, Dwyer. You're awesome for doing so, my man. Appreciate the support in the channel. Nicholas Newton with a $5 donation. Thank you, Nicholas. Says, B, possibly broke my leg today at work. Ow. Gotta work tomorrow. Double ow. Wait a second. Why are they making you work if you just broke your leg? Are you going to have to sue them? He says, John Michael Schmitz or bust. He's the one guy out of the whole draft I want the most. Well, Nicholas, take care of that leg. And if it's broken, don't work on it. Don't forget, Nicholas, this is a young man thing here, okay? Young men will go back out and they'll be like, oh, I'll just work through this. I'll walk it off, But remember, if you don't let that thing heal, It ain't tomorrow you're going to feel it. It ain't a couple months from now. What happens is you'll be about 44 years old and be like, why is my leg hurting for no reason all of a sudden? Why is that leg that I broke 15 years ago hurting right now? And why is it suddenly now snowing outside? Does my leg now know when it snows? That's what happens when you know, that's what happens when you don't just lay it up, take care of it. You know, if it's broken, get it wrapped up, you know. Your work should be paying for that. If you get hurt at work, they got to take care of that. Somebody's got to call OSHA over there, Nicholas. As far as your talk about John Michael Schmidt, 100% with you on that. And as it's a kind of a common refrain I think I'll have with my chat here today is, like I say to you guys, as I always do, I really feel like you guys are really intelligent in your approach. I'm having people present a lot of things here in the chat that are really well, not just like kind of close to what I was doing in my mock, not just in the vicinity of what I was trying to do in my mock, but you guys are literally saying players that are who I had taken in my mock, in my dream offseason scenario. So I think that we are all in this, not all, but there are many of us that are in this very much like-minded approach in how we view this. And the players we want to come out of this draft with, and the guys to pick at the right places. But in my mock, Nicholas, I had us taking John Michael Schmitz. Between him and Deion Henley, actually, those are two guys, if you want to talk about, man, I just want to come out of this draft with these two guys, find a way to do it kind of thing. Not take them in the first round, hopefully, be able to get them from the second round onward, but just find a way to come out with those two guys, because they could really, really help out our team in a way that is really needed, you know, in what is right now a glaring hole on the team. But we're of like mind, man. Schmitz is, I think, far above and beyond the number one center in this class. And I certainly would be ecstatic to be able to walk away with him. Risen says, hot take, I would be okay if we traded back and took Skoronski because it's closer to certain he'll be a guard. Me too, Risen. Me too. I love his upside. And he provides you a lot of versatility where you could probably play left guard, right guard, center, and even maybe some right tackle for you as well. So positional versatility is there, and he'd be a plus player at any of those positions, I think. So I love where your thought is on that. I'd go right with it, man. Sign me up. Blue Green says, Tua already shows he is going to have concussion problems going forward. He might be the first player that the league forces out because they don't want the liability. Could be. Very possible. Megan says, B, did I ever tell you, B, I am exactly 4 months younger than the Hawks' first game at the Kingdom. Oh, wow. Came in just to be the Seahawks fan at just the perfect time. Megan says, Ollie is a second generation 12 thanks to Auntie Meg. That's doing God's good work over there, Meg. I just picture the look on your brother's face too. he's got a cringe when he sees his son talking about the Hawks. Jonathan Magana, hey Brandon. Hey Brando, are you completely out on Saiki Aka, or could we steal him if he falls to the third round? I'm not out on him, but I wouldn't take him past the fourth round at this point, Jonathan Magana. I mean, the guy ran damn near like 5.5, 40. You know, he's just slow as molasses, and he's got short arms on top of it. You know, and that was with him getting down to like what would have been a good weight for him to actually run like somewhat legitimate, because he wasn't up at the 350. I think he was down like 330 at the combine. So I'm not out on him, but not in the second or third round. There's better prospects to me, Jonathan, and I think he's going to get overdrafted. Nate says Clowney and with Uchenna would be a nice duo, especially for a 1-year deal. That's what I'm thinking, man. It's exactly what I'm thinking. Jonah says Tacoma situation would happen to Kemp. We're hearing some back and forth of whether or not it was really the true Sean Kemp of Sonic lore, but supposedly there's a story going out right now that there's a Sean Kemp involved in a drive-by shooting out there in Tacoma. I'm not sure of any of the veracity behind the report, but that's what people are mentioning in the chat. Data tells us I wouldn't take Skoronski and hope he can play guard. Would rather get Miles Murphy if we trade down. I'm okay going that route too. I feel pretty certain he can do the guard. I don't think it's much of a question mark he can play it, but I get what you're saying. Go for more certainty. John says, think Ika gives us more than Monet for cheaper and he is younger. I don't know that he does, though. I don't know that he's that much. I don't know that he's better than Monet. Greg says, Brandon, I get Donald only has 32-inch long arms, but he also did 35 reps on the bench, so he's quick and strong. Do you think Cansey also has that same kind of power? Well, I guess it's the tough part with Cansey on this, Greg, because we make the comparison between Cansey and Donald, which I think is apropos. There is way more that those guys have in common than there is that they have that is dissimilar. The two dissimilar points are the points you mentioned, though, in that Cansey does not have the power of Donald, and he does not have the length of Donald. And Donald's not a long guy, but he doesn't have the 32 arm plus length. It's rightful to bring that up. But what I could also say about this on the other side of that, Greg, is that I really feel like Aaron Donald's going to end up being the best all-time 3-tech defensive tackle in the entire sport. So if Cansey can give me and become 85% of what Aaron Donald did, is that a great pick if I'm taking Cansey at 15 or 16? Yeah. Do I think that he can get to becoming like what 85% of what Donald is or has been? I do. Do I think that he's going to be able to maybe, Greg, I guess to get to more detailed centric approach on your question, is he going to be as good maybe as an early run defender on early downs where potentially he could get pinpointed and attacked at the point of attack at that point? And then teams can kind of go after him then? No. But that's also why when you look at my depth chart here, Greg, and what you'll notice with this is that on early downs, I have the guys to stack out there on my defense to take care of the running game without having to have him on the field. Where early on I can rotate him in there as a rotational defensive tackle, defensive end pass rusher essentially, or moments where I'm having him shoot the gap and maybe put him a little bit more in the positions to succeed. There is definitely going to be you're getting lesser than what you got with Donald. I don't want to put him in that same Donald territory, Greg, and saying that he's not that talent. He's not that guy. But I do think that just trying to think how to put this, the way that he is such a difference maker and a separator with that quickness is so special for what you normally get inside versus other guys. That's the part to me that will allow him to overcome some of that stuff. Just not to the level that Donald can, because to your point, he's not going to have the strength and power of Donald. He's not going to have the length of Donald. But it still doesn't mean that he can't be a really useful player and a tremendous pass rusher from the inside in this league. Why do I kind of wanna is so quick and so fast. Short arms aren't going to I think you mean Cansey, I guess. Prohibit him from being such a great passer, but it makes it hard for him to stack and shed or taking on two teams in the run game. Exactly. You're going to have to protect him more in the running game than you would do Donald, which is maybe the main thing with it. Nate says, if the Hawks cut Gabe Jackson, Hawks get $6 million. Who else can they cut to get money back after spending on Geno? Nate, there's a couple moves that they can make with this. And the moves that I've prescribed that they would make this offseason would be as follow. You release Gabe Jackson, like you said, and save $6.5 million. You release Quentin Jefferson, you save $4.5 million. You release Brian Monet, you save $2.67 million. I would convert Shelby Harris's final year of his deal from base to bonus, which would then at that point, and add basically a dummy year on the back end of it, which would then provide me basically half Shelby Harris's amount this year. So I'd save $3.25 million on his contract. I would trade Noah Fant for $6.85 million. I would trade Darrell Taylor, save $1.5 million on him. And then I would convert Quandre Diggs' base to bonus money this year as well, saving another $6 or $7 million. So save all the money from that at that point to have some money to go out there and spend a little bit in free agency at that point, Nate. Nicholas with another $5 donation. Thank you for the double dono, Nicholas. I do appreciate it. It says, B, I'm 41 and didn't tell nobody. I get up and walked it off, laughing out loud. Got hit by a car in 2017 while my motorcycle, my same leg tell me when it's cold. Hey, I broke a hand back in the day and it does the same thing for me, man. I know when it's going to get cold because my hand will definitely tell me. So that sucks, man, because getting hurt at 41 too is just, good luck walking it off. You walk stuff off at 25. At 41, you just deal with it for a couple of years. So Oh my goodness, man. Well, take care of yourself. Let them know you did it too. Don't tough guy that one out, man. You're getting older now. They need to take care of you at the work if you get hurt. And you probably got a dangerous job of some kind. So, and boy, that's brutal. Got hit by a car and a motorcycle. That's scary too. Boy, that'll mess you up big time. That'll mess you up really big time. But yeah, it's funny how you can tell the weather, isn't it? Well, at least go get it checked out, man, because you don't want that thing at 65, man, where you're walking with a little limp because every time it hurts. That's my only worry for you. Is I realize that when you're young, you don't think about it, but then you guys start getting older, like, man, this might hurt forever. This might now be a part of my life. I might be just living with this now this is now my reality. This just always hurts. Enjoy your youth, kids. You start getting older and you start getting those things popping up where those thoughts start going through your head. And you're like, okay, just always in pain. 100%, 100 times, always of the day. Okay. New reality in life. Let's go. Sucks. Sucks getting older, Nicholas. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. You're talking to D Nugget about something, but says that D Nugget, Von Miller even confirmed that. Number 3 hasn't been himself since Moab passed on. Thank you for the $5 donation, Garth. And indeed, it does seem like something did maybe change a little bit with Russell. When he did lose a little bit of the sports mental coach guy that was like his best friend, and he lost him, passed away to the cancer really quickly, kind of almost overnight a little bit there. And definitely, I think probably caught, and certainly in the case of Russell, it's understandable because he did lose his father too as well. So that's something that he's dealt with in his past already. It's a little like PTSD, right? Where you go through something like that and then you have somebody else close to you after you've lost your father in that way, and then you lose them, and it's going to rattle some cages at that point. That's not just something you bounce back and get over the top of. So understandable that it's been hard necessarily, if it has been, for him to maybe get a little bit past that a bit. It would be for me too. We'll see if Russ, kind of starts to find his footing here a little bit. There's nowhere to go up. There's nowhere to go up now but up. I mean, Russ has definitely have to have hit the bottom point at this point, and there is nowhere to go but up. And the redemption story would be, it'd be a cool one. You can come back off this. Justin Rockstar, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, yo, B, would you take edge or interior first? Well, I think it does depend, Justin. I mean, sorry, kitty. I think if you're talking about the number 5 pick and just picking from there the best guy, I mean, I'm still going to go with a Carter over a Will Anderson. So I'm still going to look to go inside defensive line. But if you have both Carter and Anderson off the board, then I certainly would look to take a Tyree Wilson over a Miles Murphy. So it's a little bit of the difference in, it's a little bit of the difference in who's available and where we're picking, Justin, a little bit. But I would look in general terms to go to the defensive interior. So even in my proverbial scenario here with my mock, I moved back a couple times, but I still address the defensive tackle, interior defensive tackle being the first place to go after then at that point. And then I went right back to it with the second pick. And then I went right back to it with the 4th pick. So you can see with my mock that there was certainly a high drive inside of me to really deal with the interior of the defensive line first and foremost. We've got Boye Mafe, Uchenna Nwosu, Darrell Taylor. I think you could easily add somebody else from the outside in free agency to help out that pass rush off the edge. You need help inside. And Justin, the help on the inside is not really there out there in free agency. Absent making a big swing for a Hargrave or Deron Payne, that's very, very thin out there on the defensive tackle. Just the value out there is very thin from free agent standpoint. So got to go draft, got to go early defensive line, interior defensive line especially, I think, by the way that this is going to go. Seahawks Blue and Green, I throw like Tim Tebow, long arms reaching far back. I'm accurate up to 40 yards with some zip, but I would get strips like crazy. Oh, there you go. I only got a really strong arm. I had a pretty quick delivery, but not a strong arm necessarily. I could probably get a 40. I could probably get it 50 yards if I had a good jump. Justin Rockstar, we still don't know what the cost is of Geno going to be in the first year. The numbers have not yet come out. So there's some numbers being reported about what he can make in the first year, and what we don't still yet know what the exact first year cost is going to be. And I do think it's going to be below $25 million. Why do I says waiting till pick 51 to pick a center seems to be the play. Wait till 83 and the 4 or 5 solid ones will be gone. Maybe why do I? I don't know. When it comes down to Wilper, Tipman, Patterson, they're all late second, third round guys. So I think they kind of all go in that realm. But when you're talking about Schmitz, yeah, I think you could still get a guy in the third round. Why do I? If they waited that long. Ethan says, yo, Brandon, if we wanted to trade back, but if we wanted to stay in the top 15, could we get 3 first-round picks from any of these teams? What if all top 4 quarterbacks were gone except for Anthony Richardson? 3 first. What if all top 4 quarterbacks were gone except for 3 firsts in a trade? I don't know, Ethan. I don't know on that one. You could get a team to maybe trade from the teens up at that point to do something like that. I'm kind of not really sure what you were saying in your question because so let me read it out loud here, Ethan. What if all top 4 quarterbacks were gone except for Anthony Richardson? I don't know can you see how that's confusing a little bit and how you worded that just a little bit? I'm not sure what you mean by that. I'm sorry. It confused me a little bit on that one, bro. Ryan Ball, Brandon, what are your thoughts when Pete and John drafted Russell Wilson? Did you see him as a possible starter? 100% I did. Yeah. I was very excited by Russell Wilson when he was selected. What the one defining thing that stood out to me at the time that Russell Wilson was selected that really got my attention at the time was I was one of those guys that was kind of early on looking at the analytics aspect and how it could be applied to football. And it was early in the days of analytics starting to kind of take hold a little bit there at that time. And at that point, there was a projection service with Russell Wilson that was projecting out, that did this with all players, projected out what they did in college and took those numbers to extrapolate what they could be in the pros. And it was one where they had done a lot of players coming through that time period. But I remember the time, and somebody in the chat will remember this as well, Russell Wilson broke their calibration system because he was projected out to have one of the highest projections they had ever have on their chart. And they were like, we don't know what to make of it. We just put the numbers into the machine and it spit this out. And I really thought that was, especially when you get this guy in the third round, having that kind of deal and knowing that those analytics were not ones that you're seeing this happen on a yearly basis where some third round flyer quarterbacks being viewed in that light by this projection service. That jumped out to me. And then you watch the tape on him and you saw he was mobile, which you were seeing more of a need for mobility in quarterbacks at that point in time. And then you saw that he could make all the NFL throws, and he was coming from an NFL style offense, a pro style offense that he was playing at Wisconsin. And then he had all that starting experience going back to his time at the other college. You put that all together and yeah, you got excited about him. Did I know he was going to be what he was going to be, or did I think he was ever going to be what he became with us? I thought he was going to necessarily get there. I didn't have that view of him. But I was definitely excited in his potential, and that knowing that this isn't just your everyday typical third round quarterback guy. And I was buying completely in that time to the whole process of, it's like John Gruden said at the time about him. There's this famous clip between John Gruden and Mel Kiper talking about Russell Wilson. And there's one point where Gruden's like, Mel, you're going to tell me the difference between Drew Brees and Russell Wilson is this matter this much from him being great. You're going to tell me that. And Gruden's just giving it to him really snarky. But it was just a great little moment of television. But I absolutely felt that at the time. Like, no, he's close enough to what he is in Drew Brees' size, and he's got a similar kind of build and similar kind of traits and how he delivers the ball, and his footwork at that time was really clean coming out of school. Modeled his game after Brees, in fact, in a lot of realms. There's a lot to be feeling good about him, Ryan, on the upside game of things and what he was. Again, not thinking necessarily he's a star. Ed Armitage says, first 3 picks, Carter, Cansey, and the defensive tackle from Michigan. Well, Ed Armitage, I ran a mock draft. You can see here over my left shoulder, all posted here again, is with my first 3 picks or first 4 picks. Of my first 4 picks, I took 3 of those guys you mentioned. Or 2 of those guys you mentioned. So as I've said quite often here during the stream, we are of like mind, my fellow chat, in many different ways here on this one. Ed Armitage then drafted the Wazoo linebacker with the 4th pick. So there we go, man. Just what I did as well, Ed. Megan says, not sure about the sword and shield, B. Can barely lift my arms. It's what a true warrior spirit, Megan, you know. Beaten down by the battlefield, nothing left, you know. Will she give up? Will she fall now? You mount that one last little bit of, a little bit of strength and energy to make it happen. Wicked says, there's no way we take Carter at 5. No way. Dayatel getting ticks to my first CU game opener with Deion Sanders as head coach. Go Buffs. Hey, there we go. Little Shadder Sanders. Check him out, maybe, for your future Seahawks quarterback. Greg, Brandon, last stream, you asked about fullback. Have you heard of Hunter Lupke? I have heard the name, but I haven't looked him up or anything. Put down his name and look him up. I didn't have much chance to do much scouting the last couple of days. I looked at a few guys. John Bido's game. Sean Kemp going full gangster. Yeah. Whoo, Sean. I agree in utero. I think there's no wrong move to make there at 5 for the most part. A lot of different ways you can go to be successful in that spot. Megan coming in, Gok Roger coming in with another $10 donation. Thank you, Megan. She says, 6 years after my father's passing and my PTSD is worse than ever. Lost my uncle, grandfather, age 97, a friend to suicide, and my father all within 5 months while finishing my BA in psychology. Oh my goodness. That's a lot on the plate, you know what I mean, in that moment. And yeah, it's a spot that Megan and I don't have a lot of history with. I have both of my parents, you know, alive, and I haven't had a lot of, you know, death and loss necessarily in my family in that way. So it's hard necessarily for me always to kind of know what that feeling must be like, because unless you're going through it, there is no really explanation for it, I'm sure. But it's a place where, you know, there hasn't been as maybe much given to Russ on that benefit of the doubt with that, on that being a bit of the part of impacting him and a little bit of what he's gone through there. But would certainly make a lot of sense as to that being a thing that's not just something that you just, you know, it's like a pebble in your shoe. You just take off your shoe, drop the pebble, put the shoe back on, and just go back to run on the road. You know, that's an easier said than done type of thing. And everybody's got to go through their mourning process in their own way. And it takes as long as it takes. And yeah, that's got to be tough. I can only imagine. I can only imagine going through it. And I'm gonna be a mess if I lose any of my parents, you know. Thank you, Megan, though, for the $10 don't know. I do appreciate you on that. Voodoo Magic with a $5 donation. It says, does that Sean Kemp shooting affect his career shooting percentage? He had enough attempts, Voodoo, that the 6 shots fired are not going to be enough to move the needle on the percentages one way or another. So, you know, he loses 0.25% on his shooting percentage. It's not enough to impact him to a major degree. Thank you for the $5 donation, though, Voodoo. now he's at 46.75% as opposed to 46.5%, 55%. So, you know, just a little bit of a loss, a little bit of a drain on that one. Appreciate you, Voodoo. Thank you, man. I can't believe Sean did that. What was he thinking? Oh my God. I blame Tacoma. I blame Tacoma for this. I don't blame Sean. I blame Tacoma. I blame Tacoma for being Tacoma. Megan with another $5 donation. Thanks, Megan, for all the donations tonight, but always all the donations to the channel. You're always very, very, very kind. I really do appreciate it. She says, and why things like what happened today shake me to the core. Happened today? Things that happened today? I'm sorry. I was on just on the happened today. What happened today? With the chat? Or maybe I might be. I might have missed something on that one with that, Megan, but no, it's PTSD is a real thing, and it's built in, and it's something that you don't have any effect over. And when it clicks in, it kicks in. I've seen it on a variety of other people. I saw it on my brother coming back from war, and how that affected him when he was coming back. And it's just not something you just go, oh, just take a break, take a breath, get right over it. No, it does not. It's a easier said than thing. You just don't have that kind of control to do that in that way. When it affects you, like you said, to the core is a good way of putting it. When it affects you, oh, sorry, folks. I don't know why my alarm's going off. Hopefully I didn't just make somebody crap their pants out there. Why do I have my alarm on? Off. No alarms. Sorry about that. Young Biden came. I'm glad Aaron Curry's prompt for organization. Oh, the troll. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. The trolls be. Oh, yeah. I don't know why they were so hot today. I did a little bid of a different thumbnail, Megan. I think I got them with that a little bit. So they've been pretty quiet lately, but just suddenly today they were popping in big time. Did I tell, will the Bengals be able to afford to pay Burrow $60 million? Yeah. I think that they're in a position right now where there's no way that they can't. I know they're a cash-strapped organization, but that's one of those deals that you have a quarterback like that. He's gotten you that kind of success. He's one of those rare guys in the sport. You pay him all day long and you don't question it. You don't wonder why. You just do it. So they'll give him all the money. Yeah. John says, Belichick always wanted a dual threat. You better not throw up on me. You seriously better not throw up on me. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't you dare. Why are you facing towards me as you're doing the vomit thing? Don't face towards me with the hairball cough. You're not going to exorcist me. You better not. You better not. Daniel Bailey, would I prefer Anthony Richardson or Jalen Carter? Jalen Carter. Big J Bone. Byron D, $2 donation says, should we give Eskridge one more chance? I just don't think you count on him at this point, Byron D. I don't think that he gets released at this point. I mean, you certainly can make that call in training camp. If he comes into training camp and he's injured again, then I'm done. But you can come into training camp next year and run him out there and give him a try and see if it's, if he's cleaned things up and if he's ready to roll at that point. But I wouldn't count on him and say well, there's our de facto slot moving forward next year. So, he's certainly on thin ice at this point. I don't think that you should have a guaranteed roster spot next year just because he's a second round pick. He has shown little to absolutely nothing in the last 2 years since you made him a second round pick. And I really don't like the thought process of holding guys on the roster just because they're high picks, which is what we did with LJ Collier, and it was stupid. And it would continue to be stupid with Eskridge if he continues to show you what he's been showing you and the team not to move off him at that point, thinking, let's find the fixings and all this broken. And there's a lot that needs to be fixed with Eskridge that go just beyond injuries. It's not simply, he just needs to get healthy and then he's fine. He doesn't run particularly sharp routes. He doesn't catch the ball particularly well. Doesn't sound like he's on the fine-tuned details of what he needs to do at the receiver position, because even last year and the few times he was playing, I saw Geno Smith on the sideline having to fix and correct him on a route adjustment that he didn't make. So I'm very low. I was already low on Eskridge to begin with. I'm as low as ever on D. Eskridge at this point. I don't know really that there's a whole lot that we can count from this guy. And much like I said with LJ Collier, and much like I said with Jordan Brooks, and now I will say it with Dwayne Eskridge, Byron, my draft day assessment, my draft day night assessment of all these players, the moment after they were selected, and I looked at you guys in the camera and I said, here's what this player is. Here is what this player is going to be. I stand by every single one of my assessments of LJ Collier, Jordan Brooks, and D. Eskridge on the night of those selections. I think I hit those exactly on point for what those players are and what they'll continue to be in the future. So yeah, I'm not there with the Byron anymore with him. I'm good on Eskridge. I'm not looking to cut him actively, but I'm not looking to count on him either. Garth, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate all the donos, Garth. Always appreciate, of course. Brando, what if all you knew was Bijan's career would rival LT's without knowing anything of the other prospects? Would you take him at number 5? Ooh. If I can get a guy that I know is going to mount up 13,000 yards at one organization, for the most part, 12,000 yards at one organization, and I'm going to get that production out of number 5, and I have that guaranteed over the question marks of anything else, I'm going to take that, Garth. Well, for 9-year career at 12,000 yards rushing, and then another additional 4,000 yards receiving. Yeah, I'll take that certainty of knowing that, Garth, if I've got that in hand. Part of why I've been driven at times, Garth, to thinking about Bijan as even an option there. It's because I do trust in that rivaling potentially of his career. Obviously, Garth, depending on where he goes as far as his landing spot. But he has the talent of LaDainian Tomlinson. He is LaDainian 2.0. And if you provide him the kind of lines that LaDainian had blocking in front of him for most of his career there, he will give you, I think, that kind of production. So, yeah, I probably would. Especially because if I know that information, Garth, then I know I get to throw out the injury thing, right? That's the big thing all those people talk about, why you can't take a running back at 5 or that high in the draft. If I can remove completely the injury quotient and say that I have basically a bionic man who will never get hurt for the most part, well, then the value is definitely there, I think. Risen says, I like how you picked Washington later, but sadly, I can't see him picked outside the first round. He's going to be special. I do hope we get him somehow. He's perfect for Seattle. He's one of my favorite players in the draft, Risen. No lie about that. And you might be right. I have a first round grade on him. And so it wouldn't shock me in the least to see a team jump at that point that high for him. It would make a lot of sense. Jackson Romsberg, Madden 12 for Wii is the only Madden I own. It was still in pretty good shape back then, Jackson. And Utero says the main knock on Washington is his movement without the ball. He's my favorite tight end in the draft. Yeah, that was the wonder that you had coming into this. This is where the combine informs you. And this is where the combine rounds out a little bit of your understanding of a player and where you have a question mark on him. And then you go, okay, well, what does he show me in the combine though? What do I see from him at the combine that might either confirm or remove that and show when you go short area burst, what has this guy got? Well, he runs a 4.6 40 at 264 pounds. And then he's got the 1.57 10-yard split. So that's elite burst for a guy 6'7", 246. And so there, now you've got that elite burst that's there. He pairs that in with a 123-inch broad jump, which is good for his size. He gives you only 31-inch vertical leap, so that's not that high. Again, carrying 264 pounds, though. You're not going to maybe get up as high. But yeah, that's the one part, a little bit with him. But I thought that the combine kind of also diffused a little bit of those concerns as well. Just a bit. Daniel said the NFL is colluding against Lamar Jackson the same way the midnight snacks collude against my waistline. Nothing about the situation is in my control. Wicked Garden, any scenario at which Anderson falls to 5? 100% Wicked Garden. 4 quarterbacks go in the top 5. Some team falls in love with that. Well, it's 2 things. Either 4 quarterbacks go in the top 5, allowing you to have a chance of Anderson, or a team really falls in love with Tyree Wilson. And Tyree Wilson tested better than Anderson. So some team that's a dumb franchise like Arizona talks themselves into Tyree over Will Anderson. That would also be another way that could go like that. Brody says we should go defense with our 4th, 5th pick and use 20th for a quarterback. Sadly, there may not be a first round worthy quarterback at that point, Brody, at 20. I think you're going to see all 4 of the quarterbacks that are first round ready or first round worthy in this draft go in the top 10 minimum, if not top 5. Garth Knight with another $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. Says, are we sure Sean Kemp isn't one of those guardian angel guys trying to clean up the streets? Oh yeah, he's like, what did they remember there was the guy, the Phoenix guy, who was the real life superhero UFC fighter who used to he used to walk the streets of Seattle looking to stop crime. I can't remember if he got in some trouble or something went down with that whole situation and how it played out with him. Okay, kid, you're making me hella nervous. Yeah, hella nervous. I forget the guy's name. Something Phoenix, I think was his name. Phoenix something or rather. But it could have been that. Maybe he stopped a pregnant woman from getting murdered, you know? We don't know. We don't know the details yet, Garth. You know? He could have been out there doing, you know, something heroic, you know, as he was driving by shooting. Allegedly. Oh, gosh. We're going to have to see what this story breaks out. This is going to be an interesting story, Garth, on how this played out. DJ Jimenez, hey, B, is Miles Adams still under contract? He is indeed. He is indeed. Garth, thank you for all the donos, bro. Appreciate you, man. Greg says, Brandon, how is Seahawks looking at guard after this year's depth? I think they may need to pick one at some point in the draft or for agency, even in just for depth. Yeah, we do need Greg. I mean, Phil Haynes is kind of especially if you're going to release Gabe Jackson, you are a very, very thin there. I think you're looking at right now as it stands, Damian Lewis, Gabe Jackson, and maybe Greg Island as the one guy that you'd have coming in there as a feasible backup. But they're going to have to do more with it. In my mock, I did address this, Greg. I had us taking Steve Avila out of TCU. I also went back and took Ricky Stromberg later in the draft, who could maybe do some guard stuff for you as well as doing some backup center stuff. But you're right. You are going to need to address it. The problem comes into play on this, Greg, is that the free agent class of guards sucks. It might be one of the weakest positions in this free agent class. And then the guards in this draft class kind of suck. And there's not great depth. So it's a tough position to fix as there's not a lot of active, really clear fixes out there to be had. John says, if they trade back from 5, I want them to use the capital to trade for Daron Payne. I'd be okay with doing a trade on that, John. I kind of came to the conclusion on my end of this that I'd rather just take Javon Hargrave, not have to give up the draft capital at that point, and then also spend probably $5, $6, $7 million less per year for a guy that maybe gives you fairly close equivalency as far as a player goes. B, I need Sling Blade.
Well, you're going to get that offseason real good this time, I'm going to tell you that. I like myself some tater tots, and I like good free agent signings. I want our Seahawks to get a real good player, a lot of good players. I hope Joey's willing to spend some money. She don't like to spend much. She's going to sell the team soon. I want to see us do something, though. Haven't been to Super Bowl in a long time. I like to go. Now, where are my tater tots?
There you go, Jack. Seahawks Blue and Green, do you have a Russell Wilson impersonation?
Come on, guys, let's get this going.
No, I don't have a good Russell. I don't. Mr. Unlimited. That's right. I can't. I've tried him a couple times. He's hard. It's hard to copy robots. You know, it's difficult. Risen, why Brian Breesy? I'm worried about his injury, and I don't know. And I know he was on a stacked team, but the lack of production is a bit worrisome. Changed my mind. Defensive tackle production in college football is always going to be a little bit of a mixed bag. There are a few guys that put up a lot of tremendous production from the inside, especially when a lot of these defenses at the college level will operate with these sort of 3-man fronts for a lot of the time period. He's coming off 2 different situations this past year, Risen, with a torn ACL, and then he had a sister die, and I think both of those things kind of were a 1-2 punch for him. I'm anticipating that he's going to be able to bounce back off the torn ACL. And if you go back and you look at his 2021 tape, it's a lot more impactful. It's a lot more of him looking like a top 10 type prospect. So I think you give him a year off of that injury recovering. I think that there were still enough flashes this past year on tape. It wasn't as consistent as it was in 2021. But as you can see with my mock draft as well, I'm not taking Breezy in the top 10. I'm not taking Breezy in the top 20. I'm barely even taking him in the top 30 in my draft. I've got him here at 26. So there is a little bit of, I'm waiting a little bit into the depths of the first round to grab him at that point. But I do trust that he's going to be able to come back. There's been other defensive tackles in recent history. Richardson with the Titans being an example that tore their ACL in college and came back in and were able to bounce back and become still a really talented, good, great player. I've got Breezy. My Breezy's my third defensive tackle in this draft, Risen, as far as value-wise. Seahawks blue and green have to just be awkward the whole time and say go Hawks at the end of it, Russ. We're really trying out there right now. We're doing a lot of good stuff and we're just trying really hard and everybody's working strong and working together and we're a team and we're just taking one play at a time and we're just trying to understand how to take that play at a time. And I'm just out there leading us and I'm just doing it and we're just going to show us how to get there and we're trying to get there and we just want to win. And at the end of the day, that's all we're trying to do. And everybody's trying their hardest, and there was a lot of great players out there playing. Our receivers were running great routes, catching the ball really well. Our tight ends were out there just blocking, catching the ball really well too. My left tackle was protecting my blind side. Rest of the offensive line was doing great. They were on their job. They were getting it done. We're just one play at a time. Just kept going throughout the playbook, staying on the plan, staying on the point, never stopping. Go Hawks. I can't do a Russ. Megan says 46 years old and old B, and I'm feeling every old injury 1,000 times over. I'm saying to these young guys, man, when the young guys will get out there and they'll walk those injuries off, they don't understand the price will be paid for that injury later on. Take care of those injuries, young ones. Space, we should walk away some talented rookies with 10 picks. We should, Space. We should. Dayatel says PFF gave you a D for Michael Schmitz. Laughing my ass off. Yeah, they don't like Michael Schmitz very much, man. I didn't even take him until like mid-second round, too. Kyler Makara, is there any possible way we get Caleb Williams or Quinn Ewers next year? Laughing my ass off. I guess maybe Quinn Ewers, not Caleb Williams. He's going to go number 1 overall, and I don't think we're going to be picking number 1 overall. Diego says, damn, dude, this is still going on. Let's go, Brandon. Get it. Hey, that's how I roll. It's a short stream for me, man. This is a short stream for me. Nate says, Ethan Posick had one of his best years for the Browns as a center. Can we see a reunion with him back? What's your thoughts on this? I think he'd be good. I'd be open to it, Nate. I do. I was initially thinking about maybe taking him and for agency and giving him a contract. I ended up leaning back to feeling like I could address the center position in the draft. But if they wanted to go with him and make that pick, I could understand it. And it would make a lot of sense for grabbing Ethan. Make a lot of sense. And go with it. He's not going to cost, I don't think, that much. A little bit. You'll have to give him a little deal, but nothing insane. D-Nugget says, did you see Flemno video on Russ and how the death of Trevor Morad and neutral thinking has thrown him off? I didn't. I'll check him out, D-Nugget. Flemlo does some good videos. Great videos. Ray Ace says, that's a good point. Length and strength seems to be why Aaron Donald did so great being able to overcome his size issues. Absolutely helped him out. And he had the freakish strength to go with the freakish get off, which is the two. A player like Yancey will come on that'll have one or the other, right? But to have both of those in his back pocket is part of why you're looking at the guy that's going to go down as the all-time best 3-tech defensive tackle in the sport. Or maybe one of the best all-time defensive tackles in the sport, if not the one. Overnight, we better bolster this draft or your all Seahawks going to be pissed. Yeah, you're right. We're going to be pissed. Chad Nordenstrom. I'd like to get Leonard Fournette to pair up with K9. We need another running back. We do. He would be pretty cheap. He does seem like a guy that I don't know if has been exactly the all about ball kind of mentality that the coaching staff tends to look for in players. does seem like kind of a guy that's sort of just kind of gliding by a little bit with his pro career versus where we thought he'd be coming into the league. But he would give you that hammer, Chad. He'd give you that short yardage kind of back that would be a nice pairing, to your point, with Walker. Pedro Mendoza says trading back 5 a few spots and getting Cansey is such a good start to the draft. I agree. And that was my start. Voodoo Magic says, yep, Sean Kemp, the Rain Man, was arrested after shooting at someone at the Tacoma Mall. He fled in his Porsche. Cops got his license plate and arrested. It's hard to flee in a Porsche, isn't it? If you're going to flee, you need to be fleeing in a Honda Accord or a Toyota Civic. You flee in the Porsche, it's very specific. Yeah, Dea Hiddell, I think you're right. I'd rather go Jamal Adams. If we're going open market for the short yardage back rather than the draft, then let's go with like a Jamal Adams. I don't know about Fournette. I loved Fournette coming out of the draft. Don't get me wrong. I did love him, but oof. CR says, for me, it's simple. We should address some needs before the draft. Get Woods for sure. Add Bobby, and we could possibly add one cheap 1-2. Don't see the cap space for DeJuan Jones. DeJuan Jones is draft pick, CR. Don't see the cap space for DeJuan Jones, etc. Yeah, CR, definitely check out the front of my video on kind of some of the ways I was able to create some cap space without any real crazy moves. But I did find some ways to create some cap space here if Seattle does want to be aggressive in this upcoming offseason. Nicholas Newton, B, I'm a scaffold builder. Oh, goodness. No protections then, right? You're an independent contractor. Oh, my goodness, Nicholas. We'll take care of that leg, man. Don't, at least get some ice on it or something, Oh, my goodness, brother. John says there are a number of decent running backs in this draft. We need a big back who can pound through the line for a couple of yards when needed to complement Kenneth Walker III. Fully in agreement. It's part of what I did in my mock draft. If you look at this right here, near the end, I went and got Chris Rodriguez, who I think could be that guy. There are certainly some other options available, but we are of like mind on that one. Marcus B28, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, my mock drafts, I can trade the 51st for Chase Young. I'd be open to it, Marcus. Especially if you could end up moving Darrell Taylor for a pick. But I'm open to doing it as long as his knee's right. That's the key with him, Marcus. He took quite a bit of time to come off that ACL. Is everything okay with it? Is it 100%? Is he going to bounce back to what he was? Is he around where he was before? Be a little bit of what I'd wonder a little bit making that trade with it, but I'm open to doing it. I like it. Gar says that Gar for the $5 donation says that D Nugget, what is the best chip? I'll go to my grave saying Cheetos. Garth has a hard time. I have a hard time disagreeing with Garth on this one. Bang for the buck, Cheeto. I've got a couple contenders in there, but bang for the buck. Hard not to go Cheeto. I got my personal likes, Garth, but Cheeto definitely. I've got others I like, but I don't like them at all times, and I like them paired with certain other foods. Cheetos go with anything. So I think Garth's right on this one. I think Cheetos is it. Spectre7, thank you for the $5 donation. Says Wilson, obviously we're trying to go out there and win. Obviously it's a day at a time thing, obviously, and we're just taking it one day at a time, and we just got to keep working, obviously, and when we're working, we just got to stay on it, obviously all the time, and it's a day by day thing. We just got to stay on it, obviously, and then we have a lot of great guys here, go Hawks. I mean, let's ride. Yeah, Wilson was the king, the absolute king in the early days of just talking and saying nothing. And that's what you train these kids to do. So it's not Russell being Russell. This is what you tell these young players to do, because you don't want them to put their foot in their mouth and say something stupid. But boy, he was the master of it with just, one day at a time. We're just working at it. We know it's a grind. It takes time. We got to stay on top of it. Everybody's on it right now. We're all pulling as one. Team effort, one game at a time. That's exactly how I was, Spectre 7. Exactly. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Roxanne Roll with a $5 donation. Says, Sean Kemp a superhero? A guardian angel? I do remember the man defying gravity up and down the hardwood back in the 1990s. That's true. It's true. And let's face it, Roxanne, what better cover for a superhero than a basketball player? You're gigantically sized, but you have an explanation for your gigantic proportions and your tremendous physical ability that seems somewhat inhuman. Yeah. So, what greater cover for Sean than to be a basketball player? Basketball player by day, Batman by night. Cleaning up the streets of Tacoma, one mall at a time. And if you've been to the malls in Tacoma, you would know there's a lot of cleaning up that's needing to be done because those malls are a little bit rough. They had one back in the day where they even late when it was really still very wrong. There was a part where they didn't know better in the 60s and 70s. Let's have a gorilla in a mall in a 15 by 20 cage. That's good. That's great for the gorilla. And I remember going as a kid going, boy, and the gorilla just looked unhappy but only in Tacoma. Only in Tacoma they have a gorilla in a mall for no particular reason. But it's all coming together now, Roxanne. It's all starting to add up. The jumping, the athleticism, the speed. He's really a superhero the whole time. And Euro says Bijan would be awesome, but we can't get him. Yeah, I know. It's kind of where I come to with it. I do think it would be awesome, though. I do think it would be awesome. John Reese, Charbonnet would be nice to spell Walker. He would. In my mocks, I was driven a little bit to maybe go and take that pick with him late second round. I didn't, but he would be a good hammer in there too. Yeah, Chad, Bijan 20 would be cool. I'd love to get him, man. I would. It's not likely to happen, as Brian said, but a man can dream. This stream's all about dreaming. Jack says Anderson over Carter based on the character stuff. Understandable. Dayatel, Osiris Torrance or Nolan Smith? I'd probably go Nolan Smith. I got some worries about Osiris Torrance not quite being just being kind of a run blocker at the next level. I like the upside of Nolan. 1023 y'all acting like Bijan Robinson's the next Todd Gurley or Adrian Peterson. My comp 1023 has been LaDainian Tomlinson. I think I'm on pretty solid ground. Go look at the production coming out of college. Go look at the combine scores they posted. Bijan Robinson's right there step for step with him in the 40. They had the exact same, I think, broad jump, the exact same 10-yard split. They're within a couple of inches of each other on the vertical leap. Very close, in my opinion. It tells us, remember when everyone said Najee Harris was going top 15? I don't know if I remember that one. I always thought with him it was a question of whether or not he was going to go in the first round. Brian Myers, NFL Network, compared Bijan to LaDainian. Yeah, it's it's a rightful comparison. It really is. And he is the first comparison to LaDainian that's come along ever. There's no back that's been as close to LaDainian Tomlinson since LaDainian Tomlinson retired. Then Bijan Robinson. Ethan says, sorry, Brandon, repost. Let's say Bryce, Levis, and Stroud were gone. leaving AR as the only top prospect quarterback left. Would it be possible to trade back within the top 15 and get 3 firsts in return? Not probably within the top 15. You probably have to go maybe late teens minimum to get to 3 first-round picks, and even then it's going to be hard. But then you probably could. D-Nugget says, Brando, your thoughts on the Daniel Jones contract? It's another NFL organization, D-Nugget, being driven by desperation for the position and not by really thinking it through. This is also the problem that you run into, as I harped on it again and again last year, about not taking a quarterback first, getting the supporting cast in play, and then getting the quarterback. Because part of the reason that you give Daniel Jones this contract is because you go, well, he doesn't have any receivers. Well, we didn't give him a consistent offensive line for the majority of his time here leading to the end of this contract. Well, now you're unable to make your proper assessment of the quarterback, aren't you? Because we still aren't certain about what exactly Daniel Jones is. You might give him all that stuff. You might give him game breakers on the outside and come to find out that he's topped out. He is who he is. But you didn't make that assessment. You didn't provide him the right supporting cast early on. Now you're having to bite the bullet and to pay the price. And you're taking a huge risk out of desperation. And this is what bad franchises do, and especially bad franchises when it comes to how they address the quarterback position and look at the quarterback position. So, the Giants are driven in this deal by trying to think about what he'll be when they eventually get the talent around him, which now becomes incredibly hard, D-Nugget, because they're paying the kind of money they're paying to him. They're also back in the barrel of paying the big money to the running back as they now franchise Saquon Barkley, further restricting them from going out and finding all these playmakers that they're going to put on the outside for Daniel Jones to really show out what he truly is. So this is the issue with making mistakes at the front of the line, is that you still have to suffer from them years down the line from them. And, the initial mistake, in my opinion, in the first place, is taking Daniel Jones as high as they took him in the first round like they did. Second problem was taking him before they had gotten the supporting cast in place. And now you're going to be paying them the money because you feel like you have to. I can't say how negatively I look at what the Giants are doing here with this Daniel Jones situation and how stupid a move it really is. It's asinine. Absolutely asinine. Whitey says, oops, I meant centers might be gone by 83. And I don't know, Brando, from the different team pod and mocks I've seen, center is a league-wide need. For me, we'll be upset if they come out of round 2 without one. Well, I mean, on your point with that why do why, I mean, I guess we are kind of aligned in that, because again, in my mock draft or my dream offseason scenario, I'd had us taking John Michael Schmitz in the second round. So, I do have us taking a guy in that spot regardless. It just, to me, feels really, really right now. Dan Henley and John Michael Schmitz in the second round for our Seahawks feels really, really right. Feels like a real, just pure fit. So I do see it going that way. I think you would have a guy available to you. You're not going to have maybe one of the highest talented guys, but there's such a collection of those guys in that spot for me. Why do I? I think there would be one still remaining if it had to break that way. But you're right. I ideally would like to address it earlier on. Ethan Posick had a great year for the Browns at center. You think he'd be worth picking up and then getting someone from the draft? And who's perhaps a good third wide receiver to look at in either free agency or the draft? Yeah, I'd be open to taking Ethan Posick, Nate, in free agency, and certainly at that point in doing so, that would then open you up for not feeling like you have to take that center in the second round as I did. And he's not going to cost, I think, a tremendous contract, maybe 3 years, $21 million, something like that. 3 years, maybe $24 million, somewhere in that neighborhood. And yeah, I'd be okay with having him come back. He had an outstanding year for the Browns, and he would be better than what we had last year, I would say for sure. Just to, again, go back, I know I'm doing this often, but a lot of your guys' questions, like yours is, Nate, if you have questions about what I would do this offseason, folks on this in the chat right now, before you ask the questions on this, go back and watch the start of my stream, because the start of my stream, I take 40 minutes of going through and breaking down exactly the moves I made. And I've got to say, on a lot of your majority of your guys' questions are what I then deal with in my offseason plan. So if you have a question about what I would do with this offseason plan or my dream offseason, please do, Nate, go back to watch the start of this show where I take that 40-minute time period and really do break down on the moves that I would make. Now, on the moves that I did make, and I'll show them here again over my right shoulder, but I'm just going to kind of shorthand this one because I obviously went kind of in depth at the start of the show on this. Yes, I went and looked at a wide receiver. I look at Robert Woods. He just got released by the Tennessee Titans. I signed him to a 1-year, $5 million deal. He can play every wide receiver position within this offense. He has fluidity within this offense, playing the vast majority of his career with the Rams, using the very same playbook we ourselves utilize. As I said, he can play every single wide receiver position. So if you lose a Lockett or you lose a DK Metcalf, he can slide out there and do that. He is only still 30 years old. I don't think he would cost a lot of money. I do think you could get him on a prove-it type deal, and that would be the guy that I would look to target. Absent something like that, there's really not a lot of guys in free agency, maybe absent Marquise Blair that I would really look, or Marquise Goodwin that I would really look at as far as another option there. Other than that, you're going to go maybe to the draft and see if there's somebody there that you would look at that point. In the draft, there's a ton of slot guys. I mean, too many almost to name in this regards, Nate, where there's a bunch of guys, short arm guys that are only going to operate out of the slot that you could pick anywhere from Jackson Smith and Jigba in the first round all the way into the depths of the third or fourth round with guys like Jake Bobo out of UCLA. So you've got your pick of the litter. The one thing is with this draft is it's not strong with receiver, but it's very strong with at least slot receiver. So you can certainly find that, and that's a need for the team right now. So I would probably go with one of those two routes, Nate, but I do like Robert Woods quite a bit. Roxanne Roll has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 20 long months. Thank you for that long continued support, Roxanne. I really do appreciate it. She says, I lived in Tacoma from 88 through 94. So you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about, Roxanne. You know the mall I'm talking about. You know the danger areas. There's always just been some shady places out there in Tacoma. I ain't saying it's all bad, but there's some spots that I wouldn't want to be out there in the middle of the night in Tacoma. And I'm just saying that. And my uncle used to live out there too, so I used to be out through there quite a bit. Garth, thank you for the $5 donation. I really do appreciate the double dono. You got another $5 above that as well. So thank you for all the donations tonight, my man. Says, I remember a couple times being at the Tacoma Mall where I hoped Sean Kemp and the Porsche of Justice would show up. Who's Commissioner Gordon? That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. Sean, where you at, man? Where you at? Let me hear the engines purr, because I know you're on your way. That's the sound of justice, the purr of those Porsche engines. Thank you, Garth. I appreciate the $5 donation, man. I'm just saying, there's some good parts in Tacoma, but there's some spots. You know what I mean? There's some spots you don't want to be in. Garth with another $5 on top of that. Thank you again. All the donations, Garth, man. You're amazing, bro. It says, Sean Kemp's Porsche of Justice needs to visit the New York Giants front office. Yeah, that's big facts right there. They're going to need to do something about that front office. They tried to move out already Gettleman, and they got their coach at least right now. But you crap the bed on these quarterback contracts, and you can do everything else right. You can be almost perfect down the line. And if you get your quarterback situation wrong, the whole situation is messed up. And boy, for the Giants to walk into this situation and for them to logically go through this where we don't want to lose Saquon Barkley for nothing. We don't know what Daniel Jones is. Daniel Jones is due for a contract. Rather than then franchise him, though, we're going to just pay him so we can keep the franchise tag so that then we can franchise Saquon Barkley. I don't know how they look through that whole decision point and go, this was intelligently comprised. We came through logical deduction to this conclusion. You know, doesn't it just feel completely like, can't lose Saquon for nothing. He just finally gave us a value. We originally made him a top 5 pick. We can't just let him walk now that he's showing off of being a top 5 pick in his potential. And that somehow informs you that you then have to pay Daniel Jones $40 some odd million a year in a new contract. Holy Lord. Holy Lord. And Power Code says, I think we need more mods, Brando. I would, with the trolls, okay, I guess read those. yeah, I do certainly think Megan's got a lot on her shoulders with it. So I'm definitely potentially open on that Empower code. We definitely want to get have a good share of mods in here. I might do that. Let me think about it. Risen says dream scenario, trade back and get both of Eagles' first round picks, then somehow end up getting Skoronski, Cansey, Robinson, Washington, McDonald in the second round would be the cherry on top. I've kind of wondered if I was the Eagles, if the move I'd make as you watch the Giants making the move they're making is that, it'd be ballsy. There'd be backlash. It'd probably even have some issues within the locker room making this kind of move. But you're on the edge of paying $50 million to Jalen Hurts rather than do that. Remembering you just ran into this problem with Carson Wentz if you're the Eagles organization. To your point on this, Risen, why not move up from where you're picking at 12, get up to 5, flip your other first round pick to the Hawks with the 12 pick, get your Anthony Richardson at that point, move Jalen Hurts for a first round pick at that point, and is your team not in better shape, say nothing of the $50 million that you saved? I don't know. I've wondered on that. I have wondered. Daniel says, thoughts on the signing of Geno is if a majority even of all of the incentive money you meant, does not count against the cap. $25 million a year sounds great to me. Sounds great to me too, man. I think the more we're learning about the details of this deal, the better it's looking, Daniel. Let's wait until we got the final numbers. So let me find out what the final numbers are. Let me find out what the final bonus is. There's a lot of people talking about the numbers in this deal, Daniel, but nobody really knows how it all sort of works out quite yet. It does look better. It's looking better and better, but let's see what the final true numbers are here. CR says, living in Germany, I've always have to get up at night to watch the stream. Good. I woke up early, finished 4 hours of work in HO, and now bridge the time with the stream until the first meeting. By the way, 6:30 a.m. Well, thank you for getting up early, CR, man. That warms my heart that you do get up that early. I know it is. We got a lot of international folks here at the Hawks Nest. And I know that it is hard for you guys to get up at the time. And hell, we got Megan, our main mod, in here from Australia. I know she's got to get up at the butt crack of dawn sometimes when I do my times. And I swear to you, CR, eventually we will be doing more of those streams that are maybe a little at different times in the day, which might end up being more advantageous for some of our international folks. But I appreciate you jumping on in the early hours of the morning, to watch and whatnot and jump on the stream, man. You're awesome for doing so. I appreciate you. Daytail Chubb will show us right away if next year is going to be a nightmare or not. Chubb. Daytail says 2K needs to take the NFL contract. They've always done great with the NBA and MLB. Agreed, Day. I certainly feel a lot more in firmer hands with 2K and football than I do with EA. I'll say that. Donnie Pearson, Phoenix Jones. That's the guy. The guy named Phoenix Jones that used to roll around in a superhero outfit in Seattle. And because Washington is what they call a mutual combative state, which means that if you agree to get in a fight with another dude, that nobody is going to be basically arrested if anything happens, because it's like dueling, basically. You've mutually agreed both parties have agreed. But Phoenix Jones used to go around the city of Seattle and downtown, looking to stop crime and full superhero regalia. Full regalia. Megan says, sorry to bring down the chats, 12s and beat. Maybe I should just stay away for a while. No, Megan, it's all good. Not at all. We're talking about in relation to Russell Wilson, so it's pertinent to what we're talking about. We go wherever the conversation leads in here, Megan. No rules in here. No rules. Daytell, sometimes I think Jerry Jones has dementia and wakes up every morning calling Jimmy Johnson and telling him Troy Aikman is his son. Oh, Lordy. Gervon asks also, what happened to the Gervon Dexter hype? Well, I wasn't a big Gervon Dexter guy before the combine, which kind of showed off, I think, some of the problems with him. He has the slowest first step quickness of just about any prime, quote unquote, prime defensive tackle prospect you will see in this draft. And that's an issue. And then he's a run stuffer who's really slow off the line. So it's like he's slow off the line and he usually loses the fight initially off the line of scrimmage, but he's a great recoverer. He does great recovering. And so he'll get bounced back a couple of yards. He'll flop the guard off his body, get back up in to go then make the play. And it works in college. My contention has been that that's not going to work at the NFL level. My contention has been that he's just going to get blown out of the hole and he's not going to recover like that. And by the time he recovers, the running back's going to be gone. But I never quite understood the Gervon Dexter hype myself. Just didn't quite make a lot of sense. And Uterus says, sometimes I think Jerry Jones died 10 years ago. Steven's just propping him up like Weekend at Bernie's so he doesn't have to take any heat. So then his dad still takes all the heat, but he's been dead. Diego says, man, I came in here trying to hate on y'all, but y'all are okay people. Laughing out loud. Stay up, and honestly, I hope y'all don't make the playoffs. Ha ha ha. It's a common sentiment, Diego. We've got a variety of Bronco fans, Niner fans. I got other fans come through here, and this is the unique place that I call my home here at the Hawks Nest. And that's that it's something that we all kind of tangibly decided we were going to do with this, and that we love football, and we love really the ins and outs of football and the different layers of football and team building and team philosophy and how to fix things when they're broken and how to get the most out of this and maximize that. And all of that stuff has nothing to do with kind of the old traditional mudslinging that you get between fan bases when they go head to head. When you get two guys in a bar, a couple beers deep, wanting to then go at each other because they're wearing two different jerseys. We've got a voracious rivalry going on with the Niners here right now, no doubt about it. And there are times it gets craze with it as far as things get really heated and emotional. But at the end of the day, we're always going to run this channel and we're going to run the chat and our discussion through a paradigm of trying to be deep thinkers as much as we can on it. We don't have all the answers here, but we're seeking to try to get the answers. And we might not arrive there, but that's the aspiration. And I don't think you can get there and be a deep thinker if you're just being busy trying to troll each other or see who can dunk on each other harder as far as the badder comment you can kind of post, so to speak. But I appreciate you, man. Thank you for the donation earlier, Diego. Why do I like your list of players, man? Those are all good players you listed. Megan, you're all good. Don't worry about it, girl. No worries. Brian Myers says, Kemp, Peyton, McKee, Sonic's best defensive team I've seen in 40 years. Love G. Carl. Great defensive team. And they did it with, they had the guys that were individual stoppers, didn't they, Brian? But they were also so much about the team defense. Carl teaching and getting those players to get their hands in the passing lanes and keep their hands active for those type of things. And then to convert that into a fast break opportunities. And they were masters of it with Carl, and he was real purposeful in teaching them in that fashion how to play that way. And we don't see that kind of basketball played anymore, that's for sure. Megan says, feeling in a Porsche is like, well, I'm not sure, but it would be easy to pick it out in the crowd. I do too, Megan, right? Like, you don't want that as your getaway car. You want you want the getaway car that's fast if you're really trying to get away fast. But in his case, you just want the car that, like, what was that car where the shots were fired of? I think it was like it was like a Hyundai. Like, what was it? It was was like a Elantra Hyundai. It was gray. It was a Elantra. You don't want the specific. Yeah, it was the champagne colored Porsche. You're gonna have a knock on that door. Officers will be at your door. Garth, you need to flee in the scene, a blue Subaru. That's it, man. Exactly. It's gonna be like, was that a Mazda? Was that a Mazda or was that you just don't, something is, it could be anything. You certainly don't want to be like, yeah, there was a 6'10" guy in a Porsche I saw. He had to lean his head out the Porsche because his head, you could just see his head was hitting it. Looked like Sean Kemp in his face too. Why do I? Says higher than some on Will Anderson. Drop-off season would have been others' career year. And getting 2 times in the SEC, he was yoked at the combine. Every bit of the 10 pounds of muscle he put on. I definitely love him. Why do I? And you know, for me, he's my number 2 prospect in this whole draft. So I do have him behind Carter, but I still do have him as my number 2 guy, even ahead of the quarterbacks in this draft. But yeah, people are kind of sleeping on him a little bit. Why do I? And I think a little bit too is like initially his 40 time got reported as 4.69, and then they corrected it to it being 4.6, which still wasn't an elite time for a guy off the edge with some of the other edge guys. But I doesn't knock him down for me a bit. Why do I? And he's a sensational prospect. Joker Flamin' Hot Cheetos, those are good too, man. And they are hot. I like the old school Cool Ranch Doritos before they took off some of the seasoning. They like half the seasoning about 10 years ago. When you get some of those deep seasoned Dorito Cool Ranches, those were next level. Ruffles, sour cream and onions, great, Sam. Those are great. Those are like staple chips. I don't know if I go great chip at that point, but a Staples chip. Nitro Hawk says, Brandon, what's the most overrated food? I think the 3 most overrated foods are spaghetti, meatloaf, and it's another one. There's so many overrated ones for me, Nitro. You know, it's a never-ending list for me. It's the list that never dies. Turkey. I think turkey's overrated. Turkey's bland, and we have to eat it like twice a year at times. I don't think anybody would eat turkey unless it was some traditional, you had to do it. I know it's healthy. The healthy guys would, right? All the super health heads would, but I think turkey's tremendously overrated. Voodoo Magic Tim's Cascades Jalapeno for me. I go to Tim's every once in a while. I like it when they've got their specialty brands come out. I jump on those for that because they got some legit like next level specialty brands that are top notch. Top notch. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish Najee Harris is a beast. Would be awesome to have a power back like that to match K9's elusiveness. He's good. He's good. Greg Kemp, Brandon, did you see the Hawks interview DeJuan Jones and Corbin Smith is saying move Abe to right guard? I know you don't agree with putting Abe at right guard, but would it be just for adding depth or injury concern? No, if they bring in DeJuan Jones at that point, Greg, they're either planning on moving Abe to right guard or they're moving DeJuan Jones to right guard. The one thing I haven't wondered with this, Greg, is that, you know, the thinking seems to be that we got to move, if we do draft DeJuan Jones, that we'd have to move Abe to right guard. Why wouldn't DeJuan Jones move to right guard? You know, why is it go without saying that DeJuan's the guy that stays at tackle at that point over Abe? So I would more lean to like, okay, I'm down for doing it, but keep Abe at right tackle and then pop in DeJuan at right guard. I would be more in favor of doing that. You know what you have in Abe, you don't know what you have in DeJuan. You could end up bringing DeJuan out to right tackle, see him struggle at right tackle, and then see Abe struggle also at right guard. So I think that I don't see the reason to take that risk with it. But maybe the team feels differently with this. Maybe they're open to making that kind of transition and move. Mr. Allah Bijan reminds me of Edrin James. Maybe. I don't know if Edrin was quite as fast or quick. Let's look at something. Because I've heard the Edrin James. Come on. Damn, Edrin James ran a 4.3840 at his combine. Holy mackerel. I guess I could see it. I thought he had ran a lot slower 40 time, but Edrin was that's pretty crazy for Edrin. But I have heard that. I've heard the Edrin comp too. Prince TY1, Brandon, with the fate of the universe on the line, you got to pick at 5. Who are you picking? Jalen Carter, Anthony Richardson, or Tyree Wilson? Well, at least let me build in a little bit of this, Prince, so I'm not making this guess in the dark. If I've got my guys coming back to me and saying, Jalen Carter, if my private investigator and my people sources to Georgia, if my scouts that have done the groundwork are saying, Jalen Carter's a little bit of a young guy, a little bit immature, but, he shows the signs of being able to turn around and that this stuff is not, part and parcel for who he is as a young man, and that these are just bumps in his road, speed bumps in his proverbial professional road, then I'm going Jalen Carter. But if they were to come back with me, Prince, and say, no, these concerns are legitimate, the character concerns are real, he is a ticking time bomb, what you've seen so far and what you've heard so far is simply the tip of the iceberg, then I would go with Anthony Richardson. Tyree would be my third choice. I could see somebody else was mentioning the comp of LaDainian to Walker. I could see that too. I could see that comp in there as well. Sayar says Daniel Jones' signing was nuts. Rather let him go sign somewhere else like Garoppolo or Locke and draft a quarterback next year. Yeah, I would have done that too if I was the Giants, I mean, your roster is they kind of played a little over their skis this past year. You could say that they need to get things a little more developed along the pathway for the quarterback to come in that they could take advantage of on a rookie deal. Potentially at a time when they were doing that, by the way, where you have Dallas paying Dak, and then you would have Philadelphia paying Jalen Hurts big money, whereas you wouldn't be. But to me, the thing that makes it most nuts, CR, is that if you don't have Saquon Barkley in this situation, you franchise Daniel Jones. That forces you to franchise, though, not to be able to franchise Daniel Jones because you're so dead set on keeping Saquon. And why are you so dead set on keeping Saquon? For though he comes off a really great year, you're now paying him up at 11-12 million on a franchise tag, only on a 1-year deal where you're very likely to lose him anyway after this year. So are you a Super Bowl contending team this next year if you're the Giants with the current roster or the current roster that you're going to be able to build this offseason? No, especially when you're paying Daniel Jones the money you're paying him. There are so many ways you can look at this Daniel Jones contract with the Giants into where it is just reeking of stupidity. It is absolutely just reeking of stupidity. And I would be pissed if I was a Giants fan seeing this. And I know a lot of the Giants fans are already trying to talk themselves into it being a good deal, where they're like, well, we can get out of the deal after 2 years. That doesn't mean you like the deal. That doesn't mean you're on board with it. Seahawks blue and green. I can't see the Bengals affording Burrow, Mixon, and their top 2 receivers. If they do, well, then their defense and O-line will be the worst in the league. Correct. And this is also a team that's not exactly cash rich, are they? So Mixon's gone at this point. No doubt that he's not staying any longer. Once they sign Burrow, he will be out. The question comes down to T. Higgins, because they're obviously going to re-sign Jamar Chase to a long-term deal. With Higgins, hard to say. Hard to say on what they do with him with that. But you make a good point. It might come down to Higgins or being able to sign Burrow. Roland Jose says Cansey and Donald, very close to each other. Fun B says Steve Avila has played center before as well. He has. He gives you that flexibility. Pedro says it would be awesome having 2 Washington State players in our roster. That would be cool. See, are you fine with Bryant at nickel, or rather go for Brand Skinner or Brents in the draft? Well, you certainly aren't going to put Julius Brents in the slot, CR at 6'4". He's way too big. In my mock draft, I went with a guy by the name of Jamie Robertson that I was able to get in the 3rd round, who would be a slot improvement for me over Bryant, and then I would move him back to the outside. So I would look to, if I could do that, I would definitely do that. Sidney Brown out of Illinois is another guy you could do that with too. I don't think Skinner is that guy who's going to be able to play nickel CR. I do think Branch can do it, but it's Branch, Jamie Robinson, and Sidney Brown that are your 3 guys that are basically strong safeties that can also play upper level slot corner play, and uniquely so in that way. You don't tend to see 3 guys like this in a draft come out with that skill set, but this draft has those guys. Guard Knight, thank you for the $5 donations. Is at CR, would you be willing to assist Sean Kemp in the Porsche of Justice if Interpol requires? Sean Kemp, international man. International hero. Interpol, we need you, Sean. We need your Porsche sharpshooting ways. I'm on the case. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish, what do you think about Robbie Anderson? Guy seems like a real locker room cancer, but Seattle is infamous for giving and being successful in second chances. I've never been a big Robbie Anderson guy to me. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish. You know, he's a guy that flourished at a time when he'd be on a bad team that had to throw the ball a lot. So he got himself a lot of opportunities. But I already didn't really like his slight skill set as it is, as kind of a one-trick, deep pony kind of guy. Doesn't have the best of hands. And then you add on to it, like you're talking about, the locker room cancer spot where he blew himself out of Carolina with a very public spat on the sidelines with coaches. And I was already anti him before that stuff. So I'm very much, Camper Reports says, it's crazy how long you can stream for. Much respect. I wouldn't be able to last. I don't know why, Camper. It's a unique thing. I do hear from a lot of folks like, man, you're still on, you're still going, you're still live. And I don't know why I necessarily can do it. The only thing I come back to for me, Camper, is, it may sound like I'm giving lip service to my chat a little bit, but I do tend to have people in this that continue to make me laugh, continue to make me think, keep the discussion with our Seahawks vibrant through these hours. As you can see, we're 4.5 hours in. I've got 200 people in the chat right now. So we've got people that stay very much, I think, connected to what we're talking about. And when you got so many people connected to something and so many subjects you can kind of go through, as I say, I Camper, I blink my eyes and it's like 3-4 hours go by. And there's not a lot of things I've done in my life that it's like that. It's like that when I play video games. But it's not like that on anything else I do in my life. Part of why I say I love doing this so much is that it's just such an easy thing to do. But you never know, man. You build up to it too, I probably started out at only 3 hours and we built up to like 4, 5, 6 hours. So, it's a process. It is a process. Wild Waves was a good time. It's the best thing about Tacoma, and it's not even in Tacoma. Yeah, the Bengals are going to be in a bind. Seahawks blue and green. When they sign the Burrow contract, it's going to bind them because they're already like tight on cash every year. Yeah, Mixon will be the first to go, blue and green, no doubt about it. Emmett Iverson, Lamar gets hurt way too much. Any team that would give him that much guaranteed money would be absolutely foolish. Part of why I said, Iverson, that I don't think that this is a collusion situation and that the players that are talking this kind of talk are not looking at the situation correctly. It's not. It's about the situation you talk about. I have a player that went to a team and that team decided to use him like a running back through his first 4 or 5 years in the league. And he's already showing signs of wearing down from being utilized in that fashion. And I have a track record of players like Cam Newton getting worn down in their career prematurely due to the fact that they were used like a running back through the early part of their career. Then I got to give up 2 first-round picks for this guy. Then I got to pay this guy $260 million. Then I have to make all that money fully guaranteed. That's not collusion. That's a bad deal for any team going out there making that deal. That's way too big a risk. And makes sense. Yeah, Flag Sabbath, Wild Waves was, when I was a young 18-year-old, Wild Waves was the way to go, man. Wild was the way to go. Go out there, mix yourself up a little drink, jump on the slides. I'm still all about water parks at 40 plus years old. I'll go to water park till I die. I love water parks. Seahawks Bloomberg, the Daniel Jones contract's idiotic. He had 1 year, and of course, his contract year, only like 15 touchdowns. Yeah, they paid a guy $5 million a year. 15 touchdowns thrown last year, folks. He had half the touchdowns thrown of Geno Smith. Joka, I hope EA is a dying company. They deserve to die and be buried 8 feet under and never be dug up again. They had the world on the string. They had it all in their power and control, and instead they chose greed. Greed. Ethan says, I just made a big trade in the MLB The Show. The excellent general manager that I am pulled off a trade to the Raves. Robbie Ray to the Raves. Minor league contract, first baseman Shane McClanahan. The contract was too much money. I understand, man. Got to do what you got to do, Ethan. Got to get, like you said, younger and get some money freed up, man. I get it. Great Wolf Lodge. I've heard of that, but I've never been to that. Brennian Finnegan says, long-time listener, first-time commenter. Absolutely. Well, thank you, man. Appreciate you being a long-time listener of the show. Thanks for checking it out. And thanks for commenting. Please feel free to do more so. Sean Hines says, what do I think about Nolan Smith? Complicated prospect. Not a simple one to kind of break down. Took me a lot of film on him to kind of get my feel for what I was seeing from him. I think the bottom line is what you get from him from a floor standpoint, which is one of the best, if not the best, edge run defenders in this draft. That's what you get right out the gate with him. Now, when he posts those scores and times, you don't really see the freakish level of quickness and speed coming off the edge that the combine scores would seem to indicate. And of course, he did it at 238 pounds, which is very light for an edge rusher. You're going to have this guy put on an easy 15 pounds. He's not going to be running a 4.39. It's going to be more like at that point a 4.5 kind of guy, but that's still very much tremendously fast and very much tremendously quick. He's played a lot of football there at Georgia. He doesn't have a lot of production or upper level production. Georgia's also then a tough defense to make this kind of assessment from because they have their defensive linemen do so much of the dirty work. I've pointed this out about Jalen Carter. This was something that, of course, tracked last year with Trayvon Walker, being that you cannot really look at the production from a Georgia edge or defensive lineman because there's so much blitzing they're doing. There's so many games that they're playing and running up front with their defensive line and blitzes packages that those guys oftentimes are doing dirty work, which removes the number of snaps where they're truly going out there and having an opportunity to just pin their ears back and attack. When you look at Nolan, a lot of the time he's running 5 technique, where in our scheme, we'd be having him go the wide 9. He's running 5 technique heads up over a defensive lineman, and he's got to kind of just set the edge first and foremost. So if you ask him to do a little bit more pass rush stuff, he probably has that in his bag to do it. I can't go first round though, Sean, for him. I don't want to go high second round, but mid to late second round would be a better value at that point for him, in my opinion. Why do I says great point. I was looking at the draft class, and while it looks weak, there are slot receivers you can get around round 3 or later. Jalen Reed, Parker Washington, Tyler Scott. Still want JSN though. Well, understandable that you'd want JSN because he's obviously the best of the best, the creme de la creme. I mean, he's not just a good slot receiver in this draft, or even maybe the best slot receiver in this draft. He's probably the best pure slot receiver we've had come out in maybe a couple of years. I would say your list is right on point with the guys that you mentioned. Just to add a couple other guys in there. I mean, Marvin Mims, I think, is mainly a slot guy out of Oklahoma. Keyshawn Boot out of LSU is another guy that I think is a slot guy. Cedric Tillman's got the body size to play outside, but I think he's not very fleet of foot. And so you're only going to have to and be able to really kick him inside at that point. Josh Downs, I think, is really only an inside guy at the next level myself as well, because I don't think he has the length to operate on the outside. So it's stacked up over there, man. There's a lot of those guys. Mr. Finnegan says, longtime listener, first time commenter. Absolutely love your channel. Well, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you, brother. Who do you absolutely think the Seahawks first pick will be? Well, let me say this on the front end of this, Finnegan, Mr. Finnegan, where I will tell you that, because I can't pronounce your first name quite right. I'm going to butcher it if I try. I know I will, but I don't want to do that. My first inclination here is that our Seahawks are going to trade out of 5, that they will be moving back. So that's kind of what I really do feel will happen. Now, absent that, which is kind of the heart of your question, is that they don't trade back, they just stand there. I think that if they get a clean report on Jalen Carter, they'll take Jalen Carter and he will be there and available. But that's if they get a clean report on him from a character background standpoint. If there's not a clear character background standpoint, if they do not trade, and he doesn't pass that, then I do think Anthony Richardson is likely to be the pick at that point. I think they will just say, we're not going to be at 5 anytime soon. No team was willing to give us the mighty haul that we wanted in return to trade back. This is a pick as much for the future at that point. I think that they're going to lean into taking Richardson, that the value is just too good there for that quarterback. And especially if they fall in love with his upside, which Brennan, I absolutely could see them falling in love with his upside. He's got the highest upside of maybe any quarterback in this class. So first at the head of this, I think they try to trade back, but absent that, Carter with a clean character recommendation, or as clean as he can be. And then beyond that, then I think it is Richardson. Sean Hines, who would be a better fit financially and seem wise? Eric Kendricks or Bobby Wagner? Well, unlike Bobby Wagner, Eric Kendricks has been steadily declining over the last couple of years in his play. And when you look at the Vikings being bad last year defensively, Eric Kendricks is one of those guys you're going to point at as the reason as to why they weren't particularly good. Bobby's been able to at least provide a functional, good level of play. I mean, Bobby's level of play in 2021 when he was to Seattle is last year, where everybody's like, well, Bobby's fallen off, and still posting a 70 plus PFF grade, which would blow out of the water any of the linebackers we had playing last year. Bobby's a vastly superior player at this point. Maybe vastly, but he's still way better of a player than Kendricks is right now. I think Kendricks' age is starting to catch up to him very quickly. Bobby's being able to somewhat maintain. Jacob Haas. At this point, Jerry's kids are just waiting for him to kick the bucket so they can fix the Cowboys. That's probably it. Just treading water, Jacob. That's all they're doing is just treading water. Michael Slicker with a $2 donation says, what was the story with the Sauce situation? So Sauce Gardner came out initially and said, I had this meeting. I don't even know why it was brought up and what question, the reason the question was brought up with it, but he was asked about, meeting with Pete Carroll and whatnot in the pre-draft combine process, and how the meeting went. And he was like, well, Carroll was making him a little uncomfortable because Carroll was like really close up in his space, in his personal space or something is what he was trying to say. And so then Coach Carroll kind of clapped back at him here the last couple of days, where he posted actual like screenshots from the meeting where he's sitting over there on a chair, and like Sauce is standing up in front of them talking to him. But he's nowhere near Sauce or close or in his personal bubble or in his personal space. So it's just, it's a little elder Carroll, firing some shots back going, oh, really? Oh, you thought, oh, okay. And I like feisty Carroll, for the record. I like feisty Carroll. Joka says, I think if the 49ers lose again in the playoffs, they fire Kyle Shanahan. Maybe. Kind of depends on what happens with their quarterback position, I think, a little bit. In utero, I love the story about the draft card being ripped from Jones so he couldn't draft Manziel. Yeah, that's hilarious. Whitey Wise says, here I can talk about how I watched 50 hours of college game film and podcast this last few weeks and not looked at as a psychopath. Not at all, man. It's completely normal behavior. You're one of many psychopaths if that's the case in here, Megan says, funny you said hi Hyundai B. My family dealership sells them, laughing out loud. Hey, if I need a car that I need to be incognito, that nobody's going to be able to remember the make or model of, I'm going Hyundai. Half the people that see the car will think it's a Kia. The other half will think it's a Honda. And I'm going to get away scot clear. If only Sean could just roll with a little less of the flash. Sam the Great says the BMW will break down if you run away. Yeah, exactly. Plus with BMW, you don't have to pay that subscription service so I can make it go to a top speed. Didn't I hear about that? So, I'd forget to probably pay that top speed monthly service charge. So I'd be trying to get away and it'd be at 45 and then the needle would just stop. I'm running from the cops, phone on, trying to pay my bill so that I can get the RPMs back up. In utero, Will Anderson would be perfect in our new defense. He would be. I'd love Will Anderson in our defense. He'd be great. No issues whatsoever with taking Will Anderson. None at all. None. Sushi. I can't even eat sushi, so I'm with you on that, Sam. Joker says, honestly, Mazdas are good cars. I like them better than BMWs. BMW's a pain in the butt. Everybody I know who's owned a BMW says, Neither turkey sandwiches the day after Thanksgiving. Big country's got to cook turkey right. Maybe I just had people cook it wrong through the years. It could have been that. Alfredo pasta is the only great pasta, says Sam. I'd go with that. I like fettuccine Alfredo. But yeah, spaghetti and meatballs is way overrated. The best part of spaghetti and meatballs, let's be honest with each other here, okay? Can we just be honest? Can I pull down the curtain here? The best part of spaghetti and meatball is the garlic bread, right? The garlic bread, even the ones you get from the store, though, isn't the best. Isn't the best quality bread, but you got that store, you put it in the oven. That was what you were eating. You know, mom made you eat the spaghetti and meatballs, but you're like, can I get some more of the garlic bread? That was pretty good. Why do I have cheddar cheese sun chips? I could never get to sun chips. I tried for years. Why do I? I was like, people are loving this stuff. I couldn't get it. I couldn't do it, man. I tried. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish. Why move Abe when he balled out at right tackle last season? Made his case as being one of the best tackles out of the draft. It's the part that I don't understand either, Joe Biden. I'm kind of flummoxed and frustrated by the talk of Abe Lucas moving into right guard. I don't understand it on so many different levels. I love DeJuan Jones. He's great. But, you know, moving Abe in like that is not putting him in a position to succeed. And he just went out there and, you know, he had a better season at right tackle than even Charles Cross kind of had at left tackle. Like, why? I don't get I still don't get the why of it. Like, is DeJuan Jones going to be like a Hall of Fame, or is DeJuan Jones or Darnell Wright? I've heard both of these two mentioned. Like, are they going to be Hall of Fame talents that we're moving Abe in the right guard for at that point to do that? Otherwise, it ain't worth doing, in my opinion. You do remember the King Dogs? I do remember King Dogs, and those were always good. I had a dog at the stadium when we went with Megan this last time. It's good. Seahawks Blue and Green says, I get the feeling Carter went home to sober up after the wreck so he wouldn't get a DUI. Still messed up by not staying at the scene. Character issues for sure. They're there. It is a worry. Will Valdez, what about Adewale at 20? He's Kalijah Kancey with 33-inch arms. The problem with Adewale is when you turn on the tape, it doesn't match to what he's done at the Senior Bowl or what he's done at the Combine. The tape is really underwhelming with Adewale. When you turn on the tape with Kancey, he's popping off the tape. Adewale is not popping off the tape. Adewale he's got these long arms, but he's not using them on tape, but then he's flashing great hand usage at the Senior Bowl. He's a kind of a tough prospect to make evaluation of coming into this draft a little bit, Will, but I do believe that Kancey is a far better player than him. I think Kancey's a legit first-round prospect. I think Adewale is a second-round prospect. It's not to say Adewale doesn't have value or that he isn't going to be a good player in the league, but the tape doesn't match up, and stuff does sometimes go beyond just what you measure at and what you test at. And I am always going to be a guy that comes back to the tape as being the thing that I'm going to hold at the forefront. I'm not going to put combine scores at the forefront. I'm not going to put measurements at the forefront. I'm going to put the tape at the forefront. And I ask you, go back and watch Adewale's tape, and watch Adewale's tape not as a highlight reel. Go literally just watch his tape on snaps and watching game film of it. And I think you'll see that there's just a lot to be kind of underwhelmed by with him, where he just sort of disappears and doesn't do a whole lot. Now, Adewale was also, yeah. So that's kind of where I am with him. I think he's a good prospect, but I really like Kancey. Megan says, still taking Carter B. Wow, the Ravens jersey's looking better every second. CR says, what problems you Americans all have with German cars? German engineering is a thing you just have to be nice to them and follow the instructions for service. We don't like high maintenance stuff here in America, CR. You know, we're busy people. We got moves we're making. You know what I mean? I don't want to like, you know, have to tend to my car like, you know, like somebody, you got to tend to your car like you tend to your woman. She needs that active love and care. You know, like, no, I'll do my oil change once every 5,000 miles and we'll call it a day. You know what I mean? Those things just, it's the oil pan. It's the this fell off. It's the this over here. And I mean, CR, I've had a lot of buddies that own cars that know how to own cars. They're not negligent in their owning, but who just like, it's just constantly something going in disarray or wrong with it or whatnot. But look, when they run, they're great. When they drive, they're sensational cars. I'm getting a lot of agreements on the Daniel Jones contract. Yeah. CR says, so guys and girls, it was a pleasure. Now I have to start working with my coworkers just to get up. Going to drink a few coffees, and hopefully I'll stay awake in the meetings. Hey, you hang in there, CR, and thank you for the great chat, man. Appreciate you watching from Germany over there, man, and holding it down from your end of things. Dehatel, I still like Alex Forsythe as a steal in the 7th. I got to go look him up, Dehatel. Haven't had a chance to check him out. Yeah, don't be a stranger, CR. Come on back in. CL0, Knob, Julius Brents is an outside cornerback, but he has an impressive 6'10" wingspan, best in the class. Yep, crazy wingspan, but definitely an outside only corner at the next level. Blue and green cars shown more than luckily they both. Blue and green says Carr has shown more than Jones, and I'm not a fan of Carr. Carr to me is mediocre at best. Both teams made dumb decisions. Luckily, they are both in the NFC. Luckily, they are, and I agree with everything you just said on that. Carr is better than Jones, but at the end of the day, they both suck. In utero, anyone know what the Hawks' plans for Trey Brown will be? No, nobody's certain on that. And Zao0, I think Brent's with his combine performance and Senior Bowl performance is probably going to push himself up into 3rd, 4th round territory. I think that's where he's probably going. I would like to do more of the 5th round like you're talking, though. Because the tape for him, another guy like Adewari, the tape doesn't match the Senior Bowl and combine performance. Make of that what you will. But that is the case with Brents, and that's the case with Adewari. Data tells us Trey Brown should be moved to the slot. I'd like to see them maybe try it out there. At the end of the day, your bottom line's like where I'd like to see, which is get Kobe back to the outside. Risen says quantity or quality. Carter or Cansey, Breeze and Mozzie. I know we need a stud, but there's potential in grabbing a stud through quantity. Trading back may be the best for Seattle. Well, Risen, as I've said on my mock, what I posted to start this out today was, here's my mock. Here's what I would do as a dream offseason. Here are the players I would take. Here's how active I would be in the draft. And I was very active. I made a lot of moves to get a lot of picks around the 2nd round territory of things. And within my selections, to your point of that, is coming away with 3 of those 4 names that you mentioned on your list. So yeah, it's at the forefront of my mind. It's what I would do. It would be my approach. And I think it's an approach that would bear about a lot of success for this team into the future if they were to take it. Garth Knight with another $5 donation. Garth, you are wonderful. Thank you for all of the donation. I really appreciate you tonight on the stream as always. Brandon, you called what nobody else had the courage to. Garlic bread is what makes any Italian entree work. It is. It is. I'm sorry, it just is. It's the best thing about it. And, you can do especially fettuccine Alfredo, where you get the sauce and you get a little bit of the bread and you put it up into the sauce and you get a good, oh, look at that. It's perfect. It's perfect. But the bread makes it work. The bread makes it all work. And certainly when it comes to spaghetti, I could clear all that spaghetti off and just take 2 big pieces of garlic bread and I'm going to be fine. I'm going to be a happy camper. More of a happy camper than if I got to get through all that spaghetti with those weird ass meatballs. You know what I'm talking about. You bite in that meatball and there's like 2 chewy spots where you're like, oh, that's definitely a kneecap. Oh, wait, no, that's a little bit of a nose. That's some nose cartilage there that I just chewed on. Don't get any of that with the garlic bread, do you? Nothing but pure just garlic butter, and it's got that crispiness to it, right? Where it's in the oven, just baked right. It's wonderful, Garth. It is wonderful. Michael Slicker, no worry, man. And rest in peace, Mama Blue. Spaces sound like Sauce got creeped out. I think just Carol asked him some uncomfortable questions. He was like, oh, you're going to make me play clean technique. I can't grab all the time. Megan says, I hate water parks. Sorry, B. I grew up on them. What can I say? Garth says, I think Wild Waves is Tacoma, but they make sure to claim Federal Way. They do. They do claim Federal Way. They don't want to scare the people off, Garth, when they look at the address, Water park in Tacoma. I don't know. Dale says, it's so ironic how EA Sports moniker is, it's in the game. Well, they said that before there was online play and before they learned that they could have people open up virtual base football packs to build their super teams, and they could earn double and triple the money from a person off of just them buying the game once. Greed does that, it gets you to leave outside of the designs of what is pure and true and right. And they leaned into it fully, they leaned into it fully, but there's no doubt about it. They're now in a place where there's a lot to fix on their end of things. Michael Fosdick says, I am upset we paid Geno and we're not aggressive towards a trade for Lamar. I again think it comes down to our ownership. Well, the Geno deal's looking better and better as the days go along, Marshall, because I think we're seeing that there's not as much guaranteed money here. It's not as much a pure $35 million on average per year deal. The Lamar deal's got a lot of stuff that trips it up from being able to happen. And I mean, Marshall, you're noticing there's not a lot of teams lining up for Lamar's services at this point. And there's multiple reasons for that. Multiple, off the rip, he's a guy that has been used like a running back since he's come into this league, and he's not built like a running back. He's a quarterback. He's going to get worn down. He's going to get injured with that playing style. It's not sustainable. And he even got injured at the end of this last year. So there's proof to my pudding on this. And I don't believe that's the only injury that he's had there in Baltimore throughout his early part of his career. So he's not going to get healthier as he goes forward. He's been at his healthiest as he will be in his entire pro career through the first part of this career. He's also not taken steps to, really advance his game in a way where he's going to get to now lean away from his legs and become more of a pocket passer and sort of grow into that part of it. That's not his game. Then you have also the aspect that the Ravens are demanding 2 first-round picks for him. Then you've also got the part that he wants a new contract. Then you've also got the part that he wants a new contract that he wants fully guaranteed. There's so many little things that could trip you up on making a deal like that, but when there's 5, 6, 7 things, it goes to me more than ownership on this, Marshall. And I think if he was as hot a commodity as you're kind of saying with this, then you would see a little bit more of teams being into more of that bidding war for his services. But it does not seem to exist there with that. This might be a bit of a different deal, Marshall, if you're just talking about paying him the money and they're not giving up the draft picks. But as exciting as Lamar is, and as exciting of a player as he has been, the track record of quarterbacks playing the position like this, like a running back, and holding up for a long career and being able to sustain that, especially when you pay them a fully guaranteed contract, which means that if they break down, get injured, or have something that now removes them as a player fully, you're still on the hook for all of the money. So it's a tough deal on this one with Lamar. And it's been made tougher by his camp and having his mom be his agent and by the insistence on all the guaranteed money. But it's not a simple, easy deal to get done, unfortunately, because of all of those parameters. Joka says, have the Giants not learned from the last contract extension? Kenny Golladay not ring a bell? I guess not. But when it comes to quarterbacks, people get desperate, Jack says, Carter, Richardson, or Wilson. It will be one of those guys at 5. If we stay at 5, it will be one of those guys. 5 is alive. 5 is alive. That's a short circuit reference for you old heads. Number 5 is alive. They tell someone will be willing to give us a 2024 first and a second to move up and get Richardson. And I'm thinking so as well. Prince TY, hey Brandon, how do you feel if we bring back Frank Clark with Bobby Wagner and Jadeveon Clowney? The latter two, Bobby Wagner and Jadeveon Clowney, Prince, are exactly what I did in my mock in the moves I made this offseason. So you can see here with the free agent signings that I made here, Daniel just did a donation. Thank you, Daniel, on that. But as you can see here on the free agent signings that I did make, I have Bobby Wagner coming back and I have Jadeveon Clowney coming back. I do not want to have Frank Clark coming back. Prince, that he is a guy that's often brought up to me so very often, especially with the Chiefs releasing. And he has been a guy, Prince, that seems to have a really warm affinity in Seahawks fans' hearts. Like there is a revelry for Frank Clark as a former player, unlike that I've really rarely seen amongst any of our former players. And I don't really quite understand why. He's not been a good player for the Chiefs. And at times in the playoffs, he's turned it on and he's looked wonderful. And maybe from Seahawks fans' standpoint, we traded Frank Clark and then you never really got to see him during the regular season. And then you see him in the playoffs and you watch him ball at the playoffs, and then you go, God, he must be an awesome player still. He's not. We've got to stamp this one down fully, and it's not you, Prince. I'm doing this too, but I probably hear it brought up about 3 or 4 times a stream, especially since he's been released now. We've got to get out on Frank Clark, folks. If you're going to be in on Frank Clark and you have a love of Frank Clark and you feel like, man, Frank is the man, he's awesome. If you feel that way, then do the deep dive on him. Go in and look at what he's done statistically over the last 4 years since he left the Seattle Seahawks. Really look into it. Look at what he's done as a run defender. Look at what he's done from pass rush efficiency standpoint. Look at the sack numbers he's presented. He's not been a good player. And when I say not good player, I'm talking about at one point he was ranked 84 out of 88 defensive ends in the sport over a couple year period. He's just not good. So we've got to really put to bed here, in my opinion, the enamored view we have of Frank Clark. He's not good. I don't think the team's going to sign him at all because they're going to recognize the type of player he really is and where he's at in his career. It does get mentioned a lot, and I get it on that he's a guy that former players were going to like, and that for some reason he's just a guy that's kind of like the apple of a lot of people's eye, but he's not a good player. I can't reiterate this enough. He's not good. He's not a good player. He's not going to help us win football games. There's a reason why the Kansas City Chiefs are moving on from him, Greg says, after Carroll destroyed Sauce on Twitter, it took Sauce 5 tweets, the other 4 deleted, to make a reply. He then went on to rant about it on Twitch. I generally don't like Sauce. Woolen Beta. He rubs me the wrong way too. Megan says, I like Sauce at first, but Carroll played it so perfectly, I lost all respect I have for Sauce. Yeah, me too. He definitely played him. He played him on that one. Whitey says, I think 65% they signed Bobby. I don't want to hear any film junkies tell me how bad that is because I'm all here for it. Fingers in air, la, la, la. I can't hear you. The film junkie thing I don't get. I heard it too. Whitey, people talking about when he was released, like, oh, I watched the film and Bobby's not doing this on tape and he's not doing that on tape. I turned on the tape of Bobby last year. I watched the same all 22. I don't know what they're seeing. I'm not saying that he's a difference maker or some guy that's like the best middle linebacker in the sport anymore, but the way some people have talked about Bobby, it's like, he's basically out there in a walker trying to make tackles, and instead you're seeing a plus player on the football field still. You're seeing a guy that benefits the defense regardless of the defense he's on by being on the football field. But I've heard the same thing, man. I have heard the same thing. I don't quite understand it. Sam says plenty of starting inside offensive linemen in this draft. Pete Carroll need to hit another 2 starters up like last year. Agreed, Sam. 100% agreed. 100% agree. Risen says best part of spaghetti and meatballs are the sauce and meatballs and garlic bread. So I make a meatball sub combining all three. That's a good way of going at it, I guess. There you go. The meatballs got to be done right though. Got to be done right. Diego says, get a new car, Brandon. I go for functional. Tony says, unfortunately, American cars aren't too much better. Well, I wouldn't crow about Ford or anything. You know what I mean? I ain't saying ours are all that great either. So don't get me wrong there. Y2K says, Bobby, a defensive line and offensive line, is that doable in the offseason, then hit the same spots in the draft, plus 1 wide receiver in the 2nd or 3rd? Absolutely doable, bro. Absolutely. Daniel says, I like Lion King until I dated a girl who watched it every week. Oh, Lordy. Was it the live? Hopefully not the live action. At least it was. Hopefully you got the. It was the artist one. Whitey White says, I think many are making assumptions with this Broderick Jones thing. Teams do this all the time. Talking to a guy, seeing what the player envisioning, could be unlikely looking at him as a guard. It's possible on that. Flag says Lion King every day. That's a massive red flag. That's a huge red flag. Fun P says, that's a beautiful mock draft. Thank you, Fun P. I tried to think this through quite considerably and really go through it, all the moves, all the steps, try to stay within realism as closely as I can, being a dreamer. Risen says, another hot take, Val Kilmer's a better Batman than Michael Keaton. Ooh, that is a hot take. Michael's the OG, though, man. He's the original. It's hard with that. Well, I guess Adam West is the original. Risen, you're getting some blowback on that one. Estefan Jones, what's your take on defensive lineman Adewari, Northwestern from the Combine? Also, how do you view Darrell Washington impacting offensive playing time? Adewari, we're just kind of talking about a second ago there, Estefan. He's a guy that has had a great Senior Bowl, and he obviously lit up the Combine, and that those are two really good feathers in his cap. The problem comes down with Adetomiwa is that the film doesn't match what he did at the Senior Bowl. It doesn't match him being the difference maker at the Combine and the scores he posts. It just doesn't match. So you have a lot of underwhelming tape, and then you have this good side on the post-evaluation process. Well, isn't it what we always say to ourselves about this process of, don't let yourself run from the tape. Don't let yourself get too far away from the tape. Don't let the tape get nullified by you getting your eyes brightened up by what they're doing from a testing standpoint or up there at the Senior Bowl. After all, this is something that a guy like LJ Collier caused our own team to fall into a line of failure. LJ Collier had okay tape coming out, but then he goes to the Senior Bowl and he wins 90% of the time in the pass rush win one-on-ones, and it blows Seattle away, and they fall in love with LJ Collier, and then they end up picking him because of it. I think there's a bit of a worry there with Adewari that same thing could be kind of applied a bit here. Now, he is a better prospect than LJ Collier, I think, considerably. I do see him as a second-round grade, Estefan, so I like him. I think he's probably the fourth defensive tackle, the fourth best overall, maybe defensive tackle in this draft, give or take a couple of guys who can slide in like Maze or Keanu Benton ahead of him. But he's not on the same level of a Cansey. Not the same kind of player. Jacob says, I enjoy Wild Wave. Jacob says, I enjoy Wild Waves. Unfortunately, last summer we went, it started raining and half of it was blocked off. That sucks. I'll go back there at some point. Flag Sabbath, wasn't there a smaller water park out towards Bellingham? That sounds right. That does sound right. Yeah, Enchanted Village is still connected to Wild Waves, I think. In Utero. That sounds right. Sorry, we had a couple donations here. My bad. Spectre7, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you, brother, and as well as being a member of the channel. Made some homemade Seattle dogs for Super Bowl snacks. Holy hell, it was perfect. Seattle has one of the best hot dog styles for sure. That sounds delicious. That's a good way to go game day, man. It is a good way to go. It's hard to go wrong with a hot dog. If I'm doing the home style on it, though, Spectre7, I got to go whole hog with it, I might have to get some extra fixins. And I'm not a big fixins guy, but if I'm doing the home style hot dog, I got to get a little extra. I'm going to have to go a little bit more harder with that. A couple of extra additions in there. I think I'd have to fit in there, but that's a good one. I like that. That sounds tasty. Good super. That's a good super. Not a lot of people go the hot dog on Super Bowl, but it's kind of a straightforward call there. Appreciate you, Spectre. Thank you for the donation. Make me hungry for a hot dog. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $5 donation as well. He says, I heard some talking heads say Carr will be the second best NFC quarterback if Rodgers retires or is traded away. What happened to what have you done for me lately? It sounds like a Colin Cowherd kind of take to me, Daniel. That sounds just like something Cowherd would say. Second best quarterback if Rodgers retires in the NFC would be Carr at that point. Yeah, the Carr love that he gets for somehow like everything is the fault of the Raiders organization, and Carr never taking that step forward over this past 10-year period is completely on the Raiders. It's completely on every coach that's come through there and all of his offensive coaches who've given a try to take him a step forward. And even when they give him a lot of playmakers on the outside and he's got a guy like Jacobs in the backfield, like it's still the Raiders' fault. Like that's what a little bit of what that somebody to call him a second best quarterback, their mindset is looking at Carr in that way. And to me, that's such an incorrect viewpoint of him where he's got his share of responsibility in this situation too, for his failures, for not taking the step forward, for sometimes shrinking in those big moments when he needed to step forward from it. But not the best second best quarterback. And Geno Smith is better than him right now. He's better. I don't know if he's better than him at 6 years ago. I don't know, better than him when he first came. I don't know all that. I know right now, though, Smith is better than him. And so I wouldn't even say he's close to the second best quarterback. Even Dak is better than Carr. And I'm not a big Dak guy, but even he's better. Dak, Jalen Hurts is better. I'm trying to go through who else I might be thinking here. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one, Daniel. That sounds like a coward take. That definitely sounds like Colin would say that. Thank you, though, for the donation, brother. Appreciate you. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you as well. Val Kilmer is way better than Keaton as Batman. Better than Bale, too. Well, I mean, the tough part for Val is that when he came along, you had the director going full, like, heading down that crazy town mold where you had left, Keaton got to have a guy with the vision, and I'm not even a big, whatever his face, Tim Burton. I'm not even a big Tim Burton guy necessarily, but Tim Burton at least has a very unique vision in what he does, which was going to put Keaton in a good spot to look good with it and all that. Whereas Kilmer was given the director he was given, which was like, the showy guy that ended up putting like nipples on the bat suit, right? So we'll forget the guy's name, but that's what hurt Kilmer. It wasn't Kilmer's fault on that. He just got put into a schlocky kind of movie. You give Kilmer Tim Burton and you let him work, and he might be better. And I'm not the biggest Bale guy either. He could definitely pull off all of the Bruce Wayne stuff, but when you asked him to then have to actually like carry the Batman character, I wasn't kind of as buying it as much with him. He wasn't bad, but he didn't stand out with it either. I still maintain, Garth, that there's not been a preeminent Batman yet. There's been some guys that have come close. There guys can do certain things that are good about what you need from the character, but there's nobody that's truly, really just nailed it, in the way that I think that we kind of look at the Joker character like Ledger kind of nailing it, at least nailing a certain iteration of it. But I could be talked into Kilmer being better. I can be talked into that. You can only deal with the director you're given, right? Story you're given, the screenplay you're given. Diego says all these contracts should be guaranteed. These guys put their bodies on the line for this game that we love. They need to be taken care of. God knows the league makes their money. It's a tough situation, Diego. I'm kind of torn on this one myself because I would initially be predisposed to agree with you on that and say you got to agree that it's way different than baseball and basketball, which have the guaranteed contracts. But part of the dangerousness of the sport and part of the way that the bodies get racked up and hurt, you start saying there's no contract, you start saying that these contracts are guaranteed, then that means that you now have to start to take away a salary cap. And if you're going to take away a salary cap, now you're giving the players this huge amount of extra more money of the pie and taking that from the owners, which the owners are not going to ever give up in that way. But the problem comes down to is that the injuries are never going to be out of the NFL, and that you're giving a guaranteed deal to somebody now who can't play. Well, you have to go now find somebody else, which you need the other money to go do that. But if your money's tied up to this other player on a salary cap situation, you can't go do that. I think it's a complicated problem to try to fix. It's not necessarily great as it stands right now, but I don't know if it's as straightforward as just saying you guarantee all the money of all the players and that's your fix for it, because you can end up with the owners losing a way bigger slice of that pie versus other owners and other franchises at that point, which they could come back and make the argument of why should we lose a bigger part of the pie when we've created a sport which is the most popular sport in the world. and they may have a leg to stand on with that there's the deserving on that in the way that they've marketed the sport and grown it over the last 30 years. But as I said, Diego, I'm a little torn on the subject because I understand the other side of the coin with it. A little bit lost here. Hold on. Joker says, let's sign John Ross, even on a team last I checked. He's on the Giants. He was indeed. Jack says, Clowney is the most overrated player of the last decade. Fair enough, Jack. I disagree, but fair enough. Diatel Clowney's a very underrated player. Not the stats, but play-to-play effort that he gave us was great. Yeah, he was great for us. And there's so many other players I think I'd point to being more overrated than him. I think part of maybe your overrated point of it, Jack, is that you look at where he's drafted at, being the number overall pick. But we just look at the player he's been. He's been one of the upper-level edge run defenders in the sport since he's entered the league. And he's given you varying levels as far as a pass rusher over that time. Is he the guy that people thought generationally he was going to be when he was picked? Maybe not that. But he certainly is still a plus player at the end of the day. He brings you plus ability. Sean Garn says Clark would help 100%. Well, if you could do me a favor, Sean, I'm pretty well getting caught up in the chat. Do me a favor, and if you could just push a little bit of backing that up for me. So maybe you could change. I'm open always with any stance I have. I'm open to changing my thought process on it and having somebody be able to sway me towards another side of thinking versus one that I'm having. I did a deep dive on Frank Clark over the last 4 years. I've looked at his advanced stats from PFF to how he's done as a pass rusher, to his pass rush win rate, to his abilities or edge stopping run. If we're going to say that he's good and you're going to say that you want to bring Frank Clark back, not because of nostalgia, which we can all agree is silly reasoning behind building a football team, but you bring him back because he's still a very good player. What is the backing behind that he is still a good player? What is the measurement by which you're utilizing to make that assessment? And Euro says, Cowherd has some wild takes sometimes. Makes you wonder if he even believes some of the stuff he says. I think a lot of what he says is driven by what he thinks is going to get clicks. And you get turned into that world and you just go, you start going in that direction and it's just, let's hog wild it. Joka, is Jordan Love even pro ready? Green Bay seems to feel he is. They're pivoting kind of hard off Aaron at this point. If they don't believe that, then Flag Sabbath, what was the kids show that had the baby in the sun? I'm not sure. Estefan says, thanks, man. Appreciate the response and love the show. Well, thank you, Estefan. I appreciate you as well. Thanks for the questions. Great questions. Jason Tudor says, just got back in, so we're at the movies portion of the night. Yeah, just about there. Diego says, what's wrong with nipples on a bat suit? It was awful. Awful decision making there. If you're going to go with nipples on a bat suit, I better see those $10, like silver dollar, right? I want the silver dollar nipples on the bat suit. Don't give me the tiny little dainty ones. I want the whole hog then, okay? So I want silver dollar nipples at that point if you're going all the way. Flag Sabbath says, looks like the media is once again betting on the Hawks regressing again. What's new, right? Flag. Another year, another media prediction of a Hawks death. Megan says, at least Kilmer wasn't George Clooney B. That's true. He was not a good fit. Jason Tudor says, Pattinson was fantastic. Love the new one. The Batman. I couldn't quite get on with Pattinson, man. You know, I felt like, number one, he physically didn't look the part of a guy that's kicking anybody's ass. Okay. I'm sorry. I just did not. I don't think that guy could break wind, much less punch somebody. I like the dark kind of aspect of it. I like to take a little bit more of a kind of grounded thing approach with it. I just couldn't get on with him. Just emo Batman just lost me. Diego says, if Ledger was alive, we would still be saying that Phoenix was the best Batman. We'll call him Phoenix was the best Joker, you mean? I don't know. I still like Ledger's better. But I can understand others preferring the Phoenix portrayal. Ethan says, I think Pattinson topped Bale for my favorite Batman. Not better than Dark Knight, but better iteration of the Batman character. Okay. There's certainly a lot of people who love the new Batman. I liked it. I didn't quite love it. Megan says, Jack Nicholson's the only Joker IMO. Ledger was brilliant, but Jack owns the character. Yeah, he's doing a little bit of Jack with it for me, Megan. It's a little Jack, less Joker, just a little bit more of, wait till they get a load of me. I love Jack, though, so don't get me wrong, Jack is awesome. It's Pataguchi. Which position is your top priority in free agency versus the draft? I think the top priority in free agency would be probably to find the defensive line help initially and then getting the young guys in the draft to supplement it. So defensive line is the main place I would look to go with that as a top priority. Honestly, I kind of put it as a top priority in both the draft and in free agency. I mean, you've got to move on from like three guys here at Pataguchi. You've got Brian Monet, Quentin Jefferson, spacing on the third name I had here in my head. You've got about three or four guys you're going to have to move on from and replace in that line. So it's going to have to be in both places. And with that being one of the main weaknesses of your team last year, both as run stuffing and even generating pressure at times, that's the place to hammer it on both sides, make it a priority on both sides. They have to deal with it in that degree because it's in such a weakened state. Spectre 7 says, I'm perplexed by the need for a future quarterback. Geno is older and Locke is unsigned, but at the same time, we need deep trench help on both sides. It's more complicated than drafting. It's a more complicated draft in my view. It's a draft you can go both ways. Again, with the future quarterback thing, Spectre 7, you've got a 32-year-old quarterback who's on a de facto really 2-year deal. So going and taking a quarterback is not the silliest place to operate from. If you don't think you're going to be back in this draft picking this high anytime in the future, and you're not going to be picking this high in the future in the draft, and having a great, talented quarterback available to you. If you think you're going to be 2 years down the road with Geno now retiring or moving on, and you've got no pathway to your next quarterback, then thinking about that right now is understandable. I'm not signing off on saying go that direction with the Sector 7 or saying that I want to do this, but I think there's the logical and reasonable to go for a guy like Anthony Richardson and saying, just like what I said, you're not going to be back here again. You're not going to have this opportunity into the future. Max Sherman, who would be a good third wide receiver in this draft? Well, I would probably target in on a guy that would be a slot wide receiver for you in this draft. If you want to go first round, Jackson Smith and Jigba. If you want to go second round, Nathaniel Dell, Jaden Reed, Tyler Scott. If you want to go third round, how about Marvin Mims or Keyshawn Boot? And then if you want to wait all the way down to the fourth round, I would take anywhere of Cedric Tillman, Josh Downs, Xavier Hutchinson, or even Parker Washington. The draft is loaded up with a lot of slots, and you can get them in a lot of different places. So, and when I say loaded up, I mean quality slot guys, not just, but they're only slot guys, Max. They can only play in the slot. But you can kind of pick your poison where you want to take your guy, and you can get a quality one at any place. It's just varying levels of quality. You can get Jackson Smith-Njigba, who's one of the most quality slot guys we've seen come out in a couple of years, or you can get a league average kind of slot guy and a guy like an Xavier Hutchinson or Parker Washington or a Josh Downs. Sort of whatever your flavor is on how big of a priority of a need you make it. Garth says, Jack is great as the Joker in 1989, but Ledger and Joaquin were incredible as well. Guess we don't need to rate them, but just remember their incredible performances. Agreed. Yeah, I think all those guys did a great job with their roles. So when you're talking, nobody did anything bad, and we've had some probably somewhat bad Batmans. So you can't say that about them, that's for sure. Neuro says, Clark has declined year after year greatly. Not sure what happens to him in the playoffs. I think he probably saves a bit in the tank, and Chiefs probably can set him up to keep him in a pretty healthy state for by the time he gets to the end of the year. He's really ready to roll. But it is what it is with that, isn't it? Jason Tudor, thank you for the $5 donation. I really do appreciate it. Says, once again, watched your pre-D&D, watching you after D&D. So here's some salmon treat fun because Pumpkin deserves it for waiting all night. She does deserve it for waiting all night. Look at that face. She's starving for salmon right now. She's literally starving for salmon. She's wasting away, I tell you. Completely wasting away, Jason. But thanks for the $5 donation, brother. I appreciate it as always, man. Very kind of you. And as well as being a member of the channel too. Thank you for that too, man. So appreciate that, and Pumpkin appreciates it as well. She's going to like that salmon treat after the stream. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation, man, and thank you for all the donations tonight, Garth. You are awesome, brother. Says, I need Aaron Rodgers in New York losing games. It would be fantastic. The fact that Aaron's going to be willing to walk in the Favre footsteps as he's already it feels like what's happening to Aaron Rodgers right now is you always as a young man go, I'll never grow up to be my dad. I'll never grow up to be my father. I'll never grow up to, and then you find yourself at 40, you're like, I'm becoming my dad. And Favre was, following in the footsteps of Rodgers following in the footsteps of Favre. And he's going, I'll never twist the organization back and forth. I'll never put them in a position of making them not sure of what my intentions are or what I'm not going to do. Then he does that. And he's probably like, I would never go to New York to be put out to pasture. That's such a sad way to end your career. Now he's out to New York to be put out to pasture. It is going to be pretty hilarious if he ends up going to New York, knowing how much Aaron probably bristled at this following and sort of the Favre shadow. And kind of historically speaking, is he will be looked at both in Green Bay and University a little bit as being in that shadow a bit. Favre got to a couple of Super Bowls. He has the MVP trophies too, but he got to those Super Bowls, at least two of them, and won one, whereas Rodgers could only end up getting to one when it's all said and done. But it does look like, Garth, he is going to New York. Looks like you're going to be Rodgers in New York. Seems about right. Areolas. Thank you, Deadly. That was the word I was looking for. Silver dollar areolas. If you're going to put them on the bat suit, go big. That's all I'm saying. Megan says, Pumpkin's looking at you like, really, Dad, nipples? Joker, what's happening with Matt Stafford? Is he finished? I heard the Rams might sign Baker Mayfield to a deal. He's got a weird back thing, man. Backs are hard to predict, hard to tell what's going on with them and where the state of him is. It sounded very serious last year with what Stafford was dealing with. He's taken a lot of beating in his career, and you could definitely see a guy in that body's been maybe wore out a little bit over time. But uncertain is my answer for you, but certainly it's on the table right now that he potentially couldn't come back, especially if the Rams are going to lean into this kind of quasi rebuild as they appear to be leaning into it, as we're hearing rumors of a trade with Leonard Floyd, rumors of a trade for Jalen Ramsey. They've already offloaded Bobby. It's heading that way, isn't it? Always compete. Lucas Van Ness equals young Nick Bosa. Why am I wrong? Nick Bosa has an incredible first step quickness, which Lucas Van Ness does not have. Nick Bosa has incredible bend and lean in rounding the arc. Lucas Van Ness has no bend and no lean. Both of them have some similar stuff as far as what they can do from a power standpoint. So Van Ness has that in his bag. But Bosa's, that's what the part of the special aspect of Bosa is, the quickness with the power. And that's the part that Van Ness doesn't have, which is a major part of Bosa. Jason Tudor says Stafford's done. I think he's hurt. He's got the money and the babe girlfriend. He should retire. I agree. Even got his title, you know. Jason Tudor says, but Batman is super emo. Maybe. I feel like put more of a stronger face on. I don't like the sad eyes, Batman. You know, look at my face right now. Here's my patented eyes. I don't want my Batman making those eyes. I want hard, ice cold steel. You know, that's what I want. Okay. I want him looking into the soul of men. This look right here. That's not looking into the soul of men. That's not striking fear in the hearts of anybody. Yeah. Risen says Mayfield and McVay have a bromance. I feel Stafford is done, sadly, or need time off. Could be. Yeah, Megan, I'm not sure if Stafford plays this year. I think it's up in the air. Marcus liked Jared Leto better than Phoenix. Leto definitely went with the direction on it. He was pretty specific of his choices, that's for sure. He didn't have as much of a chance to do much with his role, though, did he? He was kind of in and out. Jason says Stafford has a major shoulder injury. He's done. Too bad. I really liked him. Those no-look passes were the prettiest things I've ever seen. Oh, he threw a beautiful ball, man. That's certainly the done with Stafford. He's one of those guys that had one of the great all-time kind of releases, throwing motions, you know, just natural, free and easy, throw it a mile kind of guys. Yeah, I thought Jason's mentioned in shoulder. I thought it was something neck back thing too. It's my back. It's my neck. My back and my neck. My neck and my back. Megan says, remember what I said about Miss P's weight, B? I'm trying. But she's not even looking at me right now because I haven't given her salmon treats. I mean, when she does that to me, when she shuts me out, Megan, you know, she's shutting me out right now. I got to earn back the love after the stream. Red Ace says, I take Clowney over Clark every day of the week. Me too, Red Ace. Not even close. Not even close. Esteban Jones, those LJ Collier flashbacks had me thinking of the nightmare of Lawrence Jackson. Yeah, another bust, huh? Another bust out of USC back in the day. Yeah, LJ was a brutal one. Brutal. Sector 7, I don't really mind the idea of taking a quarterback. The Mahomes story probably inspired every other franchise in the league. Probably did. And I think a lot of teams would love to be able to be in this position to have this opportunity to do this, even when they're sitting on the quarterback. So many teams are driven by the desperation of the position. They don't have the opportunity to think with a forward approach to the position. I don't want to do it on the first thing is that this is, if I was running things, I'd do it Spectre 7. But if the team does do it, I'll certainly be in the place of supporting it, understanding it, and being okay with it. And Nudro says, Aaron Rodgers is a classic narcissist. I would love to see him fail in New York. It wouldn't be pretty. That New York media is going to be all over him. That's the part I don't think he understands. Like, you understand, Aaron, how much that media is going to be up your butt. Like, they are going to be on you like white on rice. You want to go into that after having that little protective bubble area that you've had there in Green Bay? You know? Risen says, neck injury and maybe 2 concussions for Stafford. That's a sign of urgent retirement, in my opinion. Well, I hope so for our Hawks, at least. I do hope so for our Hawks. Ethan says it would be funny if Aaron Rodgers went to Minnesota. Well, remember, Packers didn't trade Brad Favre to Minnesota. He went from New York to Minnesota, but that would be hilarious if that's where he eventually ended up. He just keeps walking in Favre's footsteps. It's the only team that wants me. Data tells us, I hope I don't have to listen to Rodgers talk on the TV after he retires. Yeah, I'm good with. I'm good not having to hear from Aaron anymore. Consumer 114, I kind of like Rodgers. At least he ain't fake like Russ. Well, that's true. He does wear it on his sleeve with it a bit. Esteban Jones, we haven't found a dominant inside defensive lineman built through the draft since we drafted Brandon McBain. How would you navigate draft capital assuming Schneider's eventual trade back will land us 6 picks in the top 52? How would I navigate draft capital? So I would be addressing the inside defensive line with a lot of those picks in the early going. When you look at how I did in that trade back here, I didn't wait to kind of go in and pick in different places for the defensive line talent in this draft. I didn't say, let me wait till the 3rd, 4th, 5th round to get this done. I jumped on it really quick because there is some very talented defensive tackles in this draft, but they through about the early part of the 3rd round are going to be completely gone, Esteban. So if you don't strike while the iron's hot in the first 3 rounds, you're not getting a significantly good defensive tackle at that point. You might get a run stuffer only. You might get a guy that can give you a little bit of pass rush from time to time later on. But if you're looking to get a guy who's a true improvement and upgrade at the position, you've got to go early. So 3 of my first 4 picks were to specifically the interior of the defensive line. So I made it a priority. I think it's something that's got to be, we've got to jump on and jump on in a major way. So that's how it would inform me, Esteban, is 3 of those 6 picks in the 52 at that point would go towards the defensive line. Deadell Cup would have been MVP if he didn't get hurt. He might have. He's up for another season. Consumer 114, you watch Andor, Brando? It's next level. It's going to be on my list, but I don't have Disney Plus because there's not enough stuff for me to watch on it. And so it's some of these streaming services, I've got to get a little content built up that I want to watch and kind of, so I can just, watch it all and then turn off the subscription because I'm not going to order something. I hate on some of the stuff that I flick to. This happens to me Netflix all the time where I'll turn on Netflix and I'm just like, no, God, no. I don't want to watch that again. That's horrible. No. But I will eventually get around to it. There's been too many people that have talked too well about it. And there's such a dearth of good content out there that I'm always looking for the diamonds in the rough. Deatel says Cup was on pace for like 2,200 yards and 20 touchdowns. Cup was going nuts. Had like 8 yards after the catch too. That's crazy. Yeah, him and Stafford were a match made in heaven. No doubt about that. Jason Tudor, thank you for the $5 donation. I really do appreciate it. Says, speaking of Pattinson, Good Time is one of my favorite films of the last few years. You should go check it out. Same directors who did Uncut Gems. That's one on my list to go check out. Doesn't he play a guy from like Brooklyn or something? So he's doing like a Jersey accent or a New York accent, something like that. I think he's doing in that one. So I'll go check it out. I think I've seen a couple clips of that on YouTube, and that's one that I've been kind of waiting to see if that one pops up on the Amazon Prime or the Netflix. Just watch it, check it out kind of for free up on there, kind of go with it on that. But I will check it out. And I'm not anti-Pattinson overall. He is a very good actor. I just don't want melancholy Batman, okay? I just don't want dour, sour, just... I know his character is a little bit brooding in general, but there's a little bit of a line to me between brooding and sort of just the emo stuff, and he's just Mr. Emo to me on a lot of stuff, but I do like him in some roles when he's going on. I liked him in the one he did with the Timothée Chalamet kid, right? The King one, right? That one he's pretty good in that, playing a Frenchman. So he's good. He's a quality actor. He's good at what he does, but just kind of miscast for me with Batman. That's just not the right spot for him. It says, good, don't cave on a B. Don't push me. Day of Tell Stranger Things is good, but starting to get repetitive. Yeah, it kind of lost me after first season. I wasn't able to stay with that one as long as some other people were. Day of Tell Dune Part 2 got pushed to September. Makes sense. It's going to be epic, and there's a lot of post work that's got to be done on that with the CGI and all that. I love Dune Part 1. That was one of my favorite movies last year. I thought they did a great job with it. And I'm even a fan of the original, Cronenberg one that he did back in the day. So it's one of those novels eventually I want to watch. Consumer, not yet. I will watch it. I will watch. I have Disney Plus. At some point I'll have to check it out. Whitebird says Rodgers has to be traded out of the NFC. Yeah. Packers don't want to trade him within the NFC. In utero, Green Bay had a clause in the trade of Favre to New York that if they traded him to the Vikings, Green Bay would get 3 firsts from New York. That's crazy. I never heard about that. That's hilarious. Did I tell over under on Jordan Love's quarterback rating at 80? Well, it'll be over 80, Dayatel, but you know, these guys can close their eyes and throw the ball and they'll get over 80 in this day and age. So I don't know if it'll mean necessarily that he's playing the position exceptionally well. And I don't think they're making this move on because they think Jordan Love is just so incredibly talented. I think they're making the move on because they're over the Rodgers stuff. They're over the same seesaw thing that they had to go through with Favre every year. Gar says Rodgers might get traded to sit on Pat McAfee's lap while AJ Hawk watches 5 days a week. Oh, Lordy. Joke, I wonder if Rodgers is going to take shrooms every game. He might, just to get through those New York media. Flags happen that Mozzie Smith developed some pass rush ability. He's going to be really good. If he got some pass rush ability, he'd be outstanding as a prospect. Flag. It doesn't show up on tape, but I mean, look, the power's there. It's got some quickness to him. Dayatel Showtime series, Your Honor, is very good. Okay. Check it out. Like Sabbath, I want to see Alejandro Jabrowski's Dune. You probably saw the documentary a couple of years ago covering it, didn't you, Flag? Part of the problem with that, too, is that guy had so much of his stuff ripped off for other things like Aliens and stuff from the work that he did in Dune. It's weird how many of of his sketches and all the stuff that he was putting together ended up in other movies. So it sort of, he almost got, kind of pilfered a little bit on that stuff by the people that saw the project and then were like, oh, that's a good idea. I'm going to put that in my thing. Oh, that's a good idea. I'm going to put that. The documentary was incredible, though. And I love a guy that's got just an insane vision. He wasn't able to get it done, but I love the fact that he had the vision he did. Megan says, B, can you explain the tampering thing? Down here, tampering is illegal. It's illegal in sports, so how do teams get away with it? So what happened for years, Megan, was you had March 15th as the free agent start of the NFL offseason or whatever with free agency. And this was the day where new deals could be signed starting at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. What was happening, though, was that teams were already negotiating with players prior to that. And so 12:01 would arrive, Megan, and the league office would have all of these deals being handed down to them. They would be like, well, wait, we've been open for business for a minute and we're having all of these free agents signed. You guys didn't negotiate this stuff in 60 seconds. What the hell is going on? And so the league acknowledged at one point or another that people were going to do the tampering stuff, whether they put the date on the 15th or not. And so they tried to gain a little bit more control over this by saying, okay, you guys want to negotiate ahead of the free agent period, fine. You now will have the open negotiation period to happen from the 13th to the 15th, which, let's be honest with each other, Megan, the tampering period's already been happening before that period of time. Teams are already negotiating with players as it is. But this at least now builds in the excuse for NFL to say, well, look, if deals come down the track instantaneously on Wednesday, the 15th, it's because they've been negotiating since Monday, not because they've been negotiating for the last month, or God forbid, been negotiating since before the end of the season. Let's say that, right, Megan? So it's all kind of a little bit of silliness at the end of the day. It's like semantics, really. The bottom line is that teams have been negotiating already. Teams have been talking already. Players are understanding very much the lay of the land. But it's just a thing for looks more than it is for real application, would be my opinion on it. Rizanalbi favorite Ezra Bridger might be my favorite Jedi. I love Plo Koon and Kit Fisto too. I feel they all be so down to earth. I don't know any of those names, man. God, I'm getting old. Yeah, Ethan Dune was amazing. I love Dune. I went back and watched it then a day or two later after watching it initially, just appreciating what he did. It's such a hard novel to do too. It's such it's the definition of unfilmable novel. Jason says new Dune is very Villeneuve, pretty but not engaging. I just didn't care about anyone. Same as the new Blade Runner. Felt like there was a little bit more going on to it, and what I feel like with Villanueva is he needs a story built in already that he can operate off of so he can do all of his as you say, pretty filmmaking and all of his visual stuff. You give him the baseline of a story to work from, and he can make something of it. But when you have him starting to kind of work off of his own stuff, that's when it starts to run off the tracks for me with him a little bit. But I get that. I get that criticism. Makes sense. Fei Woong Hang going on 5 hours. We are 5 hours, 45 minutes. My goodness. Flag says, yes, that documentary is awesome. Oh, it was awesome. The Dabrowski one. Yeah, it was great. Consumer says Prey was a decent, actual good Predator movie. I have to check it out. I didn't get a chance on that one quite yet, but that's definitely when I was meaning. I had heard it was pretty decent. Risen Packers don't care who the quarterback is, but they just don't want Rodgers anymore. Bingo, Risen. You hit that one right on the button, buddy. That's my feeling of it as well. Megan says, so the deals are done by the 14th. That's illegal. No, because you can agree in principle. With tampering, we can agree to a deal in principle. We can't sign the deal until the 15th, but we can have a verbal deal in place. And if you got a verbal deal in place, that's pretty lock solid at that point. Flag says, just finished watching my first watch through of Breaking Bad. I get what the fuss was about. Pretty damn good. Great little series, man. Yeah, great series. Very good. Megan says, B, read the Dune novel. Read the Dune novel in 7 hours. Damn, that's good. That's one book I want to read at some point. But I was looking at a bit of the advanced lore, like once it gets past the book, it sounds like the main character turns into kind of a douchebag. Doesn't sound like he makes some very good choices, is as pure once you get onto book 2 and 3. In utero, I can't wait for free agency, so we'll have more of a feel for how the draft might shake out. Me neither. And that will give us a clearer view of things, that's for sure. Megan, so that mock draft didn't have Carter, so I guess that means you're joining me on the dark side? Carter's still in play for me here, Megan, but the trade back possibilities was just too strong. The returns on the trade back was too great. I can't turn down that much. I couldn't do it, Megan. It's too good. Greg, I heard Star Wars is just a watered down Dune. How accurate is that? I've never seen Star Wars or Dune. Well, Star Wars holds a special spot in my heart in that respect of things. I can't really see, there's certainly some things within Star Wars that they probably took from Dune. But no, I mean, the dynamic in the original Star Wars is about the father and son thing. There's a father and son element to Dune, but it's more really about the son becoming this Masonic-like figure than anything else, where I don't think Luke was quite ever looked at as that way quite as a character. But there's some similarities there, I guess. Flag, I tried to watch the second Blade Runner. I've never been able to stay awake through it. It's a boring ass film. It's awful. It's awful. It's all of the worst tendencies of Villeneuve. All of his worst stuff come out in that movie, in my opinion. All of his worst traits. Yeah. Jason says, yeah, B, that's entirely where I disagree. Villeneuve is a far better with his own stories. When he adapts, he makes it look good, but it has no punch in the end. Just IMO. I feel you then, man. I feel you. I just feel a little differently on where it's just sometimes on the stuff he does where it's like, and maybe like Blade Runner would be a prefabricated like to your degree on that. I don't know. And that's sort of my instinct with it. I could be wrong on that one. I don't have a strong opinion with that, just a general one with Villeneuve. Jason Duder, I've started reading Dune like 5 times and just go, oh man, this is really long. I'm going to play video games. I tried it back in high school. I was in the library in high school and I couldn't get through it at that time, but it's one that everyone says you got to at some point in your life read. That's what I hear at least. That's what they tell me. Megan says I started rewatching The Sopranos. God, I still love that show. It's a great show. Very well done. Ethan says I've seen Enemy or his first movie, but I've consistently loved everything I've seen of his. I know what you're talking about, yeah. Oh, I knew Doro. Garth, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you, Garth. Hope you're having a good night again, too, man. Thanks for chilling in here and all the donos. Says when Aaron Rodgers goes 3-14 with the Jets, he'll have to get OnlyFans, but he'll forget he's no longer dating Olivia Munn and make it with Joe Rogan. I can see that. Garth does the Tom Brady route where he goes he starts posing in his underwear as soon as he retires, when he knows the locker room ain't going to give him crap about it. I can see it. I can definitely see it. 3-14. Yeah, it's not going to be a success story, Garth, if he goes to New York for me. I know the New York team's pretty well built up and he's going to have a lot to work with there, but Rodgers in New York just feels like oil and water. It absolutely feels like, he's got to be out in some West Coast, easy going, easy come kind of situation, not like the New York media just leaning over the top of him, staring at him. I don't think he'll react well to that. Thank you, Garth, though, for the $5 dono. John Stillwell, thank you for the big $20 donation, man. I really do appreciate it. And also being one of my patrons and member of the channel and all of the support you do bring. Thank you, brother. I really do appreciate it. I saw the article that you sent the other day, too, on Patreon, by the way, so I haven't had a chance to quite get through the full length of it yet, but I do intend to give that a read on the sunk cost thing. So thank you for sending that my way as well. I promise, get around to checking that thing out before it's all said and done. So hope you're having a good night, John. It's good to see you in the chat, brother. And thank you for the donation. Risen says, didn't they update the rules where agents can talk the day prior or Monday leading, so what was kind of illegal is now legal? Yes. So now it starts on Monday, Risen, at 9 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. Agents can begin to talk, players or agents can begin to talk with front offices and start to hammer a deal out. Just can't actually sign it until Wednesday, but now you have a legal tampering period that starts Monday. Megan says, you know what happens if Carter's taken at 5 and what I have to say and mean for me to stick around? I do, Megan. I know what is at play here. I know the price that will need to be paid. I know the high price that will be required by my lady from down under. Megan says, Blade Runner 2049 would have been epic if Ridley Scott had directed it. That man is a freaking genius and my all-time favorite director behind Kubrick. That's a good list of 1-2 punch as far as all-time directors, Megan. And would have thought he would have kept it moving a little bit more, to your point, Megan. Dennis got that thing a little bit too languid, a little bit too much of Captain Fantastic walking slow through a dust-bitten dystopian future. A little bit too much of that for me, right? But I think Ridley would have at least made it move a little bit. Give me a little bit of motion to the ocean, Flag, they should have left Star Wars alone. Yes, exactly. It was fine as it was. Deatel says, I didn't care for 2049. Wasn't enough to digest. Yeah, me too. It's kind of an empty, just hollow, beautiful, hollow movie. Risen says, Snyder recently said you can't even talk to players or agents until the 15th, so who knows completely what the rules are. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know why they call it the tampering period then, because the tampering period's definitely a well-known thing. Bottom line is that he could maybe say that they're talking. Like these guys are talking. They're talking before Monday. They're hammering out these things before that time period. Nobody's playing by the rules in that way. I don't think they ever have in that respect of things. Yeah, Kubrick's definitely one of the best all time. He's up there for me too, Megan. He's right. He might be up on my number one. I don't know if I have a certain one, but I've got a couple guys that are right there for that spot. Now, Robert Saleh is the coach, Megan, for the Jets. Good Super 114. Hey, B, can you explain the Tyree Wilson hype? I don't get it. It doesn't fit the scheme. He isn't quick, and his tape is underwhelming at best, maybe at 20, but not at 5. Yeah, I do think I'm a little more excited than you are by him. I do think that his tape has a lot of moments on it that are tepid. If you look at his last year's tape in 2021, it's really kind of just there, and that there's not a lot to work with. It is a little better this year. He showed improvement. I think you've got a guy at 6'6", 275. In my opinion, the way I look at him as an outlook is I see a guy that's Julius Peppers minus 20 pounds. Peppers was phenomenally big, could move phenomenally well for his size. That's the reason he was originally a top 5 pick. I think Wilson is within his kind of stratosphere and not as good a player. I don't think he's that, but is he a 90% of a Julius Peppers? I think he kind of is. He's got natural things you're not going to teach, being that big, that long, and having the good get off. Instincts need to come forward with him. Pass rush refinement needs to come forward with him. But when you're looking at picking a guy at that point, you're looking for a guy that has things you can't teach, that are physically special and different from anybody else in this draft class. He has those things. But I think another part of this, beyond just the front side of him as a player, and the mixed bag as a player on this, that we've got to acknowledge a little bit here, consumer, is that if not Tyree, then who? If not Tyree, Brian Breeze and his underwhelming tape of 2022. If not Tyree Wilson, then Miles Murphy and his underwhelming tape of 2022, which didn't match to what he was doing in 2021. If not them, Kalijah Cansey with his 6-foot build and 30.5-inch arms. If not him, a cornerback. We don't take cornerbacks that high. If not him, then that's a part of this too, which is that you're rightful to look at this and go, normally at 5, when I'm taking a player like this who's being projected at this spot, I'm getting way more of a certain item. I'm getting way more of I know what I'm buying off the shelf here. You're not getting that this year. Why? Because this is a weak draft, Consumer 114. This was a weak draft that then got even further devastated by the NIL. The combination of those two have weakened down this draft. So the guy that you're getting at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 is not the typical guy in talent that you would get if this was the 2018 draft or the 2019 draft or the 2021 draft. And so it's those two aspects that are there at play here, where you see things you can't teach on tape with him that are in flashes, that aren't consistent. And then you've got that really weakened draft on top of it, which is there's just not as many guys there to sort of pick through at the top. So you're right to question it and be reticent with it. But I do think he's a good player. I don't think he's special as I normally would get there, but I like what I see from him nonetheless at the end of the day, when it's all the bottom line of it, so to speak. Greg Kemp says, I saw someone do a review of the recent Dune movie, compared it to the book, and it made me really want to check it out. Seems really detailed and interesting. Yeah, they did a good job with it, Greg. And I did like that original Dune one. I was wondering what they were going to do with this one, and I thought he did a great job with it. I've been impressed so far with what I've seen. John says, I think A Clockwork Orange was my favorite, but I really like all his films. Yeah, I don't know what would be my favorite Kubrick. Everyone's got kind of a different feel to it with what they bring, I don't know. Yeah, Consumer, the tough part with making the comparison to Dunlap on this one, Consumer, is Dunlap was a guy that was, I think, a hand in his dirt guy, a 4-3 defensive end guy, all the way through from college, all the way with what he was doing with Cincinnati. Tyree's standing up at Texas Tech. And I think even though he didn't test out at the combine with the short area quickness stuff, when we do end up coming out to find out what Tyree Wilson's short area quickness scores are and what he does as far as that explosiveness that he has, that's the thing that I think is going to be separate of a guy like Dunlap, where that's what's going to allow him to be a stand-up edge rusher coming off the edges, that he has an unusual amount of quickness for a guy that is that size. Whereas with Dunlap, again, I think he was just a purified defensive end who just didn't quite have that get off at the snap. He was a guy that was going to beat you with his length, with his size, and kind of overwhelming you then at the point of attack with his power. This guy can give you a little bit more bend and lean than I think what Dunlap had in his bag out the jump with that. John Stillwell has been celebrating 5 months as a Hawks Nest Ring of Honor member, and I do appreciate you, John, for all that long-time support. Says, hey, Brandon, tell me we at least might move away from the 3-4. I'd love to see it, John, but for me to predict it, I've got to see some indication from the coaching staff that they're going to own it and recognize that that's something that would be a smart move for them to make. The coaching staff has not indicated that. They've told us kind of the opposite, that they're going to stay with it. So until I see them indicate they're willing to move from it, I'm going to say you're going to stay in the 3-4. I wish it were so, John. I wish they would move in that direction. To me, it just makes so much sense on a variety of different levels, but they seem to be committed to this change and they seem to be wanting to do it for whatever it's worth. I've heard a couple of comments that seem to pinpoint back to that. Mike, this is the only book I have read more than once that is like Dune is Lord of the Rings, which I've read at least twice a year and I've done since I was 7 and 46. So you can guess how many times I've read it 12. I read all the Lord of the Rings books too. It's good books. Very well written. Jason says, poor me. Jason says, poor B. This is a football channel. That's all. I don't mind talking movies. We'll probably eventually, this channel will probably be eventually about all topics. I'll probably be doing YouTube reaction videos of 80s videos by the time it's all said and done 5 years from now with the channels. So we're just growing. We're just growing out. That's all. Jared Verse is who we would be talking about if he didn't go back to school. Agreed. Yeah. Maybe a couple guys in here on that, but yeah, more of the impact will probably be second round, third round guys in there on it for how they push the draft. But that would be a guy would be there. Dayatel, I haven't seen 3 billboards outside Ebbing, but that's one I've seen some scenes from, and I've always wanted to, just never gotten around to. It seems kind of like a bummer movie. That's the only. I just don't want to come out of the movie being like, okay, where's my shotgun? I can handle sometimes bummer movies. That one seems like a big bummer, a little bit. Consumer says, your football. Kudos, B. Hey, thanks, man. And again, you're right to be a little bit hesitant on Tyree, man. So I get it. I completely get the I want better than this at 5. You know what I mean? It's like finding out every year you got your biggest Christmas present, and you're hoping it's this year you're getting your Xbox, and instead you open it up and it's like, a belt or something. I don't know, It's something you want better at number 5. I get it. I do. I would normally too, but it isn't in the shape it is a little bit. I appreciate that though, man. Thank you. Flag, there has never been a Lovecraft movie. Never have been a good Lovecraft movie. By the way, guys, I don't know, as we're talking about this other subject stuff, I got a little bit of a surprise for you guys. And I've been meaning to post this to the chat. I have completed my novel. So a book that I've spent 14 years writing is just gotten wrapped up. So if anybody knows anybody that can do the artwork on the front of my book, let me know. Because I need to have somebody do the artwork. I'm going to publish it on Amazon. But I'm just wrapping it up. I'm so stoked. It's a monster too. What they need to be doing is start adapting Philip K. Dick's work. It's good way to go with that. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, eventually Brando will review Dirty Dancing on this channel, and if he says Swayze isn't brilliant, I'll leave him to his mom. Thank you for the $5 donation, man. I love Swayze. They're remaking, they're remaking Roadhouse. They had Gyllenhaal out there at UFC shooting some shot for the movie, but that ain't going to come anywhere near close to the original, ripping dudes' throats out, with his fingers, plucking that stuff. I can't wait for the new Roadhouse, man. Well, no, I can't. Actually, it's going to fall short. So I wish they hadn't made it, just left it. But no, I like Swayze. Swayze's classic. Classic. Megan, yes, that's the book I was telling you about back in the day. So I finally got through my final edit. And now I just need to get the artwork done on the front. And I got to contract it out. And I will let you guys know the title. Unlike my other book that I buried and I hidden from you guys because I don't want you to read that other book. Okay? You guys don't need to be reading that other book. But this book, I'm very proud of. And it's going to be a dark book. So it ain't football related. It's a little bit on the dark side of things. But Ethan, what can I say? What kind of book it is? It's kind of like it's like an Odyssey-like journey, I guess, by a kind of a single character running through an Odyssey journey of that changes the nature of his reality a little bit. It's got a lot of conspiracy in it too, and not right-wingy kind of stuff, but pure conspiracy stuff where it kind of blends it in a little bit. So I'm stoked. I'm very stoked. Jason, yeah, I could find someone to do my art, looking online. Sometimes it's hard to do that stuff. You go to a Fiverr and you get a guy that'll show you something that, kind of get that. I might go that route. I just don't like the randomness of picking somebody and then they send you something you've paid money on. You're like, this is crap. I'm not putting this on. I don't want to do this. But I probably will go that route. I just want to check if somebody maybe in the chat knew somebody, on something that will be with it. Flag Sabbath, hey B, when you're going to tell us the title of the first book I wrote? Look, and I'm embarrassed by the first book I wrote. Okay, so let's understand this. Okay, let's understand this. I'm not proud about the first book I wrote. There's a couple realities of it. I wrote it. I've made some money off of it. I'm not proud about it, and I'm never going to tell you guys the title of it. So you will never know what that title of that book is ever going to be. But I will tell you about the title of the other one, and I'm just going to have to leave it about that. The book's about a personal journey of a main character. It's a book that sort of changes in its tone chapter by chapter as it's taking you through the journey. So you sort of think it's this, and then the next chapter you're like, wait, now this book's this. Oh my God, no, this book's that. So it's really just about a character that looks at the nature of their reality and the view of the world, and they've got an outlook on it, which gets shattered. And then they start diving into looking at what the real nature is of reality and diving into the depth of it. And it sends them on a journey and a pathway, which, like I said, sends them on like kind of an Odyssey-like journey where they end up, living a normal life that ends up leaving far away from that and having them trying to go out in pursuit of ultimate truth is sort of what the main character is trying to find in the book. So it's got some darkness to it. It's got some sci-fi elements to it. It's got some horror elements to it. It's got a lot within inside it a little bit. So a lot buried in there. Jerome Blossom says, golly, you're still streaming. I'm still going. Flag, I'm never going to tell you the title of that book. I'm embarrassed by it. You understand, I wrote that last book because I called it my sellout novel because I spent, I spent my 20s trying to be a screenwriter. So you write 10 screenplays and then nobody ever really kind of reads it outside of you trying to post it to places. And then so I was like, well, I'll write a sellout book. And, I sold out on that one. I did do that, but I'm a little embarrassed by it. Okay. I'm a little embarrassed by it on that. I'm not going to, you guys don't need to know that title. We'll just leave it at that. You don't need to know it. John, thank you for the $20 donation. The double 20s tonight, John. Thank you for double fisting down on that $20 donation, brother. You're very kind for doing so. And again, thank you for all of the support over at Patreon as a member of the channel. It says, congrats on the book, Brandon. That's a nice accomplishment. Well, better be, you guys can definitely know that I'll be getting you guys out to the members of the channel and all those who want access to trying to get nice, cheap, easy copy on it if I can do you guys on that. So, thanks, man. This has been I've written a lot of stuff in my life, some good, some bad, but this is the one that I'm most proudest of. Like I said, 14 long years of picking through this book. It's, I think I got like something like 500,000 words or something like that. It's a thick book too. So it's real deep, long, but it's my labor of love. Megan says, wow, so excited for you. I have a friend who just published and I was the first person to read it. Oh, hell yeah, Megan. I'm stoked too. I'm hoping it's decent. It's going to be obviously kind of a rough draft as I post it because I don't have anybody else who's ever read this stuff. I've been the only guy who's put my eyes on this. So hopefully I have not been writing something for 14 years completely crap, and it's actually pretty decent. But I really, it's one that's close to my heart. Close to my heart. But thank you, John, for the $20 donation, man. I really do appreciate all of the support. Jason says, are you going to let editors or something read it first before publishing? I got a major in English Lit, would love to read it. Yeah, I'm definitely down to send. I'm just going to probably publish it as like a rough draft. I mean, the thing with Amazon and when you publish a book to Amazon is you can publish it, pull it back down, rechange it back through. So the plan for me, Jason, is to kind of, release it back up, maybe get some of the feedback back from folks on, some things that can be changed. The hard part is when there's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of words like this, it's been hard to get people to read it close to me because it is a little bit of a commitment. It's not just a quick little, well, in an afternoon, I'll get through this book. It's going to go pretty deep on it, but I'll probably just publish it. But I certainly would love, Jason, if you get a chance to publish it, to look through and I send you a copy after that point if you want to look through and make some notes or whatnot on that. But it's a deep one. It's thick. So it'd be a great undertaking probably as far as editing goes, but I do need an editor. I do. Yeah. It's something that's one of my weaknesses is, grammatical stuff and everything being on that. Ethan says, Russell Wilson, A Football Story by Brandon. Hey, that'd be probably a pretty big publisher there. Consumer says plenty of sex and violence. There's a lot of violence in it. A little bit of sex, but not a lot of that. John says, I could probably help you out with the art. Not personally though. I'll reach out to you then, John. I can definitely do like a rough thing that we can send to them as far as my ideas for what I want it to look like. But I don't trust my own skills enough at my hand to do it. I did my last book cover, which was okay, but I really want this one to be one that I can use the book cover as something to draw people to it. Really be something that, a lot like the thumbnails on the channel that really pops, Ethan Tech World, over or under 300 pages. I think it's going to come out to something like 550, 600 pages when it's all done. Or that's about right where I'm at with it, I think. Megan says, I got the name and information of this book when I met up with B in Seattle. Still have the message on my phone, 12s, laughing out loud. Megan's got access to the secret book. Megan's got access to the secret book. And Utero says, I want your book to be about aliens and UFOs. Well, then you will be very satisfied because there is definitely a portion of my book that has inclusion of that. But are they aliens? Are they UFOs? Are they government created? Are they interdimensional entities? You'll have to read the book to find out. Daniel D. Eskridge, and Exercise and Fertility by Brandon. Megan says, B, I'm writing my book, which I remember you mentioned that. You started 32 years ago. Well, hopefully you get this one motivates you to get it done so I can read your book. If you read mine, I got to get to read yours then. Standard Champion says, Brando's first book is totally a best-selling romance novel. Well, if it was that, then you'd absolutely understand why I would not want my football audience to necessarily be in on having to read something like that, right? Jason, I'm actually more interested in your screenplays as someone who's written a full lousy screenplay himself. Well, I might publish those eventually too here, Jason. So I've long thought about, back in the day when you're young, you're worried about publishing your screenplays because you think somebody's going to steal it. But, then you get to your mid-40s and you're like, hey, it'd just be great to see my screenplay brought to the screen, just to be made. It's actually fun too. I've got some people in LA too that I might have as far as some contacts here as we go forward. But, yeah, I'll eventually publish that stuff too, Jason. I think eventually just kind of put caution to the wind on that and like, let's throw it up, see what people think on that, because I've got like 10 screenplays. Like I wrote a James Bond screenplay. I went crazy. That was my original true passion. Still would be. If I could write screenplays 24/7, I'd still do it. I'd love it. I love the medium. Megan, you definitely will get a signed copy. No doubt about it. In utero, Brandon, what's your pen name? Who said that I have a pen name? Jerome Blossom, I always wanted to ask this. If the 3-4-4-3 debate is mostly about personnel, If your team had the personnel for both, which one is better? I think the 3-4 is a better defense, Jerome, but I also think that that's also built with a little bit of like an additional addendum to that, because it's not just purely a better defense. It's a better defense when you have the defensive coordinator who can utilize the scheme in the right way. The 3-4 has to be creative. The 3-4 has to be attacking. The 3-4 has to be varied. You've got to not know what you're seeing pre-snap to what you're seeing post-snap. And as we saw last year with the 3-4 defense we ran, if you run a real simplified defense, if you run a zone-heavy concept, if you run a zone-heavy soft zone concept, then that's not as much a dynamic scheme in that way that it needs to be if you're going to change to that. So it does require a defensive coordinator in conjunction with the scheme that can be creative enough to run it the right way. But it is the more dynamic one, in my opinion, Jerome, because it does more to put the players in pre-built in advantages, putting them in places where they're able to succeed without having to simply whoop the man across from them. Whereas with the 4-3, it's dependent upon having the talent level there that can really whoop the man across from you in that fashion. So it is a bit dependent on that a little bit. Megan says, you have my email address if you want me to edit and whatnot, B. Yeah, no worries. I'm going to just publish it at this point, Megan, because I'm at that spot where it's like 13 years in. I've gone through it 50,000 times. I certainly probably have missed a few things here or there that are, not perfect on it, but it does come to that point where you just got to like go, you know what? You bake this cake as long as you can, turn off the oven, pull it out, let it cool, and let's just see where it rides. And then just take it from the feedback of folks at that point. But afterwards, yeah, once we publish it, like I said, I can still pull it back down and republish it back up after doing some edits and stuff, Megan says, thick books are my first love, B. Well, this one's definitely a commitment. Dantel says, John Ursula, the oldest man who never lived, a compendium of life achievements by Brandon. I love it, Day. And Utero says, I guess he wouldn't want to say his pen name if he doesn't want us to read his first book. Megan's offering for the right price. She'll tell you guys. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I was thinking about doing like an audiobook of this where I would read it out, but it takes too long. That's way too long. Somebody else will have to pay somebody to do that at some point. John Stillwell says, let's get Tariq playing press man and to cover one in the back end. I'd love to see that, man, John. Didn't do a lot of press last year. Of course, a lot of off coverage, but would like to see a little bit more of him just right up the line of scrimmage and let him run with guys. Show me you can run away from this guy. I don't think you can. I don't think you can. Jason says, I can tell the subject material of your book. I'll probably hate it, but that can make some of the best criticism. Yeah. Could be. Yeah. Absolutely. You guys know me, I'm not anti-criticism, and the hope is to make it better. The hope is to make it improved at its best. And whenever you're writing a book, you're always just trying to it's like a sculptor, just get a little shaved, a little tighter, a little bit better on that angle, make that look a little bit better. Flag Sabbath, Gary Jennings, the greatest who never was. Megan says, Jamal Adams, the man who can't stay injured by B. Megan says, love Bond, B. Yeah, I had a crazy story on Bond. I was just writing at that point. I just loved writing. Like it was one to the next. Jason says, oh man, fire off those screenplays, especially the James Bond one. I've always wanted to write a James Bond film, but a more Bond because I'm weird like that. No, I understand. Everybody's got their eras that they kind of lean towards with it, And I went for a little bit more of a elder Bond, a little bit in this one, but no less the Bond that you've come to know and love. And Euro 3-4 can be utilized versus the run. I think 4-3 tends to be better against the run overall, but it can be utilized right for the run, especially with some of the concepts that have used with modern 3-4 defenses, where it becomes less about the defensive lineman being two gapping and more about one gapping or gap and a halfing like we kind of do. Xavier McDaniel, I jumped through the roof if we could pull this off. That would be a dream come true. What about wide receiver 3? Well, I addressed wide receivers 3, Xavier, in my free agent spot. So I went out there and went for Robert Woods, 1 year, $5 million deal. I thought was pretty fair. So I'd go to try to find maybe a veteran guy you could bring in. Marquise Goodwin would be an all right guy. And then look at maybe hoping that some of the development with Derek Young and Eskridge can come step forward a little bit more beyond that. But you could look at a slot guy anywhere from first round with Jackson Smith and Jigba. Second round, there's a variety of guys. Third round, there's a variety of guys that are really slot only guys, Xavier. So if you want to address it in any of those other places in this draft, you absolutely can do so. Udo says, Brandon, I want to read your books. Soon, my guys, soon, I promise. Garth Knight, thank you for the $10 donation and all the donations tonight, Garth. Very kind of you, brother, and I appreciate it. Will there be an orange cat in this story? Also, I know this all started after Eisenhower greeted the aliens in 1954. Brando, God bless your novel and the effort you put into this channel. Well, thank you so much, Garth. And sadly, there is not a cat in the book. Unfortunately, the mayor character does not have a cat, but it is an epic story, a novel about learning and understanding. But yes, supposedly there was the story of Eisenhower greeting the aliens. They came from supposedly Venus. Val Valorian or something was the guy's name, and dropped in a farm field and had police officers come out and said, take us to your leader. Quite literally, take us to the president. There was supposedly a deal that was hammered out at that time between Eisenhower, supposedly. But there's a lot of rumor on this one. A lot of rumor around that one and conjecture, Garth. But I know the story. I do know the story. Thank you for the $10 donation, Garth. I appreciate you. Justin says, damn, B, you're still doing it? Well, we're probably wrapping it up here pretty soon here at some point. Can't go forever. Says, Deatel says defensive schemes are mostly dependent on personnel and play calling, though. A defense is only as good as its worst player. Yeah, you're never going to have a coach that's going to be able to overcome a lack of talent, defensively speaking. That's for sure, or offensively speaking. You do have to have that as kind of a signature point with it. But I think with a 3-4 defense, too, you could have the right talent in there. And if you don't have a creative defensive coach who's taking advantage of that scheme and keeping the offense off balanced in what they're seeing and uncomfortable, then you're losing a little bit of, kind of why that's built in to run that way, that scheme in that particular direction. Megan says, I've already told you from one writer to another how proud I am of you, B. So strikingly proud. So stinking proud. Oh, thank you, Megan. I really appreciate it. I'm really, this novel, as much of anything I've ever created, has been something I'm really proud of. And I think it's the best work I've done as a writer. I've written a lot of stuff, and I may not be a good writer at the end of the day. I may just be crap when it's all said and done. That's certainly a possibility. But if I am a good writer, if there's that potential in me, then this one is the best representation of anything I've put forward by far, because I really love the story that I had to tell in this one. It was one that was just, I was driven to write it, like I just couldn't not put pen to paper on it. Megan says, told your secret would be safe, B. I mentioned October and didn't breathe a word. No, you didn't. I appreciate that, Megan. I really, really, really do. Thank you so much. John Stillwell coming in with the $50 donation. My God, John, thank you for all the donos tonight, all the support. You are wonderful, man. I really do appreciate it, brother. Very, 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 very kind of you. He says, what keeps us from making the Super Bowl run over the next 3 years? Well, first off, again, thank you for all of the support on this channel, John. Folks like yourself and Megan and Randall, the folks that have been the pillars of just so much support that you put to this channel that just allows me to be able to do this at such a full-time basis as I am. Less of the side work. That's been just the funnest part of this year, being able to kind of dial back side work to dial more of the work here on the channel because the donos are coming in, because we got this going through like this. You are amazing, man. So thank you so much on that. What keeps us from making the Super Bowl run over the next 3 years? I would think that there are going to be 3 things that would do this, John. I don't think that there would be any one thing that would do it, but there would be 3. I think the very first thing that you would do as far as a mistake out the gate here would be that you would reach for need into the future in how you draft. That instead of picking for best player available like we did in these prior drafts, that you go into this draft and next year's draft, reaching for need. Grabbing for what, got to fill this part of the cupboard here, and we got to get this for that part of the fridge over here. No, can't do that. Don't reach for need. Best player available. That's the first place. But that on itself, I think, isn't the only thing that would upend you from going to Super Bowl run. The next thing going in tandem with that is the continued stagnation defensively, schematically speaking, where now you're not necessarily getting the best guys because you're reaching for need, but now you've not really brought in this cover 2 shell Fangio scheme. You still remain in your soft zone coverages. You're not aggressive. You're just simply getting picked apart because you're very easy to read pre-snap to post-snap, and you never make any adjustments in regards to that. To me, that's something that could continue to become prevalent here, John, as we go forward, that we've not yet even last year seen those changes that I'd hoped to see within this defensive scheme to kind of get out of that protect against the deep play mentality that is so wrought through everything that Carroll's scheme is built upon. Don't give up the big play. Don't give up the big play. And that informs your aggressiveness. That informs how much you blitz. That informs how tight your zones are. And that's the big part to me, John, that I look at and go, that's the part that's got to change here a little bit. And if that doesn't change, then that prevents you from making the Super Bowl. That keeps you held back, at that point. And so those would be kind of the first two things I'd say. I had one other third thing I'm trying to think of that I just forgot off the top of my head here, John. What was the third item I just was thinking about? Okay, then the third item, John, would be the lack of recognition of having a year where you do go for it a little bit stronger than the others. I don't think that you get to a Super Bowl now with just doing this. We've got a 2 and 3 year plan and we never jump outside this plan and we stay within our parameters and we're going to just, hope 1 year magically clicks into place and everything just suddenly throttles up. I think there's got to be a given year within that, John, that you go a little bit harder. You push a few more of the chips to the center of the table. And the team's not yet, even when they were in Russell Wilson's prime, when they were in their theoretical Super Bowl window, weren't always kind of operating with that same kind of distinction. And so I would say it would be those three things all kind of working together. You reach for players in the draft, not picking for best player available. Your schematics end up, not progressing forward, not modernizing like you've done offensively, John. Last season, they modernized the offense. We started to modernize the defense, but we didn't fully do it. We kind of half-assed it a little bit in that respect of things. So I would put those three things together. You get a little conservative in your spending of money. You're reaching for players. You're not updating the schematics of your defense. I throw those things together, John, and I go, if we don't make the Super Bowl the next 3 years, I'm able to point to all three of those things being an active part of what's then holding us back. That is the monkey then that's on our back at that point. That, you can do away with any time, but it takes you making an active choice to do so. And a certain amount of aggressiveness in all of those things. That's the place. Aggressiveness, really, when you boil that down. Aggressiveness in how you spend the money. Aggressiveness in how you operate your scheme. An aggressiveness in your willingness to adapt, John, and not just hold on to what you've always done. This is what we do. This is always what we've done. This got us to a Super Bowl 10 years ago. Well, this ain't 10 years ago. This is the now. This is the new NFL. What are you going to do now? And what we're seeing from a lot of these teams in the NFL, John, now that absent having a Patrick Mahomes type guy, you've got to make some go for it type moves to get there. You've got to stack the deck a little bit on certain years. And I hope they have that kind of recognition inside them and to do so. But I could see how all three of those things end up coming up and being the inhibiting factors for our Seahawks to get back into that Super Bowl. John, thank you for the $50 donation, man. So much. Really appreciate it. You're awesome, bro. And I'm going to reach out to you about that artwork thing offline because you might have a guy I would love to reach out and have somebody I can at least... the Fiverr stuff works okay, but I'd like to get a little bit more of a legitimate guy on this if I can find somebody. Sounds like Big Country's with me on that. Good to see. Risen says, I went to brush my teeth and accidentally shaved off my beard. Now I'm almost 26 years old, but I'm looking like I'm 14. I ruined my life just now. I'm going to be shaving my beard off here, I think, for the spring. I got to air out my face here once we get to some sunshine here out in the eastern half of the state. So I'm going to be right back there. I go from looking 43 to about, 32, which is okay in certain respects. Now, it's a little bit better when you get this age. It's actually kind of a good thing. Guard Knight, thank you for another $5 donation, man. For all the donos in the channel tonight, you are awesome. Says, Brando, if you write half as good as you speak, I'm sure the literature will be excellent. I hope so, man. I hope this is a good one. I've really put the effort into it to put my best foot forward for whatever I have to give. If I got the goods to deliver, they will be delivered in this book. And if they aren't delivered, then I don't have the goods to give. And I got to put the pen down, put my quill away. But this one I do have a lot of faith in. I think it's going to be a pretty good book and, take you on a little bit of a ride, take you on a little bit of a roller coaster ride. We're up here, we're down there, we're over here, we're moving up the side. Oh, loop-de-loop, 2 loop-de-loops. Oh my God, a little bit of that there, Garth, a little bit of it all. Thank you, man, for the donations though. Appreciate you. I hope you like the book as well. Reason you don't know, man. It's just something you might find a girl likes the look on there. She's like, ooh, I like the fresh shaven. All these bearded guys. I like the fresh shaven stuff. In utero, I found Brandon's pen name, E.L. James. Damn it. I've been had. I've been found out. I've been took. Jason Tudor says, how in the hell are there 175 people in here at 12:30 a.m.? Risen says, honestly, I don't look like y'all. I look like a Viking and now I look like a dumpling ready for math class. Well, it's winter, Risen. You haven't had a lot of direct sunlight. It always looks weird after the shave. And Euro says, that was the Hawks' downfall in my mind was after 2014, they started drafting for need too much. Agreed. It stood out to me as one of the centerpieces of their failures in recent drafting history is the picking for need, not the picking for the best value of the selection at hand. Very, very much agreed. David, we are still alive. Still alive. 50 Shades of B. Oh, thanks, Space. The kind of you say, man. John Stillwell has got to check out Brandon. Congrats on the books. Thank you, John. Appreciate that donation, brother. You're very kind as always with that, man. So very kind. It's amazing how much support I get on this channel for, how relatively I'm small versus watching sometimes the other live streams and the support those guys get. It's nowhere even close. You guys are amazing. Amazing. And nothing but love out there to you guys for all the support you guys bring to this channel every single stream. Risen says, when you say donation, sounds like Donut Nation, and I just want to shout, heck yeah. It's my little subtle Freudian trick that I'm doing here, Risen, is I'm associating donut with my channel. Everyone likes donuts. Donuts make you happy. My channel then makes you happy with the connection of donuts. It's just a psychological trick, Megan's a psychological major. She can speak to this. I'm playing kind of word games with you a little bit, Gotta play word games. Like I was easily the best Seahawks channel. He lets people be and doesn't S on other people's opinions. I try not to. I certainly am at times get up on my high horse and, I know I can sometimes catch myself thinking my stuff don't stink when I have my opinions on stuff, but the greatest thing about this channel is the people within this chat. And, somebody asked why we got 775 people on at 12:30 at night. It's because people love football and they love talking football and they understand here, you're going to talk football. We're going to break this all down. And it's not me breaking it down to be some grand poobah of some intelligentsia here. It's all of us working together and bringing this out. And so many of my ideas get shaped and formed and thoughts get formed by conversations that we have had in this chat, conversations that have driven me back to research and look at things in different ways and different lights than the way I looked at it prior, which is what I just love about this place. Cause I think we do get to a lot of ways, the bottom line on given scenarios and situations, because we've intelligently walked all the way around the process on it. We haven't just looked at one little segment of it, but tried to look at the whole view of it. I love it about this place. And it's part of, I think, what makes this channel go. Jerome Blossom says, who is the greatest nose tackle in NFL history? Greatest nose tackle in NFL history. The greatest nose tackle in NFL history. I'm going to give you a name, but I don't know if I feel confident in it quite yet. I'm thinking about it. So just give me a second to go through all my, I'm like doing the, spinning through like 4 decades of football memories in my mind. So the greatest one, we're talking a nose tackle here, right? Randy White as a nose tackle. Former Cowboy great. So many of the defensive tackles in the Hall of Fame are 3 techs, right? So many are 3 techs. I'm trying to think about who's the nose tackle that would have been the guy. I mean, I guess Vince Wilfork was one I was thinking of too there, Red Ace. I think that's a good suggestion. I think Richard Dent was a nose. So maybe he might be one in there a little bit. That's a good question. It's a great question, Jerome. I had never really thought, and as much as just because I haven't really spent as much time thinking about the great nose tackles in the sport. And it is so much easier for the penetrating kind of guys, your John Randalls, your Aaron Donalds, even your Chris Jones, Fletcher Coxes in the modern age, right? So it's easier to kind of pinpoint in on the guys that are more of the pass rushing defensive tackles than it is the nose tackles. Great question. Megan says, the Hawks Nest B, question for you regarding what will keep me here if Carter is taken at 5. How do I know you will not say the magic phrase to keep me here? Mean it and not change your mind. Well, I think, Megan, that you'll have to fall back on my history of truth with you and my history of my word as a man of honor up until this point. And you'll just have to put your faith and trust in that. Which isn't easy. It's not easy, but it will be required nonetheless. I'm not sure if Richard Dent was a nose tackle. That sounds right that he was a nose. That does sound correct. And I think Vince Wilfork's a great. I think Vince's Ted Washington's a good one too. Golly. Vince probably gets it because he's just a part of so many Super Bowl teams. And he was really a real important part to the fixture of those Patriots defenses. And I can't think of one. Ted Washington's a really good one. That's another really great suggestion. I'm torn on this one. I usually have a good answer of this is who I'd go with. Megan says, word association B, you are the master. Thank you. Megan says, you've never said anything in Jay-Z's favor, B. Well, that's just because we're always talking about the comparison to the man Craig, the man, the myth, the legend that is Dave Craig. That's all it is. Red Ace, was Sam Adams a nose tackle? I mean, technically he played nose tackle when he was here, but that was because Cortez was the pure 3 tech. I think when he went to the Ravens, he was more like a 3-4. I think he was more of a 3-4 kind of end because they had Tony Siragusa as your 0 tech at that point. Siragusa was essentially the nose tackle for the Ravens, I think, when he went there. But Sam was more in his skill set. He was a big guy, but his skill set with the first step quickness and his ability to use his hands was more of a 3 tech in the way he played. But he could do some one tech stuff. Megan says, the man, the myth, I need to throw up, B. And you wonder why I don't believe you. Casey Hampton, there's another good one. That's another great suggestion there for that. That's one that could certainly, take the prize on that one. Certainly has been a lot. Risen says, what would Aaron Donald be? Because he's such a beast that it's as if he was a pass rushing nose tackle. He's a double team and still gets the sack. Just insanity. Yeah, he's a rarefied guy. I mean, it speaks to Risen the fact that the guy spent the first part of his career in a 4-3 defense as a 3 tech, and then they transitioned to the Vic Fangio cover 2 stuff there, and now he's been a 3-4 defensive end at times. Hell, they've lined him up over 0 tech at times there, and he has still flourished. He is probably the player that is unique where he can play kind of any scheme anywhere on a defensive line. I mean, I've seen him as a defensive end and 4-3, so he's literally a guy you can move anywhere, but that's what you get when you get basically the best defensive tackle that's ever played. There's a couple other guys that might have a little bit of an argument to be made, but he certainly deserves to be in the discussion. And so that's what makes him so rare. But I think you really, at the end of the day, if you wanted to designate him purely Risen, you'd designate him as a 3 tech above all else. Durko44 says, how do you feel about a list of names for the top 30 visits for Seattle? There are some studs. Everybody that they've met with so far, Denko, I've been very encouraged by. I've loved what I've seen from the guys that they're looking and talking to. And we'll get more about some of the visits to Seattle stuff, but I haven't seen the visits to Seattle list yet, Denko. If that just came out, I didn't have a chance to check it out. But so far, the guys that they met the combine, and you don't get to meet with everybody, the people that we're hearing that they're interested in, I'd sign off on any of these guys being picked. They sound like good. They would be good selections. They would help this team out. They're talented players, good guys, it seems like. Sign me up. Jim Burt, Flag Sabbath. There's a name. That's a football name. Jim Burt. Megan says, B will say it with his fingers crossed behind his back, and we all know it 12s. Well, if I got to keep you in the fold, Megan, I might have to just bite the bullet. Bite the bullet. Jerome, I think Vince Wilfork's probably where I would land as the final one. I think Ted Washington would probably be the guy right behind him for me. But with Vince's impact and so many Super Bowl wins, I just don't think that there's another guy that you could really draw to. And if you go through the defensive tackles, I mean, hell, even going back to, let's say, the Joe Green and the Steelers. Joe Green's is a 3-tech. He wouldn't have been a 1-tech. He wouldn't have been a 0-tech. He would have been a 3-tech. So even him, you couldn't make as that comparison of a pure nose tackle. So there haven't been many of really great ones. But I think that if it's not Vince, it's Ted Washington for me, I think. Those would be the two on them. And Richard Dent was good, but there was, McMichael on that line. There was a couple other guys there on that line in addition to Dent. Casey Hampton's a good one, though, too, as a suggestion. I can't deny that. Garth Knight, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate all the donos tonight, Garth, from you, man. Amazing as ever. Says, my favorite author is, I suspect, Brando prior to reading his material. I hope the sex amongst those 300 pages isn't as torrid as the Sum novels. If the location is the Outback, I understand the sex, though. Nice. Well, you never know on that, Garth, till you give it a read. You'll never know I give it to read. And definitely, the new novel's not, the novel coming out is not necessarily driven in that way on that stuff. There's a tiny smidge in there, but nothing over the top. Definitely no 50 Shades of Grey stuff in there. But thank you for the $10 donation. And my hope is here to have the novel out within about I'm thinking as long as I get the artwork done on this, I get this out in about the next month or so. So that's going to be my kind of aggressive outlook on it. Is it's as long as I get the artwork done, I can get this posted really, 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 really fast. So I'm stoked, man. I'm stoked. And I'll definitely let you guys know on the title and all that once it's released and the links to Amazon and all that good stuff. So let you guys take a little gander. It will be $100 book though. So no, I'm kidding. Charge $99.99. Oh, you want to rebrand this book? Oh, that'd be hilarious. But Garth, thank you for all the donations, man. You're awesome. Megan says, oh, bullcrap B, don't make me curse and time myself out. There's no way in hell you'd do it. I'll do it. Like I said, we got to see what Carter's the pick though first. Like I said, we got to cross that bridge first. I don't even know if I'm going to end up crossing that bridge, Megan. So let's just see if we cross the bridge first, and then we'll have to pick it up from there. Yeah. What's up, Kyle G? Flag Sabbath says Jim Burt is definitely the name of the guy who used to beat kids up for their lunch money. Oh, 100%. If he didn't do it, he's doing the name wrong at that point. Space asks, what's the book name the book name is When the Sleeper Awoke is the name of my book. When the Sleeper Awoke. That's the new book, Space. I ain't going to tell you the old book name, though. Somebody's going to have to do digging to figure out that one. It's out there. But I ain't broadcasting it. Risen, can you break down these tech things? I'm not familiar with this phrase. Yeah, absolutely. When you talk about technique, you're, kind of essentially talking about kind of the gaps and where you have your alignment up on the defensive line. So you've got your zero technique, which zero technique is going to be your nose tackle, and what you would know a defensive lineman's in zero technique when they're aligned directly over the top of the center. When you have a guy that's in one technique, rather than being aligned at the center, they're going to be on the strong side of the offensive formation, and they're going to usually be aligned one shoulder is going to be with the right guard. One shoulder they're going to be right in between essentially the right guard of the center and the left guard and the left shoulder of the right guard. And their alignment is right there. That's called one tech. So zero tech over the center, one tech halfway between essentially the center and the guard. Three tech is you're going to be on the weak side of the formation and you're going to be heads up over the left guard. So you're not on a shoulder gap like you are with the one tech. Now you're heads up over the three tech. So three tech is right there, okay? Three tech over the guard. Next technique is going to be 4-eye. 4-eye is going to be where you're going to be aligned. It's a defensive end technique position where the defensive end is going to be aligned on the inside shoulder of the tackle. So 4 inside, right? You got then your 4 technique aligned right over the top of the tackle. Then you've got your 5 technique. It doesn't go 4 outside. It goes 5 for, I don't know why they came up with these numbers in this way, but 5 technique then just on the outside, right kind of on the tackle outside shoulder. And then you have your wide 9. So it goes from 5 technique to wide 9 at that point. Wide 9 being now you're not only on the outside shoulder of the tackle, you're now like essentially lined up to where there would be a tight end across from you. And it's not on strong side or weak side of the formations. It's just your alignment would be de facto as if there was a tight end next to the tackle. That's where your alignment's going to be. So far, still outside of that outside shoulder of that tackle. So it goes 0, 1, 3, 4-eye, 4, 5, wide 9. Or 9, or just 9 technique, not wide 9. That's kind of how it is. It's very confusing though, because they don't just go 1, 2, 3, 4, right? That would have been easier. Would have made it way more simpler to kind of understand the way that boils down a bit there. But it's all about Risen. The defensive lineman's alignment is what they mean by the technique. Alignment in conjunction with what the offensive player is across from them. Risen, so wide 9 would be an edge rusher. Well, I mean, you could be in 5 technique and technically you're an edge rusher. Edge just means that you're on the edge of the defensive line is what an edge is, Risen. So, I mean, an edge can be in 4-eye technique where you're on the inside shoulder. The wide 9 is just in relation to where your spacing is as where your alignment is. You come out of the huddle as a defensive lineman. So rather than me, if I'm a defensive end old school wise, I'm oftentimes going to be in that 5 technique or right heads up, either 5 technique or 4 technique where I'm heads up or I'm on the outside shoulder of the tackle. Teams that run 3-4 are going to implement the wide 9 technique, Risen. So if you have an outside 3-4 defense, you're not often going to really have very much that outside linebacker aligned in 4 or 5 technique. You're going to put them out and naturally in a wide 9 on both sides of the line of scrimmage. But wide 9 is just referencing, Risen, that rather than me being heads up with the tackle, like let's say this is my tackle and here I'm the edge, right? So I'm in 4 technique here, right? Half, let's say I split that tackle in half and I'm on his outside shoulder at 5, kind of 5 technique-ish there, right? Now I go completely outside of him, right? Like we're not now, if I run forward, I'm not touching that tackle at that point from the wide 9. I'm completely past his shoulder. There's no connection between us essentially at that point. So it's just about that spacing is a little extra wide, and what you're doing with that is you're essentially getting a little bit of extra space wide to challenge the tackle and their athleticism to meet you at the edge of the arc. You're putting a slow-footed tackle into a bind if they're not going to be able to get there quick enough. And that's certainly something we see the Niners do with Bosa a lot, where you just can't, he's too wide. He's too far out. Megan says, I want the large in jersey behind you if you don't be. Fair enough. Fair enough. Risen says, so a single zero tech rusher can also be an edge rusher, laughing out loud. Well, I think the rusher part is the part you're getting caught up on. Take out the rusher part. Just operate off 0-1 tech, that type of thing. Because rusher doesn't, I can be playing wide 9 and I can rush, but I'm going to have run stuffing duties as well. Just because I'm in a wide 9 alignment doesn't mean now I don't have run responsibilities that I have to maintain and keep active. So it's the rusher part, I think, is maybe the part confusing you a little bit with this, just a tiny bit. It's not the rusher, it's just the 0 tech, 1 tech, and whatnot on that. That's really the application here that you want to look at it through. You know, so if you're in a 0 tech, your heads up, your align. It's really, the technique is about alignment, Risen, more than it's about what you do post snap. It's where you're aligned pre snap. 0 tech, I'm a defensive tackle. I'm over the top. I'm over the head of a center. I could take an edge like Uchenna Nwosu and I could put him on a snap in 0 tech where he's aligned out over the top of that center now. But just because he's normally an edge rusher doesn't change the fact he's in 0 tech at that point. That's where his alignment is at. Megan says, do not screw with me, B. The large in jersey is mine if you don't keep your word. Bet, Megan. Bet. I'm a man of my word. Jerome says, that does not look like how I typed it. I got what I read. I could figure it out what you're saying in that, man. That makes sense to me. Makes sense to me. I didn't include the 2 eye stuff and some of the 3 because I was trying to keep him relatively clean with it. Arisen says, I was thinking of only one person on the line rushing would be an edge rusher even over the center, laughing out loud, but that would be illegal. No, it wouldn't be illegal. You can put one guy on the line if you want. It's different for the rules on the offensive line and how many guys they have to have on the line of scrimmage, but a defensive line can do whatever they want. If you took an edge rusher and moved him over the center, then they're in 0 technique. They are technically a natural edge rusher, but their technique in that moment is, for all intents and purposes, the same of a technique of a big, fat 350-pound lineman that you'd have at the 0 tech normally manning that. Donnie Person says, at the Hawks Nest, I must go now. Thank you, Brandon. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, Donnie. Thank you for hanging on in there late with me, man. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish. Who is the photo behind you? Don't know if that's always been there or new. No, it is new. Our guy, Garth Knight, our big donator here in the chat, longtime donator here in the chat, actually just sent this through. So I've published an address now where you can send me some stuff here in the description section if you want to. And that would be, as Chris Berman once said, Ricky Running Waters. So former Seahawk, really fine back for us in around the mid-90s or so. And fun back, ran hard, ran like his life depended on it on every carry, just how you'd like your running backs to run the football, you know, like giving it everything they got with trying to grab every inch they can grab on the ground, finishing every run. That was Ricky Waters. Very, very good back. Fringe Hall of Fame guy. Might one day find his way into the hall. Megan says, you will choke on your word saying Zorn is better, B. Well, you know, we got to draft Carter first, Megan. Don't forget that. Megan says, I hope Pumpkin knows CPR, B. Megan, I have not had a chance to watch any rugby yet. I've been just diving through prospect tape right and left. My eyes are going crossed with all these prospects I'm trying to watch and keep track of and but I'm going to get to it eventually. Oh, I will watch the female rugby. Oh, yes, I will watch it. Brazen says, but he's on the edge of a one-man line, I meant. So if Wolfric is the only man on the line over center, he's on 2 edges of the line. I'm just being dumb. I just tried to brush my teeth when I shaved. Don't listen to me. Hey, you're a multitasker. I get how that is. You know, you're just trying to be efficient with your time. But it's all about wherever he's aligned that's where it's dependent on, where you could take Wolfric and put him out in a wide 9 and then he's a wide 9 edge at that point. You know, it's just all about where he's at. John Davis says, hey man, I was just wondering, as a Bears fan, would you trade for our number 1 pick? No, I'm not. You go talk to Carolina, John. Carolina, Houston, you guys, I know what you're wanting to do, John. I know what you Bear fans are wanting to do, and you're getting tricky with it, okay? Lovie Smith gave you guys a gift, okay? He gave you a beautiful gift from the heavens, which is the number 1 overall pick. And now you guys are trying to get cute with it, because I hear a lot of Bears fans talking about, we'll just move back 2 or 3 spaces. We'll just move back like just a couple spaces, but we'll get the extra first round picks, but we'll still be picking. If you're going to move back, you got to pay the price. And the price is going to be, you're going to get out of the tier 1 group of things. So you're going to have to go back to 7 with the Raiders. You're going to have to go 9 to the Carolina Panthers. You're going to have to pick any of those teams from anywhere from 8 to 13 who need a quarterback. That's how far you're going to have to go back. You should do this, though, John. Rather than the Bears fans concentrating on let's flip back with Indianapolis or let's flip back with Seattle, what you should be looking to do is move back a little bit more fuller. Because what that's going to mean is you're going to get that many more picks. And what your Bears team needs right now is more picks rather than a prime player. Yes, a prime player would be great, but you're down already a 2nd-round pick because of the Chase Claypool trade. So pick back more of those picks up, get your 3 first-rounders, still be picking in the top 10, and then you just call it a day. But we're not moving back. We're not moving. We're not going to move up in the draft. There's no reason for us to. Prince TY, hey Brandon, can we just get a quick 5-minute rant on Frank Clark since he got started with the Hawks in 2015? I'm all out of rants tonight, man. I'm all out of rants on that one. Consumer, any multi-purpose players in the draft B, i.e. Eric Metcalf, Darren Sproles types? I'd say there's a couple of multi-purpose players that are like that. There's 2 main running backs that fit that mold, in my opinion. You could probably include Bijan Robinson in this group as well. But Jahmyr Gibbs and Kenny McIntosh are very much those kind of players you're talking about, where they're, multi-dimensional guys. You can line up as running back, you can line up as receiver, and they can do both of them very equally well. It's not that they do one kind of okay, but this one's the one they really do well. They do both of them really, really well in their skill set and what they bring. So those are the first 2 guys on the offensive side of the ball. Defensively, though, I think that it actually there's a crew of guys in this draft that work kind of from the safety slot corner mold of this. And that would be Brian Branch, Jamie Robinson, and Sidney Brown, who can absolutely be some of the better players in the league out of the slot as a corner, and then could eventually become some of the better safeties in the league from a strong safety position as well. So that they both offer those 2 points of versatility with those 2 guys on either side of the ball. Risen says, yeah, I didn't know, but once I got it and I was like, okay, 2 + 2 = 4, but 2 + 2 × 2 = 4 also. Well, they made it confusing with how they numbered it. That's for sure. I don't know why they numbered it that way. Guard Knight, thank you for the $5 donation, brother. I appreciate you. Says the Bears are looking a gift horse in the mouth with Richardson. They won't select him, and it's hilarious. They may, yeah. I think the Bears are going through their process on this one a little bit, and there's no certainty about where they could be going with it. But to certainly marry themselves, if I'm a new administration and I wasn't the one that picked Justin Fields at this point, and there are certainly some concerns with Justin Fields about the throwing ability and whether or not he's going to have enough to make that go, I'm not marrying myself to the other former guy. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to try to go get my guy, especially when I have my pick of the best quarterback in this draft, regardless of who I think it is. If I was the Bears, I would look to try to move Fields for a 1st-round pick and take our guy, because you're not going to have the opportunity to be back here again in time future, probably, in my opinion. But they got themselves a gift there to help their franchise out in a major way. Hopefully they take advantage of it. Risen says, honestly, only team would be able to possibly willing to move up to number 1 is Houston and don't have to get rid of much. Ballard of Colts don't like trading outside of 5 is too hefty to trade up to 1. True. I've kind of thought the Panthers would be the team to do this, though, at some point. Because the Panthers are the team that needs a quarterback. They've got a pretty solid team. They could look at themselves and say, we're kind of a quarterback away a little bit, especially in a wide open division. They move up with Chicago now to 1 from 9. Okay, Chicago gets 9. They stay in the top 10. Carolina flips 2 future 1st-round picks to Chicago for that at that point. that seems like a deal that makes a lot of sense to me, especially for Carolina getting their pick of the quarterback litter in this draft class. Prince YT, Brandon, when do you think Pete and John will talk to Jalen Carter? I'm pretty sure they didn't interview him at the combine. Hard to say on that. Don't know if they did or didn't with that one. It's going to either be a call or they'll do the in-person visits, but there's only so many in-person visits you can do. I don't know even if Jalen feels like he's got to go travel around and do the in-person visit stuff, or if he's like, look, I'm going to be a top 5 pick. It don't matter. So hard to say. Sometimes with these guys, Prince, they don't always meet with them. You know, there isn't always that does happen. I would think it would happen if they're interested in him, but hard to say kind of on that. I'm not sure. Megan says, sorry earlier about the trolls and the whole panic attack thing. We'll try not to get so overwhelmed next time. No worries, Megan. You got a hard job here at times with doing the mod stuff. So I get that. And people come in on fire at times, you know, and for some reason today they had some special kind of energy to them, it seemed like. So we've been running pretty clean throughout the off season so far, but I definitely felt like today there was probably a little bit of a different energy from some of the trolls coming on in. Flag Sabbath, we have a good kick news and analysis with Arturo. We need to improve the O-line, the D-line, and the linebackers. Indeed. News with Arturo, 100%. John Davis, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Appreciate you. Bears fan jumping aboard here on the channel. Isaac Lipnick, thank you for, sorry if I mispronounced your last name, but thank you for subscribing to the channel as well. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. I appreciate you hopping aboard. Consumer Eric Metcalf, 1,700 all-purpose yards. Sproles, 1,900. Wonder if they make the Hall of Fame. Or 19,000 yards. Sproles, 19,000 yards? Jeez. It's going to be tough for those guys, Consumer. You know, those running backs have a log jam right now of guys who have a lot of production that aren't getting a sniff getting in there. So I think they'll look better as kind of those parts of the game being the kick return, punt return game gets minimized. Some of those old school stats will look all that much more better because the guys playing today aren't going to post anywhere near the same kind of numbers. They're not getting the same kind of opportunities. Risen says Bears should sign all these O linemen in free agency and try to trade up with Houston and then select Will Anderson. Bears will be fine. They definitely need to get the line right. Hard to make that assessment of Fields when you have the line in the state and the condition that it's been in. John says, I'm feeling crazy, but I like next year's quarterbacks more than this year's. Do you guys have the same feeling? I think it kind of depends. I think certainly Caleb Williams, John, is better than any quarterback in this draft. You know, he's a better talent. Drake May might be. I think that there's got to be a little bit more of an assessment built in on Drake May for where he's going to go. If you're talking about Spencer Rattler or Bo Nix, no. I don't think Michael Penix, even if he has an outstanding season, is going to increase his draft stock beyond that of what Bryce Young, CJ Stroud, Levis, or Richardson has done necessarily. He would only be able to do, I think, John, equivalent of that. Shadur Sanders from Colorado is maybe a possibility. It's always hard to predict this kind of stuff, John, because in doing this for years now, we always go into the offseason and going into the next college year, and we know the quarterbacks that are going to be the creme de la creme. And then that always kind of changes a little bit. I feel on solid footing about Caleb Williams because he's in that rarefied place of a guy like Andrew Luck, Trevor Lawrence, John Elway type, I think, where he has solidified himself in that way. But absent him, there's not as much. There's a lot of talented guys, but guys are going to have to rise a little bit in their performance level. They're going to have to build upon what they've done prior. That's hard to predict on who's that guy going to be. But I think it's going to be probably... absent the Caleb Williams being the real difference maker there, John, I think it'll probably be pretty close when it's all said and done, you know, as far as the amount of quarterbacks taken in this first round versus the amount of quarterbacks taken in next year's first round. Might be a little more depth, you know, might be a little bit more like once you get past the first 4 guys in this draft, it's kind of done. There might be more like a 5, 6, 7 guys you feel good about next year. Guard Knight, thank you for another $5 donation, brother. He says, who would you trade for Justin Fields? He has another year of eligibility to Ohio State, I suppose. Who would I trade for Justin Fields? I'd try to get a first-round pick for Justin. I'd try to find a team like Tampa Bay, out there, or Washington football team out there that would be willing to give me maybe a first round pick plus for him. And then I get another first round pick in the teens. And if I'm the Bears at that point, I have, either selected my quarterback at that point, then still picking again in the first round to help my team out. But I would probably try to target one of those quarterback teams that are just, dying for a quarterback and don't have a clear pathway for one, Garth. And I think one of those two teams I just mentioned would certainly be, I think they'd be interested. News and analysis with Arturo. John and Pete should talk to Brandon Peely. Okay. I haven't looked him up yet, but I'll take a look at him. Take a peek. Consumer says, yeah, but Metcalf was a better receiver than Hester, as nearly a good a punt returner, as well as, yes, it's interesting. They might get in eventually. It'll have to be like a veteran committee thing, but great players. I loved them. Consumer, both these guys were talking about. I mean, Metcalf was awesome. I remember back in the late 80s playing the Browns at home, and Metcalf lit us up. I mean, we could not stop him, and he was beating us in every fashion that day. In the special teams, as a runner, as a receiver. It's like, holy moly. Megan, how much longer are we going to be planning on going for Beam? 8 p.m. here, and I can't feel my shoulder and need dinner. We're going to probably wrap this up here pretty soon now. It's about time to wrap it up, I think. Prince T1 says, a lot of sources are saying we have the best chance to land Frank Clark, unfortunately. You might have to be prepared to make a Frank Clark reunion video. Oh, Lordy, I hope not. I so hope not. But you might be right, Prince. And we certainly love our former guys here in Seattle and look to grab them back again. We've done it a couple times, so it might be in play. But one thing you can count on me being consistent with on this is that I'm not, Frank Clark is not going to be the solution to anything. So, you'll see me a lot of pushing back on people in here with trying to say, well, we got Frank now. We got that, like, nah, right? But it's possible. It's possible. Jason McEwer, John Schneider, you are fired. ESPN analyst, ESPN draft analyst, you are also fired. Brandon Kane, you are our new general manager. Love that draft. 3 years, 20, okay? Fine with me, Jason. Sign me up, man. Sign me up. Glad you liked the draft on that. I thought it through on this one. I tried to go a little advanced on this and really kind of plot this one out a little bit if I could on it. So, if they ever come calling, I'm signing up. I'll come cheap, Jason. I'll work for peanuts. Thank you, though, brother. Appreciate you. Consumer, you think the Commanders owner, last middle finger of the NFL, is giving Lamar a landmark quarterback contract? I think it's on the cards. Well, remember, when they give those kind of contracts and the guaranteed money, I believe you've got to put all of the money, if it's guaranteed, into escrow immediately. So does Schneider want to, on the front end of that, be dropping $250 million into the bank? That's an expensive middle finger, right, consumer? That's a $250 million middle finger. That would end up being the most expensive middle finger in the history of man. But is Dan Schneider capable of doing it? Certainly he is. But the joke would be kind of on him, because he's got to front he's got to hope he can recoup that money back in the sale of the team at that point. Flag says, why would we want Frank Clark? Just because we have the best chance doesn't mean we will sign him. We already have an edge who can defend the run. He's younger and cheaper. Yeah, I don't see why it would be a fit either, Flag Sabbath. I don't. And for the same money, I would rather just go after Jadeveon Clowney, who is a vastly superior player in every realm. It would be funny, though, consumer. It would be pretty funny. You loved your mock draft. Thank you, man. I wanted to get this right, and I wanted to be more than just taking the picks and just being boring with it. I wanted to, let's be active, let's be aggressive, let's try to stack this up as much. Let's try to stack as many of these second round picks as we possibly can into what I would consider to be the strength of this draft, where the real fruit of this draft lies. Reason, I just hope a new owner takes control of Commanders so they can build a new stadium, new name, and a good everything in life, because that's what they need. Laughing out loud. They do need that. They do definitely need that. And he does seem that crazy, Consumer 114. Some of the stories you're hearing about this guy, and I mean, peeping Tom stuff and the emails, things that went over, and the just dirty as they get, So he certainly would be in play to do it. Risen says McDonald is my underdog in this draft. Love McDonald. And Risen, I think in a lot of ways, if you're talking about a guy who feels very Seahawky, Nolan Smith feels very Seahawky, a kind of guy that they would gravitate towards. Will McDonald feels very Seahawky, a type of guy in recent past that they might gravitate towards. So if we ended up with Will McDonald, I could certainly see John Snyder and Carroll having quite an affinity for that guy. Eudoro says, I've been thinking this draft was really weak up until a couple weeks ago. Nah, I kind of still agree with your thinking from a couple weeks ago. I think overall it is kind of weak at the end of the day. But, it's got some interesting spots to it too. Garth Knight. And I'll tell you what, folks, we'll have Garth Knight. We're 7 hours in now. So let's have Garth finish us up with this donation. So many donuts from Garth in this stream. I think this is a fine opportunity, Garth, for us to finish up on your kindness and all of the donations that you put through here on the channel tonight. So thank you for all of that. I really do appreciate it. Garth says, Brando, the cat next to you wants food and doesn't care about drafts or free agency with the exception of Clowney coming back. She loved Jadeveon Clowney, Garth. She was a big Clowney girl. I don't know why, but she was. Yeah, she's got that look at that long look she's got in her eye. She's like, this has been a long stream, Dad. It's been a long, long stream. And yeah, she's ready for some salmon treats. So we gotta get my kitty taken care of. She's been a good girl, and let me get through the stream. So I got to reward her back a little bit on the other side of it. But Garth, thank you for all the donations on the chat tonight, man, and all of your support to this channel. It is really appreciated. You're amazing, always amazing in that respect of things. Could never ask for more from my channel and my chat as far as the amount of support. And you guys, you're one of the folks that is at the forefront of that, Garth. Doesn't go unnoticed. I really do appreciate it. Helps this channel just go that much more stronger and harder and more content because of it. I hope you know that. And as well, big shout out to Garth for the Ricky Waters, signed Ricky Waters little photo we got going on back there from that guy, former Seahawk great, and makes the wall look a little bit better, a little more filled in, right, Garth? Kind of, it's like it's the dude's rug, man. It brings the back of the room all together. You know what I mean, Garth? Brings the back of the room all together for me on it. So I appreciate that. Risen says, love the stream. I'm happy to be back. Happy I'm back to watching your streams again. 4 months has been too long. It has too long, Risen. Don't go away so long anymore. Stay with us. Stay with us. And your favorite Clowney game was when he destroyed the Niners. It was my favorite too. I certainly am a big pro Clowney guy. I don't think you're getting him at an expensive cost. I think you get him on a 1-year prove-it deal. And I think he fits here very well, especially on a rotational kind of role. News and analysis with Archo says, shout out to Pumpkin the Cat. Hey, you're getting shout outs. How about that? You stoked about that? You feeling good about that? Megan says, thanks for the support today, 12s. So sorry you had to see that, but thank you, Bs and 12s. You have no idea how much it means to me at this time of year. Well, it means a lot to me, all the good work you do, all the support you bring to this channel too, Megan. So I hope you know I really do appreciate all you do out there. Thank you for holding it down on the mod duty side of things. You're awesome as ever, and had to be a little extra active today. We're going to get those trolls here from time to time, just part and parcel of life when we're kicking ass like we are, you know, just what you got to do. And I'm going to try to remember her diet, but she's got such a cute face, Megan, and I just can't say no to it. I don't know if I ever will. I don't know if I ever will. I'm going to try. And yeah, Flag McDonald does just scream Seahawk. He just does. There's those guys after all these years of doing it. You got 12 years of watching these guys work. You just get kind of a general feel for what they do and the way they go about their business. And, you know, Megan says, Ollie has a cute face, but I don't cave. I don't know. I'd have to see you not cave I'd have to see that in person with Ollie right there, Megan. I think you probably give in a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Funeral Fart, what is up with the troll business? We had some Niners come in out of nowhere early part of the stream, Funeral Fart. They were coming in causing some issues and problems. So it happens from time to time. It happens. Well, Garth, Megan, all of the folks in the chat, John Stillwell, everyone that donated the chat, our new subscribers, and all the folks that kept this chat rocking and rolling for 7 hours, as you guys always do. The reason we go so long here is not because I can just talk my ass off. It's because the chat keeps this going and keeps the subjects flowing, keeps us just rolling along in the different directions that this takes throughout the course of the stream. So you guys, We're amazing as ever on this channel in every different fashion and way. I want to say I appreciate it as always. It is unbelievable that we can always kind of do this, and these turn out so well for me in the way that these kind of boil down and break down. So appreciate all of you out there. Thank you to my mods, Megan doing the good work, Garth for all of the donations, all the folks that donate on top, Megan and everybody else as well. You guys are amazing. You guys are wonderful. We got ourselves going here now till tomorrow. I will be over on Brendan's channel at 7 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. We're going to be doing some, I forget where we're going, diving into subject-wise over there. I'm sure it's going to be something around free agency. So we'll be discussing and talking over there along with some of the breaking news and the stuff that's going on here. I will then be back as well on Sunday at 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, where we will be going live once again. So until that time where we will be on the edge of the start of free agency at that point, and we're closer getting to free agency, I hope I shouldn't have to remind you. I shouldn't have to tell you. I shouldn't have to keep you updated on this one. You're on the edge of free agency, Seahawks fans. You're about 7-8 weeks away from the NFL draft. You're about to see this team upgraded to the moon. So get excited, get happy, get ready to see your team turn itself into a true contender, a true Super Bowl contender. So if you aren't remembering that, if you're forgetting that, if you're lost a little bit in the mire of off-season trudgery, wake up, get yourself alive, open them eyes up wide, because you're about to see a thing of beauty. Another Super Bowl run on the horizon. I hope it gets you excited. I hope it has you on the edge of your seat. I hope it has you waiting with just pursed lips, just wondering what's the next great move my team is just about to make. But if you can't remember that, if you are forgetting that, well, let me keep it for you right now at the forefront. Don't you ever forget. Go Hawks!